Greetings. Greetings.
Time is a thing. You exist in the singular.
Always hope.
Death hope.
You.
Yes.
Death.
You hear a lot of things. You're a smart one, Exile.
Yo, Raid, how you doing, man? Yeah, today a bit early. I've been exploited by work this week, so today I said let's stream early. How are you, man? No, bro. You never rub your eyes, bro. Okay, okay. Don't touch it, bro. Don't touch that shit. Just ignore it, bro. It will go away. Right now, I don't know. I feel like I'm pushed to level 100 doing this. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's healthy, but it might be my first 100 character in hardcore. Have I had one of those before? Yeah, I had before, but when I was younger, not recent. So I just remember that I just needed to stop touching it, and it eventually went away. But I've seen other people that have to go to the emergency room. Oh my god, this is a dangerous one, no? With Atsiri shit, bro. Bro, an intervention. Hell no. Fuck them.
Beg for your life, Tyrannis.
Yeah. Yes,
I'm supposed.
Ah, brilliant. That was vivid.
Janus, fuck you.
Nobleman's work.
Is Battle Ritual worth doing? I like how how some of the intervention guys need to reposition themselves to be able to cast their stuff.
Did you see that
Hey, that's strong.
Some of the betrayal. Why did I say intervention?
I've seen your strength.
I'm just calling everyone intervention.
I like you, Exile.
They need to reposition themselves to be able to cast their jumps and shit. A mercenary.
The
You
dragon
offering
code
anything?
dictates, so go ahead. Self-preservation.
Not interest. Bro, where are the bridge monsters? Where are they spawning, bro? Oh, he's speedy, no? Like, I feel he's moving faster than normal. Bro, chill. Oh wait, let's do the ritual. Even though it's a scary one, I feel like I need to do it. No, not 99, 97. No way, bro, 99. Oh my god. Let me out, bro. Imagine getting hit by the wall combo into a flame blast. Holy, so scary. Ubers today? No, bro. I don't know. I don't know who's going to be the Uber character, you know. If I want to do bossing, I need to set up my flask and everything. Right now it's just I just have the mapping set up. I have nothing for bossing. Bro, what is with the breach closing again? Where are the monsters though? I need to do Ubers. I just don't know if I can do them today. No, not today. Sorry, this week. I don't think I can do it. I don't know. I might need to get a mercenary character or something. I think the goal is push this character to 100, farm a lot of like materials and stuff, and we make a luminary, something like that. I think that's the goal. Bro, this ritual is scary, bro. With Oak jumping like a crazy beast, bro. Yeah, but I think my Uber's character will have to be a luminary. Let's do this. At city. Did I find a good merc? No, that's another farming I need to do. I'm scared about mercs at this moment. Maybe after I get some ritual jewels, I can think about farming mercs maybe with the chieftain. That would be like ideal, I think. Bro, it's just trash again. I swear rituals are bad. I don't know this unique. Bro, but you know what like makes me a bit sad? It's like Ben, he's been playing all day, every day since release, you know? And he's still upgrading his character. Bro, like he's just on another level, bro. And his clear speed is like 10 times faster than mine. And he is also like much more stronger and experiences. Of course he destroys Ubers, right? Oh, I was thinking about this one. This tier 3, you know, it's kind of whatever. This is a 6 link. Accuracy. Maybe I should buy this sword and call it a day. Yo, we get one of these? That's crazy. I kind of want the tutorial, bro. I saw the build of the week from ZZZ, the feature build, and they were using this tutorial, bro. But I don't know how to use guardians like spirits. I've never used that in any game. Should we buy it though? We did. Cast Firestorm. It's over, Leo.
You say prison cell.
Hello.
Bro, I really hope we get discount tabs this week because I really want to buy some quad stash stuff. I have no tabs anymore, bro.
Greetings.
Let's go.
Drake, and I swear to God we can win this.
Not exactly the greatest one.
Lucid, say something.
Plus still want to try and stop this
Yeah.
if they can.
Yeah. Lucid, steal it. 3, 2, 1.
Into this pit. Okay, that's just going to be Soul Point over to HLE. B plus unable to make that one happen. Good side.
This might just be a My Ace masterclass. Or Showmaker, if you copy. Brr. Showmaker. Brr. No! Oh! Zeka was in the shop!
He even got hit by big distance.
Yeah, he did, but he was already on top of him. Yeah, he was planning on being in.
Chabasso! Chabasso! Chabasso!
Alright.
Alright, now, HLE looking for
Yo,
Soul
get me
Point.
this Drake, and I swear to God we can win this.
Not exactly the greatest one.
Lucid, say something.
B plus still want to try and stop this
Yeah.
if they can.
Yeah. Lucid, steal it. 3, 2, 1.
Access into this pit.
Okay, that's just going to be Soul Point over to HLE. B plus unable to make that one happen. Good side.
This might just be a My Ace masterclass. Or Showmaker, if you copy. Brr. Showmaker, brr. You copy? Brr. Can you be useful one time, please? Thank you. Brr. Bye.
Puma is on 2 items, right? You have to spend Oriana, but it means less and less.
Bro's
if,
collecting the
you
Dragon
run
Balls.
Zorf, you're
La
almost
la la,
wrong. So many
Shenron,
solo kill
healthy.
besides by a fed Jace.
They have soul points
So
in
that's
3 minutes.
is to
The
not
key.
fight
DK.
for this OG
The key.
soul if they don't
Wait.
have enough bio for it.
Yes, let's give up the map while we pray and hope and watch Showmaker try and claw his way back into this game.
On this top side of the map,
Guys,
They're doing their
give
due
me
diligence,
a kill.
making sure all signs in the map are controlled
Give
by them. First,
no arrow. My Ace in a bush. Yeah, bit of poke from Smashy. TP in. Back.
Moving on forward.
Nice.
Slow starts coming through.
Did Kanabi just force Zeus to TP for a crab?
He's alone on the side.
Is that what just happened?
We'll need his help if they are going to fight right now. We're still 2 minutes.
He just TP'd for a crab. Serpent's Fang, Rocket Belt. Some big items now for DK.
And they're just going to opt out of fights. They're keeping the Showmaker.
We're not opting out of shit. We need to fight this dragon.
We'll give it all up.
Now!
Back away.
Need to fight this dragon.
And there's actually a lot
Talk
of
to me. Talk to me.
potential approach here for D+.
Like they need to land a Chase QE or some Mel poke on someone before the fight starts. Otherwise, also
I was thinking if I should put like the YouTube player,
I swear to God, it's a
you know,
poke champ that the Fury champ.
same time I'm playing, just have like a small window with the YouTube video.
No W.
Because a lot of this farming is just, you know,
Yo, you're getting poked
very,
so much. You're getting poked so much. Kill the
very
one.
repetitive.
HP, someone kill it.
With those every chance he gets, getting Kanabi.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Maiden is looking a little worse for wear. Zeus gets into the back of this pit. He's spotted out. Lucid moves in looking for him. Kanabi with those daggers comes
Yeah,
on
wiped
down.
out.
That is Showmaker.
No
locking
Nefiri
up.
W.
A little bit there. The Maiden
Yo, Shiu, take the pink. Take the pink. Get some space, Shiu. Stop being. Yo,
Slow this down.
why is he so
Back away,
scared?
try to land both, but HLE are still very healthy. It's one of the slowest.
They have Seraphine, by the way. You don't. They have Seraphine. You don't. They can heal. You can't.
Nice angle here to hit a big shot blast.
Showmaker's base TPing.
The poke Victor is what they're playing with right now.
Yeah, good poke,
Kanabi,
Shiu.
he wants to whittle down the jungler.
Watch out for the bull.
Possible for them to take the dragon.
TP back from Shoemaker.
TP's back in.
Smash, you should have done the same.
Available here for good
Lucid,
reason
you need
as
to
well.
steal
We'll
this.
see who he aims it for.
Lucid.
Smash is getting
Lucid.
lower and lower here in this fight.
Lucid.
Ocean will be secured by Kanabi. Decides to just hold on top of Sheer.
Kanabi can I hold there, maybe? Maybe. Help me. Help me.
They take out the arc. They get rid of the ash. And Shiu is dead. And now the shockwave is massive. But it's not under Showmaker. He still has so much damage. And Lucid
Is Smash
still
trolling?
alive.
Is he
Right
trolling?
now,
Is
he's
Smash
gonna
trolling? Is Smash trolling? Is he trolling? Yes or no? Yes or no?
yes.
Delight has to be
It's okay, you have TP, you don't have to rush, you don't have to rush. You don't have to rush, you have TP in 20 seconds on both top and AD carry, they have no TP. Why are you doing this? Just wait for the TPs!
teleport brings Smash in as soon as he comes back up and says exactly the same thing. He as well. Okay, so now Kanabi is going to move forward.
Nay, dodge the Q.
Straight up dead.
You.
Yeah, there he goes.
Concentrate, okay, not bad.
Gets denied, but Kanabi is now looking for the
Can he
fight.
kill this fucking red?
Red's on top of him. Kanabi
Showmaker, do damage one time! You missed your fucking laser!
And the teleports are now
Do damage one time!
flash over the wall, and Kanabi is still alive.
Smash misses the Q.
Help, help, help!
Now they have to deal with this Yorick.
Oh, nice!
Speed Sheer making his way over.
Watch out,
The
Vero!
arrow is not going to quite find Smash there. And D+, I think they're going to be able to
Does my
back
Victor
away.
do damage? I don't get it. Where's the damage on the Victor, bro? He's healing the Fury. He's healing him.
Didn't flash the ult Mecha, by the way.
Yeah, I'm surprised Smash did nothing in this fight. What did he do? Let's check Smash POV.
Then he goes in, and Lucid sees his opportunity for a massive cycle. They go on to Gumayushi here, get the taunt, get his cleanse here. He's taken out, but on the other side of the fight, Shiu is a frontline Jason.
Nah, he's so reported.
Oh,
Nah,
no,
he-
it's just
That's a perma-ban, horse!
center of it.
What
Yeah,
the
he
fuck?
just, I think maybe he didn't even react in time, unfortunately, and he pulled it just
He taunted into the Q2 of the Fury.
So fast. And then they play this really slow. They know that they have the TP advantage on their AD carries, so the Mel is going to come in here. If Mel hits this Q,
whoa,
Kanabi
go back to
dies
life.
instantly, as we're still fighting, by the way.
Yeah, another one as Zeus picks up item
Still
number 2.
shooting. I'm
pretty
like,
scary
boom,
on this
headshot.
Yorick.
Boom,
So
headshot.
done.
Where's
But,
all
Zeus
this
has
trash?
3, and having a Serpent's Fang.
Mel, auto attack.
God, okay, good one. That's just dead.
So sure.
Now what? Now what do we do, DK? We just look at them for the next 20 seconds? Like, what do we do?
I'm like, maybe
Someone
he
say
makes
something.
it. I don't think
You
so.
can maybe
Someone say
do
something.
Hitting it.
It's Jace, Victor.
What do we do now? Now what?
And it's Victor with the rocket battle.
It's K-Drill.
All right, Delight might
Wait,
be
give
a
me
little
1
bit
second.
ahead because Lucid is looking
Wait.
for him. Zeus
Let
over
me see
the
if I can
wall.
do
There's the
something.
arcane storm.
Wait.
The flash comes through though.
What the fuck?
Lucid looks
Why
to get
did
on
you-
top of him. There's the goalie wall, but who's trapped in where with who? As Zeus
Play
will be able to get
catcher.
himself out. Lucid does have that battle with that wall that we were talking about.
Oh, no,
You're
Career.
going in. I'm not sure about that one as Konami goes up into the sky. These health bars are low.
I can't believe what I'm
But
witnessing.
finally,
One second.
everyone's back onto the rift.
These incredibly slow fights without Guma's damage.
Am I going
it's really
crazy?
like, well,
Am I
he
going
doesn't
crazy
have
or
that
not?
much damage, but we're gonna
There's no
see
way
this
that
round.
Lucid thought that if I go over the wall
But D+
and he has
needs to
flash
be
up
careful about how they
and then
play
he
this.
goes over the wall,
Guma
that it's
gets
just
rooted,
fucking
rebuttal damage, shock blast,
just stay there.
you can't
Just
get
chew him
rooted
over the
there,
wall.
Or you just
Is pretty
Yeah.
powerful. And D+
Yeah.
all around it. They have a
Lucid, buy GA, buy GA, and we will give you dinner tonight and breakfast tomorrow. Buy GA.
Soul point.
No food for a week.
When you're
Showmaker has fucking nothing. He's a broke boy.
Neither team around with that. D+
Can't
as we've mentioned
afford
several
cookies.
times, don't have the damage start
Completely
themselves. We're kind of
chopped
doing a
broke
vision
boy.
dance here. As we wait
1 minute
for
on
the
Drake.
dragon,
Please buy
which
something,
could be
Showmaker.
another recipe could be
Please
right
buy
now as we try to contest a blue buff.
A blasting one? Are you dead ass?
on Baron itself.
Lucid, buy GA, and we'll take it back. You can have food tomorrow, maybe not tonight, tomorrow. Deal?
I think no.
What's the plan here? I'm confused.
Massive.
Really here.
Are
for
we giving
Angel
soul?
without a Jace.
Are we giving soul?
There's
Are
a
we
little
giving
bit.
soul?
Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty
TP
dark.
here is
He
good,
came
by the way.
in on
I
over
swear
and
to God, TP there
walking
is
into
good.
this poke when they are actually forced to be in range, it is so scary.
TP for Zeus, so
Thank God it
loses
didn't
shield.
TP there.
Shield gets his Soreldas and actually is going to be able to walk
Lucid,
his way over.
the dragon, if it dies, they get a soul.
Lie.
Hello?
Do you know how can I
Hello?
reduce the?
Let's see whether Lucid can get another steal.
Lucid, if you steal this, we'll give you a buffet.
For the fight. There is the engage. Cyclone comes in. They try to get out of the encore, but it doesn't quite work as Korea gets into that back
Get the
line.
dragon,
Lucid
Lucid, get
wanted to deal with this dragon first, and he will be
Get
able
him a
to.
pizza!
Korea should be going down, and HLE that's all.
One slice though, because these motherfuckers gonna get
Wait,
nashed.
how can
Deny this
I?
Baron because Shiu right now is trying to land some poke Kanavi.
Smash? I swear to God, I hate you. I hate you.
Doesn't
I hate
really
you.
do much of anything at all as the ulti comes down. Kanavi's almost dead.
Big amount of damage going on to Kanavi. He's healing up so quickly. Even he is not really under threat. Zeus is going straight back to the wave. He wants to set this up for that Baron, and Shiu needs to be
A
careful 'cause Zeus here as
de-transform.
well.
Shockwave is avoided. But the distance man does a third of his health bar.
Just flash, just flash.
Well, this guy is so fed on the Oriana, and now the ghouls are being called.
Yeah.
The flash out
Well played.
finally from.
Right now.
Who thought it
But
was a
there
good
a stick
idea
around
for
trying to force him
AD
to
carries
TP,
to
but
play
there's
mages?
just nothing to
Who
take
thought it was a good
there.
idea?
All the way back to this
When
fight
did
here.
Harry Potter
Now
pull out a
watch the
sword?
arm from the
Never.
light as they try
He
to
used
go
a
in.
fucking
Lucid's got
wand.
the shield on him as
And
he
when
goes
did
over
Legolas
first.
pull out a wand?
Triple chop.
Never. He used a fucking bow.
And that's
It
why
just doesn't happen. You don't see it. It's not a plot twist.
here.
It's just stupid.
Kuma's free hitting. Lucid gets in and gets the steal, but then he's collapsed on, and the rest of
I'm trying to figure out.
And then he killed the snake with the sword.
You got this one,
Fuck
buddy.
off.
16 stacks.
Then use the sword against Voldemort. Go on then. See what happens.
Is a huge
Yeah, you
problem
get
in
one
this
pop.
game.
Oh, big pick.
There goes Kanavi. He's very dead, ladies and gentlemen.
Neville did. True. It wasn't even Harry.
There's nothing up, and it does mean that
Holy
they stop the
Neville.
Baron, so
Actual
Dexter on
IRL
the
warrior.
flank and
Something like that, maybe.
Yeah, no sword for Harry.
was-
Dodge it, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it, dodge it. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
Now Zeker is
I
going
hate
to look
him.
for the angle. Shiu bounces
But-
on top of him. There's
Wait,
the Dex
channeled.
United, but Shiu is in so much trouble. Does
Yo,
get the
somebody hit that fucking-
And that is going to hold him in place for long enough. Korea regrets his decision.
What is this game? Explain it to me. What is this Mickey Mouse
And now
game?
two are dead.
Wait, they can't end, right?
It's so much damage to ignore it.
I want to like reduce like the view for
Now would be a good time to at least pretend to be useful. Like it's crazy.
I mean, that is a big spike. But the problem is,
not that.
their base is just kind of getting torn to shreds.
Maybe if I
on the
press
flank
alt.
here, has a
Oh, I
cyclone
got it.
back, so
I
I think
found
they
Nice,
it.
they
I
got
found
him.
it.
They got him. All
5
good, all good.
seconds on career as well. A very good
Harry
one.
used the
You
sword
just
versus
press
the
alt.
basilisk.
Yeah, in the chamber of fucking rats, when he didn't even know how to use his fucking wand, and then he became a wizard, Barry.
So
40 seconds on Drake.
shock blasts and feel okay.
Lucid,
But
you need to
usually
flank, I
happens
swear to
each
God.
enough. I think throughout the fan, you know, this
Legolas
game's
drew a
happened
sword in
lot.
Helm's
Some
Deep.
overextension.
Great, he drew a sword. He didn't pull out a fucking staff and say fireball, did he?
Many
No.
other Legend Group teams would have
Doran's
just
blade on an AD carry. Not gonna complain. Not gonna complain that it's a blade.
All they need to try and deny
You,
this.
hello, poke time.
But HLE
Shiwu.
pulling out the dragon career.
Why do we care so much about waves on a soul? Fuck the
Going
waves!
on over just to get rid of the Shen.
Something like this,
She was gonna
maybe.
get caught by right
Press
now.
this one down pretty quickly, actually. As there is the lucid approach.
he's
to
tough.
Nishi.
What?
He's gonna pop
That
like a
worked.
balloon.
How bad is it, Ray?
Smash! Press your keyboard! Press your keyboard! Yeah! 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 Someone catch top wave now!
Career
Someone catch
pulls
top wave
Kanavi
now!
around there. is able to get back into the fight and has
How did that
the
work?
after the cyclone
How did that work?
set up there. Sick combo.
Okay, there is a problem. There's a small
Dead.
problem. Uno,
And
dos,
HLE
tres,
just
cuatro.
get round
What?
three on
Yo,
the
we gotta do
floor
something
here.
with that.
Zeka still
Lucid.
basically instantly
Flash
here. He's got
E
20
ult
stacks of
on the
Vagina,
Ash.
which is a good thing. He
And then
doesn't
what?
die. But watch this engage on the Gooba. He steps forward just one step too far. And even though the
The
charge
Mel
is here
reflect.
defensively,
It's
not
clutch.
good enough. Smash
Boom.
is going to get
Smashy.
focused down here, but he
And
gets the
Siwu
shield.
is
Okay.
doing some shit on the left.
Taunt was huge. Gooba
Okay,
usually they
breathe
just
now.
killed
Breathe,
the
DK.
beginning
Breathe.
of that
Breathe.
fight, but the
You're
ball
still a
was
broke boy.
brilliant
I don't
as
get it.
well.
How are you so
HLE
broke?
were just not- no,
This is like when someone buys a
3.5k behind and he just built
Yeah,
a
this is
guy.
like when someone buys a fake Rolex and flexes it. This is crazy. What's he doing? With a Mitch eyes.
200 gold lead.
Yo, those Gucci flip-flops ain't real,
my
bro.
Lord. In fact, they don't have a gold lead at all.
They cost
This
£5.
is
That's
so
fake as
incredibly
shit.
close.
What
In
is
this
that?
game, they're in towards
He's
Really,
rented
this
a
young
Ferrari
dude.
and put 10 Instagram pictures on his
Kinda
fucking
bad.
profile. It ain't yours!
In the top lane
How
right
are
now,
we going
feels
to a
that way
7th
you were
dragon?
talking about, but he has TP, and there's no answer right now. So
How are we going to
this
a 7th
inhibitor being
dragon?
down for 30 more
How
seconds
did that
means
happen?
virtually nothing is shown.
There's the flash in for Showmaker. They deliver the ball to the victor. He survives.
No way.
Get his ass, get his ass, get his ass.
Should actually be taken down.
Okay, Showmaker down, bro.
out. No, that's it! Use the red! I said out!
The goalie wall.
Here, they have
It's
a lot
okay.
of siege
It doesn't
power.
matter.
This competition
It
is
doesn't
over.
matter.
It's losing
I
him.
think it's over.
Initially, I
Nice.
thought wasn't going to be enough damage.
No,
to
it's
kill
not
Now
over.
what?
Showmaker. I thought that was the wrong
What?
call.
Now what?
Showmaker's
The wheels
really
fell off the
get his
Ferrari
return.
and it's a rental.
They do
Now what?
still die.
But Kumiushi did have to fight in that last. Sorry.
Almost
last
full build on the melt.
fight.
He fucking sold it! Oh my god. You're not serious. That's
But
crazy.
Cap almost there for Showmaker. Sold them.
Okay.
Sold it down to 2 stacks.
Yeah, sold it. And
Just put, just
Yes, can I
fuck,
kill?
bro. Just call the Uber at this point. Just call the Uber. Stop it. You don't
Think
drive
it's-
the taxi no more. Get in the back seat. Let
Kill.
Smashy and fucking Siwu drive the fucking shit. If he didn't rent the Ferrari, he'd have a fucking Rabadon right now. Isn't that crazy? There's a life lesson here somewhere. Okay, what happens when the Fury presses R with the Arena Ball again? Where's my stop?
Arrow is going to interrupt Faria. Oh no!
How did he know he was there? Nay, nay,
Oh,
are you in?
He's not going to flash. He's just going to die and at least see the Baron.
50-second death timer? That can't be right. He's like level 5. That's not serious, is it?
He's only level 5.
Lucid, do something. Lucid.
It's a fool's errand, I think. We'll see.
That's what it looks like. As Zeus off to the side. That is the Baron.
Oh my
And
god.
The flash forward from Zeus.
What's
Well,
happening?
Kumo under Shiu, and he's just taken out too close. And D+.
They're so disgusting.
Looks like they're going
They
out
are
with a
so
Whipple.
disgusting. They are
Looks that way. I mean,
disgusting.
career's up in 20, but they don't have the chase.
Who's screaming Kaja? No!
Who's
No,
casting
Kaja!
that shit, bro?
How do you say?
They're a little bit optimistic, looking for some shockwave action. Just gets completely flashed on and killed. And now, let's see if
Showmaker's
somebody
Rabadon.
with Death Cap in hand has enough to
Oh
clear
my
this
god!
shockwave. I think not.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Good
minions
timing.
here making their way
Lucid.
down. Lucid gets in though. That's
Yeah.
a triple knock-up. Does find another one as Gumayushi goes down. Still,
Yeah.
Showmaker is dead. Lucid in a lot of trouble.
You have
Konami
GA.
getting
You have
big
GA.
shield.
Somebody help Lucid!
Off the GA.
What's Smash
Into the
doing?
goalie wall, though. And
Wait.
now Lucid, I don't think he's going to be able to
I think it's
survive.
over,
Into
no?
Zeka's massive damage.
Massive what?
And Smash now,
Humongous
the
what?
last form of damage.
Do
He's
damage,
up
Smash,
and
do damage.
available
One
for
time,
V+.
one time,
Smash
please,
is
one time,
done
one
for
time.
Zeka. He has been a monster here in this game, and Smash is taken out. It's a triple
GG.
for the Ori, and HLE will pick up the 2-0 here tonight.
And what looked like a potential huge win for D+ in game 1. They had the Fed Yunara.
If I see Showmaker on Victor Arena again, I'm gonna get real angry. I'm gonna get real angry. The level of DK the series will improve for the next. This was disappointing, but it's like when the Lego castle. What the fuck is that? Are they fishes? When the Lego castle gets knocked over, you just have to find all the pieces on the floor and rebuild it. That's what DK is doing.
Anti-spoiler planned. Bro, that's so cool. He's very thoughtful when he makes his videos. Why am I doing the rituals again? Like... Oh.
Exile.
Yo, June. Tell these people to investigate faster. Give me all the intelligence. Ouch. We got double leaders. Who's better?
Death is not the
I think June recently is giving me a lot of...
not even the
Yeah.
make us regret this.
June 28 intelligence. Holy. Oh my god, double possessed again. It's good I didn't augment them with anything this time. Wait, where's the other ritual? Slow. I think I want to click this. Well, let's see. Let's see, what do we play now? Let's see. Okay, I queued some videos. I think it's going to be interesting. Let's see. I hate what Yu-Gi-Oh has become. I'm beginning to understand classic WoW. Wait, what? There was another ExileCon qualifier? Okay, let's go back.
UFC Fight Night Sacramento, Hernandez versus Rodriguez takes place this weekend, and I'm going to go through the entire
Classic
card,
Plus
starting with
soon?
the
I
early
don't think
prelims,
so,
ending with the main
man.
events, giving my prediction and breakdown for every single fight on this card. Now, before we get
I mean,
into the early
everyone's
prelim
pushing
opener,
it, but
you may think
I don't know.
this is regular UFC slop, but I'm here to tell you that this is some pretty good slop. Okay, this is some premium UFC slop that looks like slop on the outside that we're being just.
But I don't know if
forced to
soon.
watch.
Of course it has to
However,
happen,
there's
but
some
I don't know
hidden
if soon.
gems on this card. I did think this was an Apex card, so maybe my estimations of it might have to adjust because I didn't realize this was a crowded fight night card. The main event's not the strongest for a main event, but you'll see as I go through this card. There's some hidden gems, turning this into premium UFC slot. Okay.
You're so
Chanel
sure,
Dyer,
huh?
let's start with the early prelim opener. Chanel Dyer versus Elise Reed. I'm gonna go with Chanel Dyer. Listen, Chanel Dyer's on the card. Woo! Yeah! Yeah!
Who is Chanel Dyer, bro?
Just to start things off, crazy. No. But I am actually interested in seeing Chanel Dyer's career play out. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. She's pretty talented. She's gonna put a whooping on Elise Reed. I know it. You know it. We all know it.
I don't know it, bro.
Elise Reed knows it. And hopefully Chanel Dyer knows it. So she can deliver on what she's expected to do. This should be a TKO finish from the women's fight, starting off the card. The women's fights have been kicking off the card recently. And they've been delivering. So I'm going to go Chanel Dyer getting this one by TKO. Getting this one done by TKO, should I say. She hasn't fought great opposition yet. But Elise Reed has lost to a lot of women's fighters in the strawweight division, to say the least. And the ones that she's beaten have been like Jessica Penne and some like aunts of the UFC. You know, and I think she had a close one with Tori McKenna at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Like women's strawweights of the past, it would be unreal. But Chanel Dyer's right now, she's the present, and she's going to piece up Elise Reed, in my opinion. Reed has some okay boxing. That's the main part of her game. I don't see her being able to out-grapple Chanel Dyer, and there's no way she outstrikes Chanel Dyer, in my opinion. So I'm going to very comfortably take a TKO win in maybe the first or second round for Chanel Dyer. We move on. Wes Schultz versus Jackson McVeigh. I'm telling you there's hidden gems coming. Not quite yet, but we've got these two taking on each other. In the most violent shampoo advert you've ever seen. Jackson McVeigh. I'm going to go with Jackson McVeigh over Wes Schultz. Wes Schultz does have some crafty grappling, and he was able to submit his last opponent using that crafty grappling over 3 rounds. Eventually he lost the opportunity to present himself in the third round guillotine over a mediocre UFC middleweight, bottom of the barrel guy. Jackson McVeigh has lost to Zachary Reese. That's not the most impressive.
That's not good, bro.
You know, I think he beat Cedric Dumas at one point. He actually does have a pretty crafty game when it comes to getting submissions and when it comes to working opponents in like chain takedown situations.
No, Jana's removed.
I just think he's a little bit more explosive than Wes Schultz on the feet. Who isn't the best. You know, he has had a rough go of things. You know, he ran into Damian Pinas, and Pinas put him away in the first round.
Who is obese? The guru?
Wes Schultz, this is.
The MMA guru?
And that's never good.
Or me?
You never want
Or
to see
both?
So I'm going to go with Jackson McVeigh here. I think his ceiling's a little bit higher.
This guy, he's the MMA guru, bro.
He's a little bit more talented. There's a higher opportunity that he gets this one done by TKO. If somebody's dropping the other in this fight, it's going to be Jackson McVeigh dropping Wes Schultz. And I think they could both submit each other. So just for that extra layer and extra avenue of finishing potential, I'm going to go towards Jackson McVeigh. Plus he's got some momentum, so does Wes Schultz, but I'm leaning towards Jackson McVeigh getting this one done. Maybe by TKO in the second round. They have a bit of a back and forth brawling fight.
Leo moves. No
Jackson
move,
McVeigh
Leo.
beats him up in the clinch, up against the cage. I could see that. I'm a slight favorite, and I'm going to trust.
Could be, yeah. I know what you mean.
Move on. Jerusalem affiliate. Gage Young.
It's like those doctors that are fat, no? Or the nutritionists that are fat.
And there is
I get that.
my thoughts in my head.
But you know, as they say sometimes, coaches don't play, right? So.
At any cost. Desperate for it. I have no friends. But Gage Young is he's a Jerusalem affiliate. And he has been for a while. And that's not going to change my pick. He's taking on a guy here in Stan Dorsainville. He's from Haiti.
Yo, is that?
He's the underdog here for a reason.
Of course he's not.
Gage Young has had some tough ones in his career. I thought he could have maybe beaten Thiago Moises a little clearer than he did. That fight got a little bit tricky for him. And if you're going to be something special, you kind of need to be blowing Moises out the water. But you know, he's not really like a big finisher. He's been to a decision now. with Quill and Sal killed, and he actually gave him a hell of a fight in that one. I think
Oh,
he might have
really?
even took a round as it went on. This was
Wow.
on a contender series, and he's only young, 26. Both of these guys are 26, but Gage Young, other than that, his only other loss is to Evan Elder, who's actually really good and massive for the division and powerful, and just threw nothing but power shots for like 3 straight rounds. I have no idea how he kept that pace. And Gage Young was able to tough it out. Now Stan Dorsainville has got some knockout power.
Wait, it's
He's
true.
an
I need to
athletic
flip
guy
my
with built
gems,
in.
bro.
He beat the UFC
What am I
villain,
doing?
Dan Holt, a UK fighter who is quite promising. He's got like a taekwondo background, I believe. Likes to throw a lot of kicks at range and very, very good at strikes. And Stan Dorsainville actually ended up taking him down, finishing him on the ground. I don't see Gage Young being
Bro,
finished.
dude, ritual
And
stuff.
Stan Dorsainville,
intervention,
is a finisher. And I don't see him being able to outdo Gage Young over 3 rounds. Gage Young's tough. He's got great cardio. He doesn't like secede. He doesn't like give in to a positional dominant play. He's always moving and making people work in fights. And I think if he can do that to Stan Dorsainville, who's stepping in on short notice here, he's going to be able to take over as this fight goes on. So I'm going to go with Gage Young getting this one done by 29-28 decision. It's going to be tough though. Stan Dorsainville was pretty good. Dan Holt was a decent prospect at the time. Neither of them were really proven, but it's one of those ones where 2 kind of 4-0 undefeated guys that the UFC might have been paying attention to went up against each other, and Dorsainville ended up getting the job done. I'm going to go with Gage Young though. I'm going to go with Gage Young. I think he's more proven.
Gage Young.
And the odds reflect that as well. I'm trusting in him as the favorite.
That's an interesting name.
We move on. Marcio Barboza versus Ryan Hughes. Ryan Hughes is, I think he's from the Goat Shed, which is Dean Thomas's gym.
Must be punished. I've long done.
So he's coached this fight. That needs to be mentioned. Dude's coming into his UFC debut. Little did he know that Robertson just lost their title shot, and Dean Thomas has wiped his hands of the entire gym. Okay, now Ryan Hughes is stranded without a coach. I think there's other coaches there, but you know what I'm saying. There's a rift. There's beef going on in the gym. Could that play into his mental game going into this fight? Marcio Barboza 100% should destroy this guy, Ryan Hughes. He's fought great competition, Marcio Barboza, whereas Ryan Hughes has not. I think he fought Kevin Natividad, who was like a UFC slot prelim guy that ended up being a bunch of fighters and then got cut. And Ryan Hughes fought in the LFA and ended up being
With Janus is back.
and then went straight back to fighting absolute cans. I think he fought a 6-7 opponent. Some really terrible record of guys. He just reeks of a guy who isn't really that good, to be honest with you, even though he does have some momentum right now. Marcio Barboza, on the other hand, he's fought some pretty decent guys. You know, he started his career, he's got a lot more experience, as you can see, 17-2 compared to 9-2. He fought some good opponents early in his career with some decent records. Some of them can, as you do. And he went on a pretty decent run. Then he was like, at one point, I think he was 13-1, and he was in a fight that would dictate whether or not he got into the UFC against, I think his name is Daniel Santos, but it might be another now. He's the guy who got beaten by Onama, went to a split decision with Lerone Murphy in his debut. He was beating Onama and then he got caught with a punch and put away. But since then he beat Jack Jenkins, Brazilian guy in the featherweight division. He's also on a 2-fight win streak right now in the UFC. He's pretty good is what I'm saying. And after that, Marcio Barboza didn't do what Ryan Hughes did, which was dip out of the LFA and go back to fighting randoms on the regional scene. He ended up staying in LFA and going through the gauntlet and fighting 13-2 opponents, 12-1, 7-2, like some decently recorded guys. And he's been doing pretty good recently, so I'm gonna go with Marcio Barboza, getting this one done. If I'm not mistaken, I think he's won his UFC debut already. I'm going to double check it right now. Marcio Barboza. Because I want to give you guys the absolute certainty. 18-2, fighting out of Rio de Janeiro.
Marcio Barboza.
His UFC debut already. Yes, he knocked out Dennis Bazooka in his debut. So we know he's of a certain level where he can get things done, and he also got a nasty KO on the Contender Series.
We already have this.
Riding I think a 5-fight.
I bought it because I thought I didn't have
in
it.
the earlier rounds. So very impressive stuff from Marcio Barboza.
Barbozo.
It seems like he's gonna knock out Ryan Hughes.
I don't think.
In this fight,
I don't think his name is Barboso. It's more like Barbosa. No. But it's alright.
We move on. Up the card to another fight, which is Chris Padilla versus Nasrat Haqparast.
Yo.
This one's concerning to me.
Chris Taco Padilla.
I'm worried for Chris Padilla because I don't think he can finish great. And I'm a Chris Padilla. I might want to pick Chris Padilla because I am a Chris Padilla enjoyer and believer. He looks like KSI's mum, and I don't know why that had to come up. But,
Wait, what?
I should mention it. But I don't know why that believer. He looks like KSI's mum.
He looks like KSI's mom.
Why that had to come up, but I thought I should mention it. But I've been a believer in him. I've been picking him to win back-to-back underdog fights.
It's true, but
to a close draw with Markel Medeiros, where there was a point deduction, which I think was kind of bullshit, if I remember correctly. I mean, he kind of got fucked over by that. He had a split decision with Dry Herbert where he did just enough to get it done. He's a crafty guy who can pull off some upsets whenever he's that slight underdog. I remember him being an underdog against Bonfirm. Ishmael Bonfirm, by the way, the trash one of the two of them. And I was thinking, I'm going to go Chris Padilla here. Like, he's actually pretty underrated. He beat Ron June with an elbow. But I don't think he can finish Nasrat Haqparast. I know Haqparast is coming off that KO loss to Quillan Salkild, which in Quillan Salkild's career feels like a really long time ago. So I was thinking coming into this, like, he hasn't fought since
Haqparast is good, bro. I think he'll win.
But Quillan's just that active that it makes you think it happened a while ago. That was 10 months ago. And now Quillan's just beat Mateusz Gamrot. So I like that he's taken some time off. And I think he's alright, you know. I think he's alright. Like, he did.
He looks like KSI's mom. Holy shit, man.
Close one. And he's had close decisions before where he's just barely done enough to get by and had a scrap with a really good opponent. And I was actually worried for Quillan taking that fight on short notice against Nasrat, because Nasrat's pretty crafty. I'm going to say Nasrat's volume gets this one done. And I'm a guy who's picked Chris Padilla to win a lot of his fights. I'm going to say that Nasrat's volume gets this one done. His boxing,
I need to flip my gem, my gems.
He does a lot of few and far between stuff.
Yeah.
He's a pretty crafty
He's got a generational forehead.
Who's good at defending low kicks. Pretty defensively responsible unless Quillan uncorks a head kick out of nowhere and KOs him. And he's got pretty tidy hands as the fight goes on. And he's good in the pocket. So I think I'm going to go with the volume and the pace of Nasrat Haqparast. Both guys are going to be landing shots. It's going to be a 29-28 decision. But I reckon Nasrat's just going to do that bit more at the end of some of the rounds, just to pour on the pressure and have those moments. So I'm going to go with Nasrat Haqparast by decision. We move on. Man. Kennedy didn't... Whoa, what did I nearly say? Kennedy Nzechukwu versus Shamil Gaziev. The Blob. It's the Blob, dude. He's back in town. Blobco. I'm going to go with... I don't know. Leading into this prediction, I was near convinced that Kennedy Nzechukwu was going to beat Shamil Gaziev.
Says you, yeah. But to be honest, I mean, he's not wrong, bro. There's some fat fighters, bro. Like,
didn't do that badly.
There's some fighters that they just, you know, feels like they've never, you know, exercised in their life. They just lucky they get like strong hits on unprepared opponents.
To Andre Petrosky, that is really going to annoy me. for not knowing his name. But he had a really good scrap with the guy.
Be quick.
And I was surprised by it. You know, he gritted down, he pushed back. He threw some good volume, he kept a decent pace, which is something we haven't seen from him. You know, before that he got knocked out by Waldo Cortez Acosta. But Nezuchukwu lost to Marcus Uchecha, which is a pretty lousy loss. However, I don't think Shamil's got that many scrambles in him to control a guy like Kennedy Nezuchukwu on the ground. He could maybe do it once, but I think Nezuchukwu will be able to get back up, and I don't believe in the chain wrestling of Shamil the Blob Gaziev. Nothing close to Petrosky, by the way. Brando Pericic, I had a brain fart. Brando Pericic. Shamil Gaziev had a great fight with him. And Nezuchukwu's durability has been in question, other than the one time that he took 100 punches from Carlos Ulberg and then
100 punches.
He has had fights where he's been hit on the guard by an opponent and gone down and been KO'd. Like he's had
that sounds durable.
losses before in his career. But at heavyweight, the Buchecha fight was so sloppy and it came down to bad decision making, and you know, it really got a bit tricky in moments, and I think there was like some controversy in that fight with some cage grabs and stuff, and he nearly finished Buchecha at one point, and they ended up getting stuck in the leg lock entanglements and stuff like that. But he beat Chris Barnett.
Yo, stash tab! Stash tab sale! Holy shit. We got them, bro. It's time to buy one.
Lost to Walter Walker at heavyweight and didn't look too good there.
Log in.
That's what happened. I'm going to go with Nezuchukwu. I'm going to believe in the underdog here of Kennedy Nezuchukwu to take out Shamil Gaziev. I just think Shamil is... Listen, I'm all in favor of a meme or two. Okay, I am. I'm all in favor of it. But he is a blob. And you can't deny the blob status of heavyweight sometimes. It's not something you can just look past and go, yeah, he's a blob, but he's alright for a blob. Eventually the blob goes too far to the sun, you know, or too close to the salad. And it just comes crashing down, you know, it's a tale as old as time.
Too close to the salad.
And I think Shamil's going to get clipped by Kennedy Nezuchukwu and low kicked at range. I don't think he's going to be able to out-grapple Kennedy.
Really? I don't know.
And Kennedy's young and building into a heavyweight, you know. Going to be a little bit lighter here, but I just think if this doesn't end early for Gaziev, or he doesn't completely shut out Nezuchukwu with grappling, I think Nezuchukwu's going to be too elusive on the feet, on the back foot, and pick him apart, and probably chin him. So I'm going to go with Kennedy Nezuchukwu, getting this one done against Shamil the Blob Gaziev by second or third.
Bro, this is so scary. Imagine I buy this, like, you know,
and he'll land some shots,
like just because I'm desperate and I don't read the guild.
I've got Nezuchukwu winning this one.
Guild quad stash tab.
We move on.
That would be crazy.
Gem. In case the Gaziev appearance wasn't enough to have you guys.
These one should
Larry
be first.
Douglas,
you know,
returns on this card
than
against
this
Jamal
one.
Emmers, who's very crafty. Jamal Emmers very crafty. Of course, he recently lost to Nate Lamware with a
I think I don't have a guild.
But since then, he's got a couple of wins. You know, he
Oh, I
got
have a
Tiger and
guild.
Mill
It's just me.
by decision, and some of these sort of run-of-the-mill, just outside the.
Well,
rankings
we have
featherweights,
we
I
have
think give
someone,
some
but
problems too.
they don't
Jamal
play
Emmers
anymore.
Is no joke. Jamal Emmers is no joke. He nearly slimed out Pat Sabatini at one point early in Sabatini's career. God, I guess the gods were against us that day. They could have prevented what Sabatini.
But we play SSF, bro. Even if we have tabs, like, we cannot share anything.
Immediately afterwards. But Emmers is good. Emmers is very sharp. And he's always been a crafty underdog pick because he fights so inactively and so forgettably that you never really remember him by the time
we need to do this
back
shit,
around,
bro.
and you're always more focused on the guy that he's fighting, and therefore he ends
And
up
they
being
have
down.
at least
I don't think Douglas
150% item
I
quantity
think he should
for
be
that.
like a 2-to-1 favorite over Emmers. So there is good value on Emmers here, but I'm gonna go with Larry and Douglas. His KO power and his boxing. That's what Emmers is good at. He can be crafty with his boxing and his range. But Douglas has got a really nasty jab. We saw that against Julian Erosa. I know it's Julian Erosa.
Bro, there's some stuff that
So we do need to pump the brakes.
So annoying, like all these.
Valerian Douglas, but he's been doing this to guys on his way to the UFC, and his losses are early in his career as well. But he has been chinned a few times,
bro.
Valerian
Like,
Douglas.
what are
I
those
was
challenges?
watching back some fights. I think he's been chinned twice, subbed twice, lost a fight by decision. He's not like, this ain't some unbeatable, this ain't Gene Silver on the come up or Kevin Vallejos on the come up where, yeah, they might have lost one, but they fought till the very end. And there's some like worry there that he's been chinned
That's
twice
not
already
so
in
bad.
his career and subbed twice already in his career. But he's moved to a great gym with Cub Swanson, with good training partners, and I like that move for him. And I think since then we've seen him come into his prime and score some really nasty KOs. Listen, Diego Lopez had some shitters on the regional scene early in his career.
Brian
He got
Brod's
TKO'd by
bloody
Brito at one
bounty.
point, right? And ended up kind of quitting on the ground. So sometimes it
Okay.
does take that move into a better gym before these guys really become who they're meant to be. So I'm going to go Larian Douglas. I think his
And
boxing is
5
gonna be good.
delirium orbs
And if
applied.
Nate Landwehr can chin you
And are corrupted.
without being chinned,
Bro,
I think Douglas can go in there
what
with some
can clear
confidence
these things, bro?
And really pick apart Jamal Emmers with his boxing, with his jab.
Hell no.
And then start following up with some big shots moving forward. He's good in the chaos as well of chasing a guy down that's hurt and landing those follow-up shots. So I think he's going to sting Emmers. Emmers will get hurt at some point in the first or second. And then he'll go after him and it'll be a
I don't know
nasty
about the
finish.
challenges, bro. They seem
I've got
impossible.
Larian Douglas by late first round TKO. Or KO. I should say KO. Because that's all he does. We move on. Oh, great. A deep dive on Terrence Chapman, eh? Anthony Wint. Oh, wow. $1 billion company, by the way. Here we go. Anthony Wint versus Terrence Chapman. Now, I've looked into this Terrence Chapman guy. And all I'm going to say is this. Okay? He is as opposite of a build as you could possibly be from Anthony Wint. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. Look at Anthony Wint's build. I think it's achievable, Natty. There are some genetics out there where you can
Bro,
have
he's
this natty
crazy.
build. He's only 5'11".
Impossible,
You know what I'm
he's
saying?
natty, bro.
235. Like, there are some anomalies out there. We just saw a guy on the Contender Series built a bit like this at middleweight. There are some anomalies, okay? But I know everyone's immediately going to jump to when's USADA going to catch this guy, but he's former NFL player. And Terrence Chapman is the opposite of this build. And they've brought him into the UFC, despite him losing quite recently as well. He ain't ready for Anthony Wynn, I don't think. And Wynn's not really been tested. He fought in the Contender Series, fought a fat blob. Didn't end up really having any experience against him. He just kind of threw the guy down and beat him up and finished him. But he's got crazy power. He's got crazy power, crazy athleticism. And Terrence Chapman is a morbidly obese 6'2" guy in this division.
Morbidly
He's just
obese.
so ploddy and such a blob. I really do think that Anthony Wynn's going to score this one. Anthony Wynn, big Contender Series debut, making a quick turnaround because he took 0 damage. This seems like an Anthony Wynn layup for his debut. It goes viral because of the way he's built, and then the KO goes viral when the UFC start putting some value behind Anthony Wynn. But yeah, Terrence Chapman, he beat Juan Torres, 18-6. Juan Torres. By TKO to leg kicks. You guys heard of this 18-6 Juan Torres in the first round? That was on Fury FC. Other than that, he's fought one guy with a winning record who was 3-1. He beat him by unanimous decision. Everyone else has been making their debut or was 2-2. He lost a split decision to an unk named Myron Dennis, who was 21-13. And immediately went on to lose after beating Terrence Chapman to an opponent who was 4-3. So I'm gonna go against Terrence Chapman here, and I'm gonna take Anthony Wynn to win by easy first round KO. He's a -1,000 favorite for a reason. Carly Judice versus Jaisla Chavez. Difference in comp. Carly Judice has the uglier record, 6-2 compared to Jaisla Chavez's 8-0. But I believe in Carly Judice way more here. Jaisla Chavez has never fought that great of a competition. Carly Judice, listen, a Juliana Miller win, turns out, is actually quite crafty. And the way that she beat up Juliana Miller as well. She's got good striking. I remember her fight with Anesta Kariakate on the Contender Series. They had a great striking battle back and forth. Had some really good performances there. And she's just really good and rangy. She knocked out Eunice Duban on the feet, I think with a head kick in round 1. She's rangy, she's crafty, she's technical. She's got decent takedown defense. I don't see Jaisla Chavez being able to take her down and dominate on the ground. So I think it's going to end up being a stand-up battle. And I reckon Judice is going to piece her up on the feet at range. You know? They're quite similarly built, but Judice is way better at distance with her straight shot. She actually looks like she knows what she's doing. Whereas we don't know the level of Jaisla Chavez yet. So I'm going to go with Carly Judice getting this one done by 29-28 decision, but the rounds that she wins will be clear, and maybe she'll take momentum in the second and third and just beat up on Jaisla Chavez for a great scrap. I'm going to go with Carly Judice getting this one done by decision. I think her striking will prove itself. Markel Medeiros versus Mason Jones. I'm telling you, sneaky gems on this card. The return of Mason Jones. Markel Medeiros, coming off a draw, I believe, to the guy on the card earlier, Chris Padilla. Other than that, he had a win against some guy, Chowski or something, I think his name was. A decision win against him that wasn't all that impressive. And then before that, he went to a split decision in his debut against Austin Hubbard. If you remember Austin Hubbard, bit of an unk on his way out. And Medeiros took him to a split decision. I thought won the fight 29-28, but it was very close. I don't think he's on Mason Jones's level. He is sharp, and he is a technically sound and good fighter. And maybe, just maybe, listen, the guys with finishing potential that fight Mason Jones, they fumble a finish over him because he's got an absolute fucking anvil of a head. He's got a Welsh head on his shoulders.
I'm okay.
Like an absolute brick on top of his shoulders. And he apparently can't be chinned. This Mason Jones guy. Or at least it's really difficult to put him away. However, he does always seem to get caught with shots that drop him, that put him in danger. Axel Sola landed a spinning elbow on him that would have flatline KO'd probably 99% of lightweights on the roster. And then you had the shot by Balaji-Yoki to put him down, and he had to recover and get back out there in the later part of the first round and second and pour on a beating. But Markel Medeiros, maybe a technical guy beats Mason Jones. You know? Maybe that's how it works. I'm gonna go against that though. Because I think Markel Medeiros, if he was gonna be the guy to upset Mason Jones on this card, he would have shown more against Austin Hubbard, more against the Joinski back finish, more against a Chris Padilla. I think Jones, if you can't finish him, it's going to be a relentless storm. He has great grappling. He's been proving that recently. He does get carried away and caught up in wars, but he wins them every time. And I think he'll just be able to get takedowns on Medeiros in the clinch with his judo. He's got a really strong judo background. And if he keeps it simple, I think he'll end up just beating Medeiros up with knees to the body in the clinch and putting a pace on him. Sticking him with shots, running forward with a 1-2-3. And Medeiros is sharp. He might target a calf kick early. He might get his jab going. But I just don't think he has anything powerful enough in his game to stop the non-stop pressure and volume and chaos of Mason Jones. And if Mason Jones starts feeling like he's the heavier hitter out there, which I think he is, and if he starts feeling like Medeiros ain't going to KO him, he's just going to start getting creative and going to the body and ripping it upstairs, grabbing Medeiros in the clinch and uppercutting him, hitting him with a knee, hitting him with a sweep. I reckon we see a a great performance out of Mason Jones, and he probably finishes this by second round. TKO, ground and pound, gets the mount, lands big shots, maybe hits him with a hip toss at some point when they're both trading back and forth. I'm going to go with Mason Jones getting this one by TKO. I think this will be his coming out party. And he has a 4.5-inch reach advantage over Markel Medeiros as well. And he does love those straight punches. So, I'm going to go Mason Jones. Had his tough time when he first came to the UFC. Ran into Ludovic Klein, had a tough fight with Mike Davis where his eye got swollen shut in the first round and he tried to tough it out, and even that fight could have gone either way. And he ended up just losing immediately afterwards after having all of this hype coming into the UFC from Cage Warriors. He was a double champ, he destroyed everyone they put in front of him. Then he went back to destroying Cage Warriors guys, badly, just good prospects after good prospects, just ruined for the rest of their life with the amount of damage he did. And now he's been on this great run. And I think it will continue with a great win this weekend. Mason Jones, second round TKO. We move on. Reina Dorida versus Roman Dolidze. I'm going to go with Reina Dorida.
RDR is fighting that day.
He shouldn't be a minus 400 favorite. Just keeping it real. He is very vulnerable on the feet in fights when he throws straight punches. I could see somehow Dolidze.
There's no way the Dolidze wins versus
and I think maybe there'll be a
RDR.
moment where Dolidze does clip him on the feet.
Nah, he will not.
Danger that they end up in the clinch. I just think Dorida's going to be busier there. He's to the body. And I think at light heavyweight, it will value him a little bit more. Roman Dolidze's a big dude, and he is all of 6'2", probably a tall 6'2", so I don't think Dorida's going to tower above him. But this is going to be Dorida's division, I think. Light heavyweight. I saw him at the media day, he was flexing. He looks full. At middleweight, with the amount that he has to suck himself down and draw himself out of all of his lift.
Oh, but he went up to light
He had a
heavyweight.
bit
That's
of a Elon
true.
Musk body, you know what I mean? Where his ribs were
Okay, that
protruded
changes
in,
it
his arms
a
were
bit.
weirdly small for the body. But at light heavyweight, we're seeing him now. He looks fucking massive for the light heavyweight division. His lats,
Darius Talisman.
arms, thickness, just everything about it. And I think he's really built himself into this division. I've got him beating Dolidze. I think he'll... Dolidze can be tough to grapple with, but Dorida ain't going to get pinned in one position in the grappling. And I think he'll just out-busy work.
Yo,
Dolidze
buddy, I
in
just
those
followed you as I'm
Dolidze will have some scrambles
also a
in him,
fellow
but I think
streamer.
Dorida will
Let's
have better
support each
hustle,
other, grind, and
especially
maybe
in a
play games
three-rounder.
together.
And I can see
Yo!
him getting them knees off to the body on Dolidze. I
Shake
can see a
attack.
clinch time here.
Thank you so much, bro. Really appreciate it.
Dolidze while Dolidze's trying to get him off. I think we'll see a
You're the
decision
best, bro.
for Reina Dorida here. Maybe he gets clipped in one of the rounds. But I think eventually his pace, his work rate
Yo!
against the cage.
Let's
I think
make a
Morales
POE
is way
guild,
better
bros.
than Dolidze. And Dorida did make it really close with Morales, even though they
It's
both looked like
time.
shit in that fight, so. With a couple of
Shake
the
attack,
touchdowns, I
you
could've
were
seen
the
Dorida
missing
really
link.
fight against Baralho as well, by the way. So I'm gonna go with Reina Dorida. I think he'll be built for this weight class. I'm really surprised Dolidze with how like clingy and awkward he is to grapple against. And Dolidze's got some great scrambles. We've seen great scrambles out of him. He goes to the legs very well. But I think that plays into Dorida's grappling game, that jiu-jitsu grappling game. And I can see Dolidze maybe rolling for a leg and Dorida coming out on top and getting the back and situations like this. So I'm going to go with Reina Dorida by decision. We move on. Sergey Spivak versus Vitor Petrino. It's a great fight. I'd love to fight him. Sergey Spivak's the underdog.
How did I get
Did
this?
they not watch his recent generational performance against Dante Delija? No, go on. Explain it to me, odds makers. I saw a sharp and crafty Sergey Spivak throwing great straight punches. And if you pair that with his grappling ability, Vitor
T2
Petrino
lining
was
is not
legitimately
bad, no.
struggling with Thomas Peterson until he caught him in the third
Of course,
round
it
and
gets
put him away.
accuracy, bro.
Could he KO Spivak? Yes. And the KO ability is what the odds makers are taking into consideration.
Yo,
I think
Not
Spivak's
bad.
got this one, man. As an underdog, I think it's a crafty pick. I think this fight should lean in favor of him anyway. I think he's got a 60% chance of winning this fight. And he's a slight underdog, with Vitor Petrino being at -150. So I've got Spivak winning. I think his straight punches have looked good. His chin is underrated. When you really consider it, we've seen a lot in UFC recent heavyweight history. I know Aspinall's been on the shelf recently, but we see a lot of guys that get KO'd by him, and then you start picking the guys that are fighting them afterwards and just say, oh, they're going to get a KO over that guy as well. And then Tybura doesn't get KO'd after that. You know? And he's in determined 3-round crafty blob decisions. Spivak's no easy guy to KO. You know? Really, I think Jailton got him by TKO with dominant position, but that was a good scramble fight back and forth on the ground. He's quite good in the scramble. At one point I thought
Einar, come to that.
With some punches from top position, but he fumbled it. I've got Spivak. His grappling is really good. We saw it against Tybura. We've seen it against Taito Iwasa, who's a powerful puncher, but way past his prime. Maybe not as past his prime when he fought Spivak. But even against Cyril Gane, Gane was picking apart Spivak, but it was really hard for him to KO him. And Gane does have power. In a jab to knock down Pereira. You know he's not known as a power puncher. I think Spivak's going to land some good shots on Petrino. Even D'Elia had him hurt and swarmed him, and Spivak stayed in there and just kept stinging him. With the jab too, it looked sharp, it looked good, and I think he's going to catch Petrino off guard by just how sharp his hands have gotten. Could backfire badly and get Spivak getting slimed out and getting blobbed out on the canvas, but I'm going to go Sergey Spivak getting this one done. By finish, TKO to ground and pound, or maybe a submission. We move on. Anthony Hernandez versus Gregory Rodriguez. I know recency bias is going to cook, because Hernandez just got TKO'd by Strickland, and honestly that's not a great look. Even though it's Sean Strickland, to lose by TKO to him does call into question your durability. It just does. And it's the body of Anthony Hernandez. I mentioned this in my race tier list. We're going into that for this one.
Race tier, bro. He has a race tier list, bro.
Weak, flabby, connection to their belly. They are.
It's good. That video is good.
Hernandez hurt to the body. Mikel Pereira had Hernandez hurt to the body in the first round. But these are guys that can't go the distance, you know? At least in the grappling. Gregory Rodriguez has really underrated grappling and scrambles and moves. And Christian Leroy Duncan was really hard to hold down. For like Cannonier could barely keep him down, Delidzi could barely keep him down, other than stalling him in certain positions. But I remember Gregory Rodriguez getting him down and beating the shit out of him on the ground. And he has a couple of other wins that have gone that way against lesser opponents. So I don't think he's just going to get dominated with grappling here. I think they're going to end up striking early in this fight, at least for the first 2 rounds. Maybe if it goes past the second, odds should massively swing in favor of Anthony Hernandez. He's already a favorite. But I really think Gregory's going to sting him to the body and then put him away. Gregory's had some nasty body kicks that he's been whipping on opponents recently. Coming off a nasty KO win over Bruno Ferreira. His confidence is going to be sky high. He's a little bit secretly chinny himself. I will mention that. Bruno Ferreira did KO him before. Jordan Williams.
It's over, Leo.
Go to jail. Opponent that Ian Gary knocked out. But then again, Jordan Williams did wobble Ian Gary, so you know. But still, he is weirdly chinny at times, Gregory Rodriguez. I just don't see how Hernandez is going to overpower him in the first round safely. You know? Against other opponents that Hernandez is for. Like Kopylov, like Roman Delidzi as well. He's been able to kind of get these takedowns, even against Mikel Pereira. And they just, you look at the pace, and they're not really finishers early, if we're being honest. But you look at the pace that he puts on them, they're completely done after the first round, and then he takes over the fight. This specimen here in Gregory Rodriguez, with the level of power that he has at 6'3" compared to 6 foot, the presence that he's gonna have in the cage, is Hernandez just gonna be able to like sludgily out-grapple him in round 1 to make it to the second and then get through that and then really start to take over? I think Gregory's going to be just whacking him with big shots. And 5 minutes of a round in the first is a really long time. And Hernandez has lost his momentum. I'm going to go with Gregory Rodriguez. I'm going to go with Gregory Rodriguez by TKO. I'm taking the underdog in the main and co-main event here.
Yeah, Rodriguez is good.
And I'm taking Gregory Rodriguez here. Hernandez is good. And he did look alright against Strickland on the feet. I just think Gregory, even his jab, is so solid compared to Strickland. Strickland's is a good jab, and it is good, but it ain't got the pop on it that Gregory's has. And I can so see Gregory just knocking down Hernandez early. Hernandez gets back up, tries to shoot to save himself, it gets stuffed, then Gregory hits him with a body kick or a body shot. Just really starts digging into him against the cage, has him in trouble. I've got Gregory, TKO, first 2 rounds. Like and subscribe. Thanks for watching. Toodle pip, I'll see you later. Goodbye.
What a wild ride it's been, huh? An incredible journey. Not too dissimilar from Brendan Fraser taking that trip to the center of the earth. Just look at us, you and me. Look at how much we've grown. Not physically, I've already maxed prestige on height, but emotionally, we've come so far. Bonded like brothers, only closer. Through our bricks and minifigs Lego scandal adventure. And now, the train is reaching its station, much to the chagrin of Ammon McNeff, who's the primary clown at the center of the bricks and minifigs circus. No doubt he's soiling his diaper in a tearful tantrum over this having to be the path that they walk. There's 2 things Ammon hates, and it's shaving his mustache and reaching a resolution with the people that him and his company have wronged. And unfortunately, he's had to do one of the 2. So they have publicly announced the resolution with the Mansell family, which is the family that started all this, where they brought in a very valuable Lego collection and everything went tits up. And this has led to a huge avalanche that is just torpedoed bricks and minifigs, and all of it very avoidable. This was all easily preventable from their side if they had just been more willing to work with that family. And then, even by extension, working with the people that were investigating it, like Reckless Bit and everything, but they refused. They dug their heels in, they kept looking like fucking idiots every step of the way, caught in numerous lies. Ammon McNeff went on more podcasts than fucking Gary Vee. Like, he was going everywhere and just constantly embarrassing himself. So, Bricks and Minifigs' reputation circled the shitter. They've really torpedoed the brand, and it's just been a catastrophe for them. So with their back up against the wall, dick in hand, they finally decided to do what they should have done from the very beginning, and actually reaching a resolution with the Mansell family for what happened through Bricks and Minifigs here. And I am confident this is the last thing Ammon McNeff wanted. Like, actually the very last thing. He tried everything else. I wouldn't be surprised if he started getting into voodoo magic, performing rituals on minifigs of Reckless Bit and Brian Mansell directly, like poking needles in there. But none of it worked, so now they finally compensated Mansell family for all this hoopla, and they've publicly released a statement going over it, talking about their amicable resolution of a private civil dispute relating to the Mansell family's Lego Star Wars collection. It then goes on to point the finger at the previous owners of that Oregon store as, like, the main culprit.
We didn't capture every beast, and we didn't do
just run the bus over them there.
Betrayal.
This settlement agreement is a compromise of disputed claims. It's not an admission of liability, wrongdoing, or unlawful conduct by BAM, the Mansells, or any other release party. Mansell's confirmed they've been compensated by BAM for the losses associated with their consignment arrangement, and thus are releasing all their legal claims against BAM, its leadership, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, or any current Bricks and Minifigs franchisee. BAM, the McNeffs, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, and Brandon Best likewise will dismiss their lawsuits against Brian Mansell, which that's great news because they did have Brian Mansell named in a very chunky, really spicy piece of legislation that would have just only further fuckified them, even though they are victims of this whole case here. So it's good that those have now been dismissed. Through the exchange of records and information during the legal and mediation process, parties developed a more complete understanding of what occurred. The underlying dispute arose from a consignment contract between the Mansell family and the Salem Kaiser Oregon store. Bam, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, and Brandon Best were not parties to it. The Mansell's losses arose in part from the scale, accounting, storage, and disposition of inventory by the former operator of the store. So they're really wiggling the finger at the Gormans. It's all their fault. It all stems from them. They caused all of this. Boo, boo. And from CoffeeZilla's reporting, it does seem very clear that how they handled the inventory here on this collection was suboptimal and very weird and questionable. And it did create the problems in a large capacity. But that's not the only piece that led to this being such a disaster. It's how Bricks and Minifigs handled it after that mistake. And, to be fair, the Gormans on camera were even mentioning when they were being taken over, hey, we have this inventory, we gotta make sure that he's compensated and all of that. And that just kind of fell on deaf ears. And then there was a lot, like... Yes, they do bear a lot of responsibility for how things unfolded. Like, that is true. They did not handle the inventory properly, and it led to a lot of confusion and a lot of things falling through the cracks. But it's not like they're the only party at blame here for what happened to this LEGO Star Wars collection. Bricks and Minifigs was completely just off their fucking gourd throughout this entire case. Like, even outside of, like, the Reckless Bin coverage, from everything else that had been brought up, like from Mansell to the corporation and everything, it was just ridiculous off rip and very combative and aggressive from that corporation. And then they got caught in so many lies. Like, there are so many things they lied about that there's even footage contradicting them, proving them incorrect, and then they just changed their story. They're like, oh yeah, so yep, you're right. So that's not real. So here's the new story. And it's like, it's crazy. So yes, it is irrefutable that previous leadership of that store is what started this, and it wasn't handled the right way. But Bricks and Minifigs also bears a huge responsibility for how messy all of it got. I think it's a little absurd that they're going to solely put the blame on previous leadership at the store when a lot more went wrong than just that. This was something that could have been solved privately, quietly, peacefully. It never needed to blow up into some shit like this. That is entirely on Bricks and Minifigs. The corporation, like the headquarters, the think tank there, that is on their shoulders. All of that financial blood is on their hands. Like, their reputation ate shit because of their behavior. As part of the settlement, Brian Mansell has assigned to BAM his claims under the original consignment contract. BAM may elect to pursue these claims against those responsible. The Mansells have agreed to provide relevant records in support of BAM's claims. The parties believe this places responsibility for remedying any remaining fault with the appropriate parties. BAM recognizes that the Mansell family experienced a genuine loss, prolonged uncertainty, and considerable frustration after the original contract was not properly administered by the former operator of the store and during the transition from the former operator to the replacement franchisees. I like how they're like, oh, this must have been so frustrating for them. It was so drawn out and uncertain. That's on you guys. It's not like that was a Mansell family that was deciding to, like, fucking, leave this out to dry. That was entirely on you. It's like, man, that must have been frustrating for them, huh? And then, of course, they're like, yep, it wasn't properly administered from previous owners to the replacements. Even though, again, it is on camera, her alerting them to this consignment, like, and what is there, and it just never got taken care of or addressed or anything. BAM regrets that it did not more quickly access information necessary to understand and resolve the matter. BAM has issued an unqualified apology to the Mansell family for the losses and pain suffered from the events surrounding this dispute. The parties recognize that many Bricks and Minifigs franchises and employees had no involvement with events surrounding this dispute and hope that this resolution brings closure to everyone affected and all may return to their normal business activities and personal lives. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is desperately hoping that this is something that can just blow over and they all just move on from and people continue to do business with Bricks and Minifigs. I still wouldn't, like, yeah, they eventually did this. So many months later. It took so long, like pulling teeth. Such a painful, drawn out, and terrifying experience for the Mansell family. Keep in mind, Bricks and Minifigs had them on the fucking meat hooks. They had them dangling by the beef curtains there. They had them named in a lawsuit, all just because they were victims of Bricks and Minifigs fucking them. So, like, that's entirely on Bricks and Minifigs, and that showcases that the company is not very trustworthy. So if you are someone that wants to do business with Bricks and Minifigs and you have a problem, you best start praying for a miracle, because now you've got a huge issue. Bricks and Minifigs won't help you. You're shit out of luck. And not only will they not help you, they'll even be like a fucking obstacle. They'll be your worst enemy, even if you are the victim of something that has gone wrong in their pipeline. That is not a brand that I would ever feel comfortable doing business with. So, like, yes, they have finally done the right thing here with compensating the Mansell family, but they've only done it after a nationwide mainstream coverage for over 2 months now of everyone shining the spotlight on this, everyone talking about it, and now at the very end they've decided to do what they should have done from the very beginning if this was a company of integrity. So, like, it doesn't instill confidence in this brand, at least not in my eyes, and I hope people won't just be blinded by that, like, oh look, see, they finally did it, so now everything's good. It's still inexcusable the way they've behaved publicly and what they've tried to do to, like, the Mansell family, like, in that lawsuit. Like, it's ridiculous. The family was the one that was wrong, and yet they were still further victimized directly by Bricks and Minifigs attacking them personally and publicly. Keep in mind, they would come out publicly and besmirch them. The company would. Like, it's ridiculous. So I don't think it actually salvages Bricks and Minifigs' reputation, but it is nice that at least the Mansell family is finally getting compensation for what happened to them. It shouldn't have been this difficult. It really shouldn't have been. Now, while this chapter in the book has been closed, there are still others that are open, like the Gorman's lawsuit against Bricks and Minifigs. That one is still ongoing and seemingly unaffected by this settlement here. So I guess we'll
Gambling
see what else
District.
continues to happen. Of course, there's still a lot more going on with Bricks and
It's
Minifigs,
time.
but this is at least a nice tidbit of
Time to lose
resolution
all
where
my gold.
The Mansell family is receiving compensation now. I'm very curious what's going to happen next in the Bricks and Minifigs saga here, because like
We don't
I
have
said, we
space
are
for
in
this.
the end game. Like, things are really accelerating now. So I guess we'll see. But anyway, just wanted to give you the little update here. That's really about it. So, yeah.
Hey guys, Snapper here once again, and this character here was a bit of a journey for me. It was a Reliquarian that I wanted to build ultra thick, that was going to use double Dawnbreaker, but at the same time I wanted it to attack really fast with Frenzy of Onslaught. I did poke around with like POE Ninja, and I saw some dudes playing some Trauma Stack with Dawnbreaker and like double Striker Momentum, and some pretty insane tech for like keeping your health alive and stuff. I wanted to kind of do something similar because I wanted to do 2 Dawnbreakers, one from the Reliquarian Ascendancy itself and one from just actually wearing it, and then kind of just lean into the thickness and see where it could take me. But I wanted to do Frenzy of Onslaught, which requires Frenzy stacking for lots of extra damage, and on top of that, lots of extra attack speed. And it was quite a journey to min-max and go up and down with what's possible for the thickness and also for the
Let's see the damage versus these boss.
because I'm not doing the exact meta like combos out there, it's pretty fucking hard, and it was a very difficult sort of character to put together and try and figure out essentially. So as you can see, this guy here became my like target dummy.
I will
for
hit
the
some
character,
foot
and had to
too.
keep going back and forth to see what the trauma was doing, how the
I will
self-harm
get
was
some food.
coming.
let's hear. Okay, I'm back too. Let's.
At the time, and in the end, the character had 90 deaths, largely to just pure trauma scaling and seeing how things work out. So this was, in the end, my thickest character as well, I think. I don't think I've had a character that can take as much of a pounding as this one, but at the same time, the biggest poundings out there are self-inflicted. So by the end of the character, I concluded that I could not do trauma scaling to the absolute maximum, and the character ended up doing level 9, something like that, trauma. I just picked one up off the vendor, which was level 9, and that one seemed sustainable and still had decent damage. Because my Soul Taker is the main weapon I'm using and has a decent base damage, plus, like, I don't know, about 1,000 flat fizz. It seems to do pretty decent damage while still leaving me ultra thick and leaving all of that extra thickness I had to do good things against other content. The character...
Let's go gambling.
Then it seems to be a bit of a simulacrum specialist. Like, I can map pretty damn fast, and I probably have about 15 million DPS, something like that. And I, blast tier 16s pretty comfortably, can, do all kinds of that sort of content. But then when it comes to, like, higher tier bosses, some are pretty specific in the kinds of attacks they can do. And, the maps also lead you to want to avoid certain map mods, so it's not ultra comfortable in that regard, whereas Simulacrum just seems to have fairly static sort of things that you can take on, and I could face tank all of it somehow, I guess. I don't know. I thought I'd still be going a little bit to Simulacrum here or there, but after running 5 Simulacrums deathless and still getting good rewards on them, like 5 stacks of rewards every time, and killing Psychosis and Omniphobia pretty quickly as well, it led me to believe, this character's a bit of a Simulacrum farmer and specialist, which is to no one's real surprise, as that's what typically, like, Fizz taken as fire characters end up doing. They're pretty good at Simulacrum, Cloak of Flame stacking, that sort of thing. My character, however, still can take a bit of a hit from all kinds of things, and it's not just Cloak of Flame. It is kind of a Cloak of Flame because I'm using Diala's chest, Diala's subjugation.
One sec, I will use really quick.
Built into it, so it's got an extra 20 fizzes fire there, and that thing only costs like a couple of divines. I'm then using Dawnbreaker. I'm using Dawnbreaker on Reliquarian, a little bit of fizz to fire on the Helm as well, and then a whole bunch of other sort of fizz fire sort of recovery, defense, etc. Like I've got 40 Fortify stacks, I've got 8 endurance charges, immortal coal popping off all the time. This here is an uber eater, and as you can see, like even with all that thickness, taking all of those tentacles at once is pretty difficult and not usually recommended. It's typically doable by characters that have like a lot of armor and then a lot of evasion, so most of the tentacles aren't hitting you. In this case, all of them are hitting me, and I can barely survive it, and it is pretty tense, but it's still doable. So you can see that we are pretty thick, we can survive Uber Eater like slams and tentacle slams and shit, but it's still not really preferable. So some of these bosses are doable on this character, but they're not super comfortable and they're not super fun. And at the same time, there is some pretty good content that we can do, which is something like Simulacrum Farm. So I'm probably going to do a few more of these after finally solidifying how the character is built. Basically, I was trying to make sure I was going as heavy as I could on attack speed, on thickness, and then on trauma scaling. But in the end, when I was reaching 100 to 140 trauma stacks, the level 20 was just too much for this setup without the more meta scaling of the leech amulet with the chaos damage, reverse leech, whatever the fuck. I'll show you in a second based off some guy's PoE Ninja profile, just so you know what kind of scaling is out there, because I didn't utilize it myself, but it's pretty damn seriously busted stuff.
No, well,
So, yeah,
I think it was my
a
microwave.
big struggle of a character. There was a lot of learning moments and stuff, and I'm happy with how it
I was
turned out,
microwaving
finally,
some
after
food.
the entire headache I went through for a couple days trying to put it together. So let me go ahead and show you what it looks like at this point. So here we are with the character, level 94, Flail, Aquarian, Flail being of course the emote of Kermit flailing around with swords. And the goal was to get lots of attack speed. I knew I'd get, you know, close to 30 attacks a second, something like that. And when fully ramped, it is close to that in the end. The build does not use multi-strike either, so that, you know, could take it to a huge amount of extra attack speed. But basically, multi-strike does not synergize well with trauma because for every 3 attacks from that multi-strike, you only get 1 stack of trauma. It is a decent way to kind of like mitigate some of the big trauma damage if you're getting too much. So if you do want to use a level 20 and then put in a multi-strike, my character would get to like 50 stacks of trauma, and that would actually be manageable as well. So it's actually an alternative to how I've ended up building, but yeah, I'm just sticking to a lower level 1, getting higher stacks of trauma, and that seems to be just fine, so I don't have to like, I don't know, care about multi-strike, I suppose, but it's not a bad thing to be doing at this point. So, the character was entirely built around basically wanting to do Dawnbreaker from the Reliquarian, because all that extra damage taken as fire, and then wearing an actual Dawnbreaker as well, converting a lot of damage that you're going to take to fire, stacking a lot of fire, seemed pretty fucking cool. And the best way to kind of really utilize that in this case was probably going to be trauma scaling. I wanted to do trauma scaling for a while, so I picked up the idea of basically just 2 Dawnbreakers like that, trauma scaling, and then see where I'd go from there. Basically, I did also have a quick look at PoE Ninja, and the first guy I clicked on was this guy. I don't know if he's like invented some of this stuff, really doesn't matter to me. I just saw that, you know, some of what you can do with this type of a setup, and I wanted to try and avoid what seems to be a disgusting combo of Tainted Pact with Golden Rule, not this, Golden Rule over here, where you're stacking a lot of poison and then getting a lot of life regen back. So that's basically a really good way of mitigating the trauma that you're going to be inflicting.
Yeah,
to
he's
yourself,
pretty good.
Getting back the recovery after the mitigation, that is.
Even though he
And I
doesn't play
wanted to kind of,
hardcore
like, see
much,
if I can do something different
or
on my own terms.
at all,
This character's pretty disgusting.
and his
overall
builds
for,
might not be
you know,
viable
how
for
it's built and for
hardcore.
how much better it is than mine, but
He is
to basically do
he's very good.
none of this super.
He
you
just
know,
picks
super
random
meta
skills and
expensive
makes them
shit,
work,
and do my own
and
thing
kills
see what
Ubers
kind of
with
things
them.
I could get to, what kind of conclusion I could come to. So I went with Frenzy of Onslaught, and I wanted to quality scale it with Ashes, with Dialas, with, you know, Enhance. And I think in the end I've got something like 100 quality to it, which gives me a lot more damage and attack speed per frenzy. So the goal was to get a lot of frenzies, but as I was building I had to make certain concessions, and in the end I've got 9 frenzies, which isn't bad, but it's not you know, crazy over the top. But it's just kind of how it has to be if I had to fit everything else into the build. So I started out with this Dialas with the Cloak of Flame Vestigial on it, because it was 2 divines at the time. I don't know what happened to the market since, because people can be assholes, right? So probably that. But to begin with, I was like, this thing's pretty cheap. Not too many people are using it, and I could probably level
No,
up
he's
my
pretty
build.
good. He's pretty
so I
good.
decided to give that a shot.
I remember.
Ashes, of
Wait,
course,
give me 1
34
second. Let me
right
go
now, not
grab
really worth
water.
too much. Dawnbreakers with just the 20 fizz and then the exact amount of cold and lightning that you need aren't too expensive either. So that was my initial combo, and I went with a level 4 enhance over here, which gives plus 2 levels, so it's 40 quality. Went with faster attacks for just a bunch more attack speed in the green socket as well. Trauma, which I was constantly leveling up to max, so I was just keeping it to max up till, I don't know, recently, like a level ago, but only just now finally have I conceded the fact that I can't do a max level, at least not comfortably, so I just picked up a level 9. I could probably do it, 10, 11, maybe even 12, because as you level up the trauma, the damage you take goes up quite exponentially. So as you can see here, it's 45 fizz damage per trauma, and then at level 20, it's something like 150 fizz. So it's like 3 times more damage, but it's only like twice as much fizz damage gained per trauma. So it's still a bit of a tightrope balance, and you do what you must. But at this stage of the trauma scaling, it gives me a lot of extra fizz, but it doesn't really damage me too much. So I then went with Ralakesh because I fucking had to. I didn't want to reuse Ralakesh once again in another build this early, but with Frenzy of Onslaught, the only way you can melee Frenzy these days is using Frenzy of Onslaught, and you pretty much have to use Ralakesh to make good use of your Frenzies, because without that, any time you get to max Frenzies, you delete them and gain Onslaught. So this ensures that I've still got that max Frenzy, so I then grabbed the Alessia's Delight Belt for +1 Frenzy. I wanted to do the whole poison scaling as well to make use of the affliction charges, but in the end, that was just a bit too much for the character, and I just used the belt for the +1. The affliction charges are doing basically nothing. I'm using Macau's Embrace, which is all damage from hits can ignite you, meaning that we are self-igniting and then gaining lots of attack speed while ignited, and at the same time I've got a 3 to max fire res one, a Foulborn one. This thing costs 6 divines, I think, with +1 frenzy as well, and then quality scaling works on that too, so it's got a little bit more quality. So we're just getting a lot of attack while ignited. I didn't exactly know what to do with the rings, and a lot of the time I was looking at precursors and looking at Circle of Ambitions and stuff. And in the end, I just grabbed these two because it was kind of comfortable to do, and it just, gave something for my build still. I then really wanted some extra damage reduction, so I kind of had to go Celestial Brace for the extra 10 Fortify, because I was still taking too much damage during my trauma scaling, but these are pretty flexible. You could do other things as well. It doesn't have to be really Fortify scaling, but it does also give me a lot of extra attack speed. And they can be corrupted with +1 Frenzy. I have yet to even try and do that, but you can buy them on the market for, a lot. And I haven't, really looked into that either. And then lastly, I'm using Soul Taker. So I was using Moonbender's Wing, like most other people that are scaling really fast attack speed, because it is pretty damn good. I think I still have one laying around. It's pretty damn good, and you can see why. It's got a lot of attack speed, so 2.28. And then hits with this weapon can gain, if it's a good roll, up to 100 fizz as cold or lightning. So you can leverage that to scale into bigger damage, bigger types of damage. I was going to try and do this to do Lycia Bloodline to then convert to Chaos and to also do Unholy Trinity, but it was just kind of too much to do with the build. It was going to be too much extra scaling, too much to fix mana. Because fixing mana when you're attacking like fucking 20, 30 times a second is a little bit difficult. You pretty much have to remove a lot of the mana you've got with the Clarity Watches, with minus mana rings, or with the passive tree itself. It was doable, and I could kind of theory it to about twice as much damage as wearing a Soul Taker, but ignoring all of that and just having a comfortable Soul Taker instead, where I don't care about mana, and just have a pretty nice static build where my damage works decently even before trauma scaling, I just valued that higher, so I ended up doing a Soul Taker. I grabbed a 30 quality Siege Axe, I slammed Shaper Influence on it, and then did the Omen that Chance Orbs. So you can buy a Soul Taker for 20 divines, something like that, because people use it for Kingmakers, or you can do the Omen Chance for 20 divines on a 30 quality one, and that's what I did. So Shaper Influence does nothing, just makes it look pretty here. And otherwise, yep, just made a good amount of fizz on this thing. Divined it a couple times through the ship, and this is what we've got. So possibly world first actually attacking with a Soul Taker. And then we've got Aspect of Lunaris on the hat, and the hat otherwise just has some armor and ES, so we can do Divine Shield scaling. You've also got Recoup and Fizz Taken as fire. Aspect of Lunaris is up all the time with this type of scaling, so it's pretty damn nice. It's less Fizz and elemental damage taken per protection, and you get 8 stacks pretty much instantly when you are attacking with the trauma scaling. We also have Immortal Call in the boots over here, cast when damage taken, cooldown recovery, life tap, and Immortal Call. And with my
I'm back.
endurance charges, this
Sorry.
is up pretty decent.
I wanted to say that the first time I watched, no, not the first time, but
and you're a lot thicker
back in the day when I
just
couldn't
very
get
thick
past
not up,
Act
and we get
10,
endurance charges back pretty
I
fucking
wanted to
quick,
copy every
with
Matthew build,
this
but I
25%
never
chance
like
when you are hit,
really
with
understand
the
how
hitting
to
yourself 20 times
how
a
to get the
second,
items or
imagine it
anything.
gets back up there
So
pretty quick, but
you know,
it might not be
it's like
maxed
all
out
his
the
builds
time.
look so cool, but
The
I was
real
never able
tragedy
to
is that
replicate
I
them.
wanted to be Reliquarian and go Dawnbreaker, and I wanted to utilize some of the other Reliquarian and some of the other, bloodlines and stuff, but in the end, I am basically one Ascendancy. I could not really justify anything else happening around here, so I took 40 strength and dex, because I needed a bit of extra dexterity in my build, so yay for me. And then I wanted to, originally I wanted to do Lycia over here and Lycia over there, but it just didn't make sense, so I only got this one over here. And this isn't too bad. We're doing Profane Ground, which means I've got 30 Physics Chaos, which is something. We do Malediction on enemies, which is pretty nice as well. Yeah, it's something. So that is my Ascendancy in the end. Ultimately, it's probably better to have done this setup with like a pure jug with fizz scaling if you're not going to go the hugely more expensive setup, but this was fine and it was a pretty fun journey. I'm using a Light of Meaning for fizz, an Unnatural Instinct as usual over there, a Lethal Pride to convert the rest of my cold and lightning to be as fire damage, and at the same time getting Fortify, 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 so 3 points of Fortify. I grabbed 2 clusters, large attack with shield clusters, and just rolled them for 35 effect, 3 attack speed, sorry. So each of these nodes gives me 4 attack speed and 4 chaos, and 16 damage, and just a bunch of that. And then this one over here rolled a bit nicer. I fractured that first try, and got attack speed and stats, so that helps fill out stats. And then just a jewel over here for life and fire res and attack speed. Life, fire res. Nope, just life attack speed because I have a spare jewel socket at this point. And Nature's Patience, where you are grasping, binding yourself.
Let's blast.
Less damage taken and double damage. It does mean that you pretty much have to leap slam everywhere.
Where did he go?
Bit of a weird play style, so I'm sure not everyone's going to love it, but it pays off to do more thickness. What else do we have? Flesh and Stone, so that is a lot less damage taken from enemies and apparently also for yourself with trauma. I am using Purity of Fire to get extra fire res, Arctic Armor, so that less damage and stuff happening there. Petrified Blood to help stagger the trauma drugs self-inflicting, though at this point, without the max level trauma, it probably wasn't necessary. Mark on hit, life tap, lead slam, and poachers mark, so I'm using poachers for extra life gain on hit. And then castle damage taken, Purifying Flame for the upgrade ground, and blast with 50
chill.
Life. Otherwise, can reduce shock, armor, and fire res from this. Just one for one, putting like a mage blood into my build would have probably made it way thicker and bigger damage and more reliable, but of course tried to avoid doing that. And then there's Progenesis, there's all kinds of crazy shit, but I'd say, in total, each part of my build was trying to cost just a few divines once again, though I did grab Forbidden Flesh and Flame, for Unleashed Potential, which is extra max charges on Scion. To begin with, when I bought that, it was fairly cheap, 10 divines, something like that, I don't remember, but it was fairly affordable. But yeah, it kind of got bought out, obviously.
I killed someone and I didn't.
Less affordable, but the way I ended up building isn't really the way you're supposed to do it. So if you want to look at the other guy's build once again, most people go with Slayer Ascendancy from Scion and do the Overleech from that to enable that sort of amulet combo. I went this route because I wanted to charge stack to see what the frenzies could do, and it was not too bad. I do have a watch guide here for POE and lightning taking fire. One important thing to note, if you're going to do all this scaling as fire, you don't want to go over the top. So by that I mean you get this 50 cold and lightning, you get some cold and lightning here, you get the cold and lightning there, you get the cold and lightning from this Dawnbreaker, and then you want to hit 100% cold and lightning taken as fire. So either your Purity Watches or your Dawnbreaker needs to be your kind of like last thing to perfectly balance it. If you go over the top, you're taking more of that damage as fire, so you kind of nerfing yourself. So yeah, be careful with that one. I then did also grab a Impossible Escape, really cheap to just grab the recoup nodes over here, which are less necessary at this point once again. But this is when I was trying to do as much as I could to mitigate the trauma that was otherwise killing me pretty profusely originally with the build. And yeah, I think that's about it. It's a lot to digest and it was a lot to take care of to begin with. There's many different ways that you can do this type of build. 90 deaths, as you can see, a lot of them were just self-traumaing. There's a lot of different ways you can scale this build right now, especially with visual items like a stasis prison with physics fire, 2D damage, same too. One single-handedly pretty much takes care of your traumas. And yeah, the other guide build. And these setups are pretty crazy. So it was a bit of a journey going through this one, trying to learn it. Frenzy of Onslaught, big old trauma. And in the end, I think I made a pretty nice simulacrum character, and one that can kind of just map fairly fun and reliably, and is just pretty nice as a silly little melee character. Greater Ancestral Call in Dialas with a, with the plus levels here, 55 further away. That makes you damn near like range as well, so that's pretty cool. If you really want, you're not doing like the frenzy scaling, you Scion's Ambition as well. I'm pretty sure that'll make you actually off screen as a melee. So that's another cool thing you can do with lots of quality scaling as a melee character, just to let you know. So I mapped with Greater Ancestral Call, and it's pretty fucking reliable to have that many extra strikes that far away. So that'll be it. That's a rough build for me to show off and put together. You can see it as well for like how thick it became, and the damage and stuff, and I'll leave that in the description as per usual. It was a lot of fun to do. I'll still probably do a few simulacrums and then move on and probably make another build. So with that, thank you very much for watching. See you guys next time.
Hello, filthies. Casual Kaylee here. Let's stop and enjoy the ether. So you're either looking to try a new MMO, or you've heard about Ion 2 and wondering if you should play it. Well, everyone has to decide for themselves, but what I can do is share my experience and see if anything I say
I just wanted
helps you make a decision.
to listen about Ion.
Spoiler alert, the TLDR version is, the game is free, so really I don't see a reason to not try it and make up your own mind. But anyways, I've been playing on the Taiwan servers, and as my name implies, I'm a casual. So over the last
I watched it.
I've put in about 100 hours.
He has a couple now of them. He has like 3 of those.
Give you min-max details.
He says it's
or what
absolutely
pushing
pay to
endgame
win.
content is like, but I can tell you that having not spent a penny, I've had a great time over those 100 or so hours. Now, to be honest, because of all the negativity I saw, I thought the game was going to be horrible. I heard so much about how it was just a mobile game and pay-to-win slop, and the main reason I even downloaded it is I love character creators, and that's the one good thing I heard about it, so I figured I'd give it a shot, and the outfits looked cute too, and it was free, so I figured, why not?
What is that outfit? She's just
As for
showcasing
my
chicks.
history with playing MMOs, well, I tend to enjoy Korean MMOs over Western ones, generally due to the style.
What is
and
that mount, bro?
I did play Ion 1 for a little while, but I never fully got into it. It never clicked with me, as open world creeping, giving, or receiving brings me zero pleasure. My all-time favorite MMO was Terra. Getting my full Vision Maker gear from Mania's Hard Mode is still my ultimate gaming flex. Since then, I have been into Black Desert and Final Fantasy XIV, but of course, like most MMO players, I've played way more than that. Those are just my favorites. So why am I playing Ion 2? Watch out, major filth incoming, smelly casual takes. So you've been warned. The game appeals to me because I love fashion. I have a closet with like 50 pairs of heels. So collecting.
I mean, I didn't play much, but one of my closest friends, he was super into it, bro.
Yeah, you can call
And when
me
I play with
weirdo.
him,
I love the fan
it was
service
fun.
and
Like the
Guru
combat
Day
was good.
outfits. And don't lie.
Especially
you
because
do
at
too.
that time,
And then just the overall graphics and how the world.
at that time there was no other game that could compare in terms of dynamic combat, right?
Next, the world doesn't feel wasted. Everything feels like it feeds into your character. Once you hit level 45, the map becomes the same level as you, and your item level will still trivialize things after a while, but at least everything is your level. Side quests, even while leveling, give you powerful benefits. Side quests could arguably be considered more important than gear as far as how powerful the character progression they offer is. Grinding mobs in the open world gets you pets, which are your mounts, but mounts also give permanent stats.
I don't know, I don't believe her though.
So grinding those open world mobs gives you a massive
Based on
account-wide
what
benefit.
Wizard said, I don't
Even
know about
doing
this.
the fun little mini games will give your character actual progression. Next, I love little details. They make a game for me. Ion 2 has some wonderful little details where the camera zooms in tight when opening heavy doors. When you zoom in on your character's face, sometimes they would smile or even wink at you, or NPCs with side quests call out to you. None of this is particularly game-changing, but little touches like this really feel amazing to me. Now, traversal is so much fun. Yes, there is auto-pathing, which is actually kind of nice because you can move your camera,
Auto-pathing?
look around and enjoy the
Bro,
world.
I love this
And
game now.
You use this for like A to B travel, but flight is so much fun because it's limited. In
Does he
other
have
games,
auto
you
combat?
Fly over and just skip the world. I'd argue even more than skipping the world with auto-pathing. But in Ion 2's flight, being limited is a fun balance of fly, glide, and then get the most distance, and then be aware of your height, so when it runs out, you land safely. It's actually extremely satisfying to me. Oh, the music is awesome. Finally, I love the combat. It isn't Terra, and it is simple, but it's a lot of fun. Getting perfect dodges and triggering skills from different status effects is really cool, and I expect Final Fantasy XIV
You're rage
Evolved
bait.
mode coming with the expansion Evercold, I believe in January, to play extremely similar to Ion 2 combat. As far as what's currently out, you could compare it to Guild Wars 2 maybe with a combo system added to it.
Guild Wars 2.
Overall though, even with that thing, I truly enjoy the combat and the animations. It makes the moment-to-moment gameplay really fun. So about that elephant in the room, pay to win. To tell you the truth, it doesn't really bother me. I don't like it, but for how I play, being able to buy premium currency from whales so I can get cute shoes is actually a massive win for my wallet. But notice for me, that's what I'm interested in, is outfits. I'm playing dress up. I'm not out to world first or leaderboards, and while I am a filthy casual, I'm not sweaty, so PvP rankings I really could care less about. And let's not pretend like the real pay to win doesn't come from RMT anyway. Another thing is, I do
Okay, your
plan to
time's
sub.
over.
Greetings.
In this week's gaming news, Light No Fire is already way too popular for its own good. Blizzard is killing it in a good way for the Xbox division. We're about to see gameplay for my most anticipated upcoming MMO and a whole lot more. Welcome back to the Force Feed, your weekly gaming news recap. Thank you to everyone for all the kind words of support for the return of the show last week. I was extremely nervous nobody would watch, but you guys honestly came out and it did far better than I expected. Thank you so very much. Alright, enough of the mushy crap. What's going on in gaming this week? Let's find out. It has been a few years now since
I
Light No
really
Fire
want to
was
play No
originally
Light No
announced with
Fire,
that
bro.
very first trailer, and we've heard precious little else about the game since, despite all of the anticipation and hype. Or, as it turns out, because of it? Yeah, speaking with PC Gamer, Sean Murray recently revealed that they originally planned to show a whole lot more, saying,
I did have a plan, and
Where
I
is
thought
the
we'll tease
beast?
it with 90 seconds, and then we'll show it again at
Is it
Summer Games
captured?
Fest probably. And I had a much bigger thing that I wanted to show about the game to really explain what it was, because I don't think we necessarily have shown the vision or the ambition of the game. Oh no, here he goes again, talking about how ambitious his upcoming game is. I mean, it does sound ambitious. No Man's Sky also sounded ambitious pre-release. Speaking of the landing at launch, that, you know, post-launch support though has been unparalleled. Like, gotta hand it to him. 10 straight years of free updates, unparalleled, and the game is still going strong.
No Man's
So
Sky
yeah,
is
anyways,
great.
for Light No Fire, they initially thought, okay, we're gonna start with this trailer for the next game, and then we'll do a deeper dive later on. However, that decision changed when they saw all of the anticipation, or in other words, too many people watched the trailer. That's right, it's your fault.
I had nothing to do with it. Nothing.
The reality is, it was incredibly popular. We just shot up the Steam wishlist charts. There's like 20 million views on the tease.
Holy
and
shit.
we're number 2 on the Steam wishlist, which they're still about there last time I looked. He did further add that they really didn't want to repeat the same mistakes that they made with the pre-release coverage of No Man's Sky, which I don't blame them. All of that, and given our past, made us feel like, okay, we don't need to say anything more right now. Concluding with some of his own reflections, I have learned the very, very hard way to not talk about anything ahead of time, and our attitude in general is to avoid saying anything to the press or outwardly unless we really, really need to. And honestly, that all sounds reasonable. I mean, I imagine if you had like several internet documentaries made about the launch of your game and the things you said pre-release compared to what came out, you might be a little hesitant to repeat that in the future. Say less, let the game do the talking. That sounds good to me. Now, speaking of the game, they did also briefly discuss this, with Sean sharing some of his thoughts on the latest build.
We
He
got
said,
the
"What
mini
I'm looking at on
fortress."
screen is way, way beyond what any normal studio would have, and have not shown more of it to the rest of the world. We're lucky from that point of view. We can kind of just keep it to ourselves, keep working on what we're enjoying, and not have to spend our time marketing and hyping and showing the game to people." He then touched on the fact that there are a lot of ideas and system sharing between No Man's Sky and Light No Fire, directly pointing to the Voyagers update that No Man's Sky got last year. That started as something in Light No Fire. We were making ships that you could have a crew and use in multiplayer, but they were their own physics world. They can travel across oceans because we've got these huge oceans in Light No Fire. And then they thought, oh, that could work really well in No Man's Sky as well. So they built it out and released it again last year. This will likely continue to be the case post-release as well. In fact, they said that they continue to similarly support Light No Fire as they have No Man's Sky. We feel that Light No Fire is a game that will fit that way of making games, where you can think of a lot of ideas and they would make sense, and we can feed off the community. Whether we'll be lucky enough to get to work on it for 10 years after launch, I don't know, but I'd like to. I've worked on it now for 7 years, and I'm still really enjoying it. Frankly, I am very excited for Light No Fire for a few reasons. The ongoing support they've given No Man's Sky has proven that they're willing to commit to their game and keep updating it for, again, now a full decade. Also, I like the fantasy theming that they have for their next game, the different landscapes and creatures and potential for special magical spells and dungeon diving, and all that stuff sounds really cool. And yeah, just the premise alone of this one massive open shared world that is the size of an actual planet. The potential here is absolutely huge, and it does tick a few of the boxes that I'm personally excited about as a fan of MMOs. I guess my biggest hope with this game, in comparison to No Man's Sky, is that they really focus on good combat feel, because the last few times I played No Man's Sky, while it's got a lot going for it that I enjoy, combat ranks near the bottom. It just doesn't feel very good. But if they can nail combat in a big, seamless, fantasy shared world with all of those other stuff going on, this could be a banger, dude. Like,
you know
honestly,
what?
Things have been pretty grim under the
As
Xbox
long as
banner
combat
lately,
is
I'm
as
sure
good
you've
as
heard.
classic WoW,
They're underperforming
we
games
good to
division,
go,
mass
you know?
layoffs, and increased hardware pricing, just to name a
We
few.
don't need
There is
anything
one bright
super
spot worth
advanced.
highlighting, though,
We
and
don't
believe
need
it or not, it's
none of
Blizzard
that.
Entertainment. Yes, at least on the financial front, they have been performing quite well recently. Reportedly, the company was one of Xbox's top studios over this past year. They are making Microsoft loads of money. Surely this means no one will be laid off, right? Right, that's how this works. No one's gonna get fired at Blizzard. They're making all the money.
There's almost nothing here. There should be stacks of cash in there.
In an internal memo last week, Blizzard president said to employees that they ended the fiscal year, quote, as the top performing studio in Xbox's studio division, and this past year has marked our third highest fiscal for the top line revenue in Blizzard's history. Going on to add that in fiscal year 25 and 26, they were back-to-back the first years of growth since 2017, with Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred and Overwatch driving exceptional performances in particular. Now, aside from their financial performance, there's also a lot on the horizon for Blizzard when it comes to their in-the-works projects and things that we're expecting to hear about from the upcoming BlizzCon event. In the memo, they said that the weekend will reflect the bold and collaborative work of everyone reading this. It's my hope that the event can shine a light on the work underway at Blizzard, and there is quite a lot underway. Now, I'll say as a longtime World of Warcraft fan, I am extremely excited for what they have in the works. There have been some subtle and not so subtle acknowledgements of Classic Plus being revealed at BlizzCon, which, if you're unaware, Classic Plus, kind of think of it as the evolution of the original vanilla World of Warcraft, in a vein similar to what Jagex managed to do with old school RuneScape. I'm a huge fan of Classic WoW in its many iterations, the original version of course, but also the anniversary servers, the hardcore mode, and I even really liked a lot about Season of Discovery. I just think there's a ton of potential. Should they do a good job of Classic Plus, or as it's being codenamed, Camelot, it could be loads
Camelot?
of fun, and
No way, bro. It's doomed.
And honestly, I can't wait.
It's over,
now, beyond
bro.
Classic WoW, we also know Blizzard has a few other things going on. They're working on an open-world StarCraft third-person shooter, and I've even heard rumors that it might be something akin to Destiny, like a loot game. Brother, if that's true, holy crap. And then, of course, we've got the next expansion for Retail WoW, The Last Titan. There's evidently a new major Diablo game in production, and they've got some side projects in the works, various mobile games, and apparently some TV series as well. Now, we will be getting all of these answers very soon, with BlizzCon taking place from September 12th to the 13th. I can't wait. Personally, I would have loved to go in person, as this seems like it's going to be a jam-packed show this year, but it is literally the same week that our baby is due, so I'm going to be watching it at home or from the hospital or changing diapers, depending on when he decides to show up. I don't know. Already told the wife, by the way, I'm going to be taking overnight duty so I can get some gaming in while spending time with baby. It's going to be a fun fall, dude. Not a lot of sleep, but should be a lot of fun. I got a few updates for one of my most anticipated upcoming games, that being Guild Wars 3. This next major release from the MMO development studio ArenaNet has me very excited. During a recent earnings call, their publisher, NCSoft, shared a few details on the project. They said that following the game's reveal, it ranked second on Steam wishlist for a while, and as a result, they have decided to invest significant resources to prepare for launch. Yes, NCSoft, give ArenaNet all of the resources to make Guild Wars 3 as good as it can be. Playtest will be beginning sometime next year, which we already knew. They're targeting roughly sometime in the fall of 2027. They have confirmed plans to continue supporting Guild Wars 2 even after Guild Wars 3 comes out. The reason being that following the Summer Games Fest announcement, Guild Wars 2's monthly active users and revenue hit a 3-year high. So the game is clearly still going strong, and as such, they have got no plans to drop it. They have also clarified that they are working to support ArenaNet on a technical level, as they've got experience with Unreal Engine 5, but they, quote, do not interfere with game design. And yes, please don't. NCSoft, give ArenaNet all of your money. Do not touch the game design whatsoever. ArenaNet has proven themselves capable of making great MMOs with immersive worlds, fun systems and mechanics, and some of the best in genre zone exploration and questing. Honestly, I don't think anything has beat Guild Wars 2 when it comes to going through the world, exploring, visiting points of interest, the map completion, and the way they handle quests. I think it's best in genre, quite literally. Maybe barring some item bloat and inventory management, those are absolute pain points, but I love nearly everything else about Guild Wars 2. Leave them alone, NCSoft, please. Give them money, leave them alone. Guild Wars 3 also will be launching simultaneously on PC and consoles. They are planning to start pre-sales next year, they said. So likely they're going to open up pre-orders during the fall playtest, maybe pre-order to get into the playtest. Certainly possible. And also leads me to believe, though, that if they're going to be doing pre-orders in 2027, I think we might be seeing a 2028 release. That seems entirely possible. Now, beyond this NCSoft earnings call, we've also learned that Guild Wars 3 is going to have a presence at this year's Gamescom. From what I've read, it looks like they'll be showing select outlets and creators actual gameplay at the event. A German streamer, Matashi, recently said that he was invited to see a full hour of raw gameplay.
GW3 wird hart. Yo, GW3 wird hart. Hab ich mir erzählt, dass ich auf der Gamescom Guild Wars 3 angucken darf? Ich darf auf der Gamescom eine Stunde lang Gameplay von Guild Wars 3 anschauen.
That is really good news if they're confident enough in the state of the game that they're showing it to people. Now, not sure if this is going to come with some strict NDA or not, or if we're going to be getting some hands-on impressions from the event. I'm hoping for the latter, of course. Yeah, this is without a doubt my most anticipated in-development MMO right now. It is one of the few games in the genre coming from a studio that I already know makes great MMOs. Guild Wars 2, one of my all-time favorites, along with WoW and ESO. So yeah, dude, sign me up for whatever ArenaNet has cooking. Got some hands-on impressions for the upcoming game Star Wars Zero Company, and they're looking pretty good.
I want to play that game.
Star Wars XCOM-like that I've been eagerly anticipating since its initial reveal, and I'm happy to see that it's getting positive reception from most everyone who has gotten an early preview of the game. Take it from Australia's greatest export.
Leveraging the genre experience of former Firaxis staff with the storytelling pedigree of Respawn's writing team is a match made in heaven. We get ourselves a spiritual successor to XCOM in the Star Wars wrapper that delivers rock-solid XCOM-style gameplay fundamentals and levels of storytelling and presentation that are a genuine first for the genre. Depth and elegance, you might say. I think this looks super impressive. I really loved it. I think it's going to be great.
Thanks, Skill Up. Appreciate the overview and happy to hear it. Yeah, man, Team Zero Company is taking the tried and true combat formula of XCOM, adding its own flavor with the Star Wars setting, characters, archetypes, and their associated abilities, on top of delivering what actually seems to be genuinely good story and some of their own unique mechanics and twists. Everything I've seen thus far looks great. Cannot wait to try it out myself. Crimson Desert's probably one of the year's biggest surprises for me thus far, although not without its quirks and certainly some issues at release. Overall, I had an amazing time. Honestly, I love the game. One of my biggest disappointments, however, was that they didn't launch with any form of co-op or multiplayer, something that they initially planned to do. In fact, initially, the game was supposed to be a full-blown MMORPG, similar to Pearl Abyss's other big title, Black Desert Online. But those plans were reined back and turned into the single-player game that we eventually got. Although, prior to release, for a time, they were still discussing possibly having some multiplayer modes. That, however, as we know, didn't make it into the launch version of the game, but it looks like it might still be coming. In a recent earnings call, Pearl Abyss discussed plans for adding multiplayer to Crimson Desert. Given Crimson Desert's dynamic action combat and expansive open world structure, there is significant potential for expansion into multiplayer modes. However, integrating multiplayer functionality is far more complex than simply adding a new game mode. It represents a major technical initiative that requires comprehensive evaluation of server architecture, game balance, cross-platform stability, and live service operation models. Why is that necessary? Okay, whatever. Now, they go on to say that they are currently conducting extensive research from like the technical and gameplay perspective, with the goal being to extend how users engage with the IP over the long term. Or in other words, people played our single-player game, they finished our single-player game, and then they stopped playing our single-player game. What if it was a multiplayer game that they could keep playing? Damn, dude, that's an idea. We're gonna get some more details about this at some point in the future, but it's in the works. They're considering it. I do think at the very least, a co-op functionality would be fantastic. Maybe even some light shared world elements. Like, what if it was kind of like a Destiny game or a Division where you just saw a couple people out in the world? How about custom characters? That's given how bland Cliff McDuck is as a character. Let us make our own. That's been a critique since the game's original release. I mean, I think there's a lot of possibilities. Even something like, what about like a Dark Souls invasion-style PvP system? That's something you could choose to engage with, and then it could come with its own rewards, but you would get invaded sometime. There's a lot of possibilities, and I'm sure they've got plenty of ideas, given once more that when this game started development, it was supposed to be a full-blown MMO. I think you can kind of get that sense given how massive that world is for a single-player game, right? Either way, excited to see what they come up with. There is a new large-scale multiplayer FPS in production that's coming just around the corner, and it's looking pretty darn good. The game is called War Dogs, described as a tactical all-out warfare FPS where 100 players split across 3 teams fight for control over zones set in the derelict industrial mountains of Eastern Europe on a destructible battlefield where teamwork pays. So So I've watched a few like early hands-on preview videos, and damn dude, the game's looking pretty impressive. I also really like that it's a large-scale game with 3 factions instead of just 2, similar to how the PvP works in Elder Scrolls Online and Guild Wars 2, or of course the first-person shooter variant, Planet Side, right? I find that 3 factions are just more interesting, personally. Like when one side gets too strong, you can have the other 2 temporarily banding together to push them back, and then when one of those 2 gets too strong, the other 2 then start working together. But just the whole dynamic, I find like it can be a lot more interesting, depending on how they balance it and how they manage to keep the teams literally balanced when it comes to player numbers and strength, really. So yeah, big scale combat, akin to Battlefield, but 3 factions, an in-game VoIP. I'm sure that'll be as interesting as it always is. Also, from the early playtest, I've heard that the game runs exceptionally well, which is great to hear. They've got an upcoming playtest from August 21st to the 23rd. You can sign up just by going to the Steam page and clicking on this green button. Also, the game launches really soon, set to release on Steam Early Access on September the 10th. Yet another game launching in September, dear lord. Speaking of which, Warhammer 40k Dawn of War 4 has been delayed, moved from its initial September release. It's now going to be launching on December the 3rd. Now, according to the studio, they're going to be using this additional time to improve the game. Of course they are. That's what everyone does when they delay the game. Namely, though, pointing to implementing more community feedback from recent playtests and working on performance, bug fixes, and additional polish. They intend to release videos over the coming weeks, showcasing some of what they're working on. We can expect more Battlefield reports, gameplay, and deep dives for the game. They have also released an updated Year 1 roadmap of what to expect post-launch. And yes, by all means, delay the game a few months if it makes it better, absolutely. Probably doesn't hurt that they are moving out of this insanely packed month of September. There's like multiple new big games along with major updates for great existing titles coming out every single week next month. It is absurd. Definitely gonna have to pick and choose what to focus on, that's for sure. But yeah, Dawn of War 4 looks great. I want to play it, so I'm kind of happy that it's coming in December. It gives us all more breathing room. The Game Awards 2026, the date has been confirmed now for December the 10th. This, of course, is the annual award show where we celebrate the games industry, watch a bunch of video game commercials, and get some funny, awkward moments. Also, Jeff Keighley places the Sword of Damocles over one poor developer's head. Oh my god, Highguard. What a debacle, dude. It's definitely going to be interesting to see what they choose to show this year. I imagine almost no studio is going to want to be the closer at this point, not after the unfortunate chain of events that took place last year, unless you're like ultra confident in your product. In fact, you know what? I got an idea. Light no fire. Be the show closer. Give us some damn gameplay. We know you're holding on to it. I'm sorry too many people watched the trailer and wishlisted the game. Please God, I want to see some more. All right, now let's move on to some new releases for this past week. Agent 64 came out, and it did well in terms of user reception. The game does have a very positive Steam rating, but has a pretty small audience. It's peaked under 1,000 concurrent players. The game, it's interesting to me, like on a nostalgia level, but it does seem to not really have taken off with a wider audience. I mean, I know way more people played GoldenEye back in the day, but it looks like there just isn't tons of interest in reliving a similar experience in 2026. Still, though, it's cool. I'm happy to see it's doing well, and the people who are playing it seem to enjoy it. Hell Let Loose, however, having a bit of a rough go. The current user rating is mixed at around 60%, with the biggest issues seeming to be the game's performance, bugs, and just overall, it feels unfinished, and it's not an early access release. I've even seen a lot of positive reviews that say it doesn't feel like 1.0. Many reviews do say that after some updates, the game should be in a good spot, that it has some good bones, but right now, it needs a lot of work. Also saw a few complaints about controller aim assist. The mouse and keyboard versus controller debate rages on. No More Room in Hell 2 left early access and entered 1.0 last week. This coincided with a big update, adding 4 new maps along with some other stuff to the game. While the overall lifetime rating is mixed, I will say that recent reviews are at least currently mostly positive. So it does seem that players who have come back to the game are starting it for the first time with this new update are enjoying it overall. The game definitely had some issues when I played it in its initial early access release, but I still had a bit of fun with it. There were some major bugs and performance problems, but yeah, overall I enjoyed it. And it seems like a lot of that has been ironed out. We will see how the game does in the coming weeks. Now, as for what I've been playing over this past week, well, I actually spent a bunch of time with the Halo Master Chief Collection. I had some old friends of mine visit for a few days, and we basically just enjoyed reliving our youth, playing Magic the Gathering and Halo, as well as eating food we probably shouldn't be eating all day. Honestly, it was loads of fun. Master Chief Collection, it's cool, it works. Couldn't manage to get cross-play, however, to work between Xbox and PC, so we all just ended up playing on one of my bigger screens and doing local split screen multiplayer. We got Crazy King rocket launcher starting weapon. It was a hoot. I forgot how fun early day multiplayer Halo could be. It was a great time. Now there's also something else that I've been playing recently. It's an upcoming MMO, but for NDA reasons, I cannot name it. Been busy with that, but I'll talk more about that in the future. And then after this video, basically, I'm going to be jumping into the Gears of War multiplayer. It looks really fun. The open beta is now here. Heard amazing things. Lots of people saying it's like the most fun they've had with the franchise since Gears of War 3. And I'm particularly interested in that large-scale horde mode where you got multiple teams taking on massive waves of enemies coming from every direction. Looks crazy, looks hectic. They got some big over-the-top bosses. Seems like a lot of fun. Can't wait to jump in. A few games worth keeping an eye on that are on the docket for next week. The space sci-fi sandbox MMO Stars Reach is coming to Steam Early Access on August 18th. This is described as an ambitious MMO in the spirit of classic player-driven games built atop groundbreaking simulation that models real-world behavior. It is really meant to feel like a classic sandbox MMO, akin to something like Star Wars Galaxies. For one, the world can be manipulated and interacted with in a ton of different ways. Like, yes, you can dig holes, but you can also freeze over bodies of water, drain lakes, burn down forests, the list goes on and on. There are multiple roles you can fill with skill paths to master, like rangers, trailblazers, criminals, architects, and more. Tons of different weapons and playstyles to pick from, a lot of community-driven activities, or just the ability to do your own thing on your own little planet, and a full player-driven economy where you can be some master crafter that sets up trade routes across the galaxy. I am praying this is not another Ashes of Creation situation where the game launches a little too early into early access and then gets slammed with a negative reception as a result, which kind of then triggers the death spiral. As a fan of the MMO genre, we desperately need a win. I'm not sure if this is going to be that, but here is hoping. Mortal Shell 2 lands on August 20th, and from early previews, the game seems to be a step up from its original, improving in just about every way. It's described as an action RPG in this immersive, interconnected world with expansive and deliberately compact design that you'll be going through twisted landscapes with hidden structures discovered as you progress. Like the original, you take on the shells of fallen warriors, unlocking unique abilities with each. In addition to those shells, you get an open world where you'll find new story elements, powerful weapons, upgrades, curiosities, and more. There's more than 60 dungeons with bosses and formidable challenges in every one. Yeah, lots of good buzz around this, and I'm hoping it delivers. Modern Warfare 4 kicks off its pre-order playtest on the 21st. This is going to come with several maps and brand new operators, 19 weapons, and multiple modes from search and destroy to the new kill block. I'm personally going to be waiting for the open beta, not going to pre-order just to play it for a few days the week prior, but if you're interested, it's available. And then yes, as mentioned, we do have that closed beta test happening for War Dogs on the 21st. I have already signed up via the Steam page. This looks really cool. Hope it turns out good. Also, I just wanted to show this real quick. I was browsing Reddit and I saw this post. It says like classics on the go. I used to dream about this as a kid. This guy playing with I believe that's a Switch, and he's talking about having all these classics on his thing, and then I'm looking at this and it's like, wait, Diablo 3 is a classic? How old am I? Like Diablo 2 I understand, but Diablo 3? Hades is a classic?
Bro.
Maybe he just means classic by good games and not by games that are really, 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 really old. All right, that does it for this week's episode. Thank you so much for watching. Again, really appreciate the support. I was pretty nervous bringing back the show. I wasn't sure how a video that was about many, many different topics was frankly gonna do. But you guys checked it out. You guys stuck around. And honestly, just the overall feedback was really good. I'm gonna keep on working on the show, trying to improve it, changing up the format, keeping it fresh, interesting, fun. That's the ideal plan here. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you as always. Once again, this has been Force, and you've just been fed. Hey, I did it. He did the line. Not quite the line, adjusted line. We've improved it. 2026 edition.
Hero report.
Hello comrades. Like we said in the previous video, low player retention doesn't bother us. So, another build. We've been thinking about this setup since 3.28, after GGG buffed the Sinner Saint node. This Bloodline Ascendancy converts all elemental damage to chaos. It used to be 50%, but now it's 67. And that's massive, because now, we can convert all our elemental damage with just one jewel, and one Ascendancy node. So yeah, this is a Herald of Thunder, Chaos, Pathfinder build. Yep, another walking simulator. We played Herald of Thunder build lastly, but this version should be a lot tankier, and has more min-max potential. since we don't have to use a lot of uniques, like previously. Plus, it's a Pathfinder, that means we can play with perma-unique flasks. As you can see, we started with Poisonous Concoction. Then, in the first lap, we found the bouncing version. With Fury Valve, Thief's Torment, and tons of extra projectiles from support gems, leveling was super easy. So, how does Herald of Thunder works? Yeah, this skill is weird. It's a spell that doesn't scale with spell damage. It has 0 crit chance, and it only works after we kill an enemy. But, with Storm Secret Rings, we can permanently sustain it, just by shocking the enemy. And yeah, Herald of Thunder cannot inflict shock. That's why most people use a cast when damage taken setup, since we take 250 lightning damage when Herald of Thunder hits an enemy, to proc an additional spell that can shock. Yeah, pretty gimmicky. Another question, why Pathfinder? Wither effect is huge. 20% chance to deal 100% more damage, plus, poison spread. And of course, nature's adrenaline, 3 flasks every 3 seconds. Like we said before, this ascendancy opens huge opportunity to play with perma-unique flasks, which is big. Another good option is Occultist, but Pathfinder is just better. Kitava is dead, what now? 37 Chaos Orbs, definitely not enough for a full Herald of Thunder reroll. So let's keep playing with Poisonous Concoction. We just need a new body armor, a Belt of the Deceiver, and new boots. So, all we need now is just a small jackpot, plus more levels. Back in the day, there was only one option to convert all your damage into chaos, and it was Voltaxic Rift. GGG recently buffed this weapon, but this line doesn't work with spells, sadly. There is another option, we can use Foulborn Maligro's Restrained, but for a Pathfinder, the belt slot is giga important. So we can't sacrifice it for a useless item. We got our first Divine, but we can't take it, for now. Wait, a perfect reduced duration roll? This could be huge. Holy, it is huge. 450 Chaos Orbs, perfect. Level 80, time to reroll. So, there is one problem, we need to finish a full Sanctum run. Which is quite problematic. Even low-level Sanctum is quite hard. So, for now, let's use a Voltaxic Rift. That's the easiest way to convert our damage. Plus, Voltaxic Rift can shock, so it's not a bad option for a budget build. Rare Belt, with duration and flask charges gained mods. Dendrobate, best in-slot body armor for this build. 2 Storm Secrets, the most important items in this build. And, random rare items, with life, resistances, suppress, and attributes, to proc increased damage, and poison duration on Dendrobate. Also, of course, very important, new flasks. Perfect. Oh wait, why do we have such a big overcap? And, we are ready to pop off. What is happening? Why is our damage so low? Oh wait, yes, we forgot about Lone Messenger. Nothing special, just a casual 100% more damage. Alright, feels better now. But still, kinda scuffed. Finally, our first Divine. So yeah, if you want to play this build from zero, start with Poisonous Concoction, get at least 15 Divines, and then swap to Herald of Thunder. But, this is not our way. Okay, we made some money, so, let's buy new cluster jewels. Good, we got unspeakable gifts. More explosions are always welcome. New medium cluster jewel. With self-fulfilling prophecy, since we need at least 1% crit to proc elemental overload. And, super important, a small one, with enduring composure. Gain 1 endurance charge every second if you've been hit recently. Perfect for our build. Alright, new Atlas tree. Incursion. plus heist. Literally with one scarab. If we have a Dorianese Institute, or a locus of corruption room in our pool. Quite expensive, but it's giga worth it. Well, we got the right room. Next map, we will use an incursion scarab of timelines, and now we have a 33% chance to get 2 divines. Unlucky. But, we don't give up too early. Fourth fail in a row, how about that? At least we got one, so we can continue. GGG, please, can we get a single proc? Yes, finally. And another one? Okay, sounds fair. Now we talk it. 6 times in a row, we deserve that, actually. And a guarantee one, big. 15 divines, by the way. Yeah, this strat is giga profitable. And literally nobody plays it. Okay, now we are ready to reroll. First, we need Convert Jewel. Foulborn Blue Nightmare. So, this unique jewel converts lightning damage to chaos damage, based on resistances in its radius. We need to spam lightning resist tattoos, on all allocated small nodes in the jewel's radius. Like this. But first, yeah, we need to kill Licia. Even a low-level Forbidden Sanctum is enough. Should be easy with our current gear. Oh damn, some of the rooms are giga annoying. Okay, the last boss. Perfect. Oh wait, let's finish the Uber lab. Boom, great. 100% conversion, without a Voltaxic Rift, big. Of course, we need to change more. First, a Tides of the Time. And, let's reroll it. We just care about 3 utility flask roll. Great. Hold up, how are we gonna shock our enemies without a Voltaxic Rift? Vessel of Vinctor, this unique flask will proc Herald of Thunder. We don't even have to press anything, a true walking simulator. But, we also shock ourselves, that's the problem. That's why we need to avoid being shocked on one of our flasks. Much better. Double Nebulize. Yes, for now, we will use those unique scepters, since we have some overcapped resistances. New Amulet, with +1 to level of lightning skill gems, and tons of attributes. And, a new helmet. Wait, since all flasks activate simultaneously, we don't get the shock avoidance in time. That's why we need to manually tap the Vessel of Vinctor right after the other 4 flasks are up. Alright, so we have to press one button, at least. Finally, the build doesn't feel miserable. Well, we need an anti-corrupted blood jewel. Good. And 4 extra poison tattoos. Now we're talking. Incursion is still giga profitable, so we are not gonna switch our strategy. For now at least. Yes, everybody wants double corrupt, but nobody wants to farm incursion. Also, let's use one of our locus of corruption, why not? Well, that's kinda useless. Our first ground divide, level 90. It definitely feels like GGG nerf ground loot. What is the Court of Chaos? What if we sacrifice a tier 0 unique? Oh, that's how it works. Maybe even better than the gambling district. Guess what? A new Atlas tree. We keep incursion and heist. But now, we will use Calgor as well. And, this is our new Scarab setup. We just found out that a double corrupted Dendrobate is giga cheap. +3 for 70 Chaos Orbs? Damn, That's literally free. Damn, feels a lot better than before. Yep, Incursion is literally a money printing machine. It feels like they nerfed Heist as well. Not a single big blueprint in almost 3 days. So weird. Alright, let's finally buy a Storm Shroud. And, this is gonna be our last purchase, before Progenesis. Since we play Pathfinder, Progenesis is not just some secondary defensive layer, that works sometimes, and sometimes not. So yeah, this flask is almost mandatory for this build. And yes, it's quite expensive. Thankfully, Incursion is giga profitable, so getting 70 divines is not a problem. Holy, another perfect time clasp? Huge. This is why this build is definitely not a friendly starter, compared to an Inquisitor Herald of Thunder, that we played last league. Slowly but surely, we are getting closer to Progenesis.
Greetings.
Damn, where is our Svalin? And of course, let's not forget about the boats. Okay, it seems like we have enough. Massive. And now, we can actually finally play the game. Yeah, Progenesis, Flask Effect, and Recoup, huge defensive layers. Much bigger than people think, since POB doesn't understand Recoup Sustain. Finally, Heist dropped something useful. Alright, we got some currency. What's our next step? Megalomaniac. With Enduring Composure, and Spiked Concoction. So we can remove Small Cluster Jewel. And also, Alchemist's Genius is huge. After some POBing, we realized our tree is not optimal. Much better. Now we can use the Light of Meaning, with the Lightning Damage mod. Right here. 23% more damage, from a single jewel. Big. A Brutal Restraint, with extra increased flask charges gained. New helmet, with Fractured Suppress. We will use a Deafening Essence of Envy, for extra chaos resist. So, all we need is just a decent life roll, and an open suffix. Now, we can craft this new aura, Aspect of Lunaris. Every time we get hit, we gain a stack of buff, that reduced elemental, or physical damage taken. And, since we get hit a lot because of Storm Secrets, it's super perfect for our build. 16% less elemental damage taken. Sounds good. Well, that's it for today. We kinda fix our effective hit pool, but there is still so much we can improve. That's why, as always, stay tuned. We will upload new update in just a couple of days. And of course, if you like this video, leave a like, or comment, or both. See you in the next videos, comrades.
A streamer recently hosted his own version of the Stanford Prison Project. I mean, what could go wrong? Well, apparently a whole lot, because it resulted in a whole bunch of people snapping, and it was quite the interesting social experiment, to put it lightly. I'm talking shaving people's heads, chaining them to walls, forcing them to use shock collars, making them fight each other, which all made them essentially, I guess, tap out or break. And honestly, I don't even know what people expected here, because we already know how the original Stanford experiment went. And I mean, that one wasn't even for a ton of money and entertainment. But this one is definitely one of the more crazy and brutal things that I've seen being allowed on Kick, and I'm kind of shocked that not too many other people have been talking about this.
Put your shirt back on and
Qualify me, I don't care, I can't do this. I'm so sick.
You almost caused a car accident because your shirt's off.
Oh, I'm sick.
You're not sick. You're just weak. Get up.
Now, obviously, I'm using air quotes when I say aloud, because Nerdballer TV or Lorenzo Adams, the guy who hosts the event, he did get temporarily banned for some of this content, but I guess all it really took was him to reach out to some mystery contact at Kick and suddenly he was back.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna message the guy that got me on permaban. You know when I was permaban? I met him at DreamHack. He gave me his contact.
And this is, of course, with some absolutely disgusting content. So yeah, I guess Kick is allowing borderline torture for content. That's just fine now. Honestly, I'm not really surprised after that whole incident that happened in the south of France last year. You know, the whole multi-day challenge that John Pirano ended up passing away during. And I honestly don't even know what's worse, the streamer doing all this for content or the people who enjoy watching this.
I can't see how you made money off the prison stream. Maybe you thought it would bring you more eyes. Dude, the prison stream did over 30K.
And I hadn't heard about Nerdballer TV until I started researching this video, and what I came across was pretty much the bottom of the barrel when it comes to Kick content, and that really sets the bar quite low. And essentially what I saw was essentially just exploiting women for his 18,000 followers and for as many views and donations as possible. Whether it's this kind of content or using OF girls for content or posting X-rated content behind paywalls of them. But this is essentially what he does, because I mean, if he's sitting by himself, it's not really exciting.
I cannot see Emzo's hamster cheeks now, bro.
And like I mentioned earlier, this isn't the first prison stream that he's even done, nor is he really the only one who's done it. Like, Ice Poseidon has gone viral multiple times for doing these prison streams, and Aiden Ross, of course. Was it Aiden Ross or was it Kai Cenat? I have a feeling both of them have done it at some point. But definitely Ice Poseidon and definitely Deepak, the guy who was with Sam Pepper when they blinded that random girl in India. Because, you know, that's apparently what they do. The problem with so many of these IRL streamers is the fact that they live stream all of their actions pretty much, so you really get to see what kind of person they are. But I feel like one of the big differences between Ice Poseidon, Deepak, and the other prison streamers versus Nerdballer TV's prison stream is the fact that Nerdballer only used women. And then on top of that, the guards who are pretty much torturing them seem to be enjoying it a little bit too much, and they're all men, which just adds to the really awkward and weird and creepy dynamic.
Alright, so we're shaving your hair.
No, we're not. I want you to my hair.
Okay, well you lost, so that's part of the game.
But I'm not letting you shave my hair. Do not.
You do not consent to me shaving your hair.
No. You can cut my hair, make it shorter if you want.
I'm shaving all of it.
Okay, just shave it. Yeah, just shave it. Thank you, dude. I swear to God. I can't wait this is over.
And to be fair, there were some larger female streamers involved in this like evil side of this freak show. You had Moxie and Amaranth, so I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it's all men being weirdos. I mean, Amaranth's website, Down That, apparently sponsored the whole thing. But also, if Amaranth is used as your example of, oh, this is positive content, again, the bar is then set very low.
Oh, y'all ready? Yes, ma'am. First up, we got Bri Wild.
It's Bree, but I'm right here.
Wait, we got two Brees?
I'm the OG, that's the only important
One of y'all gotta change. At least you're not the same color.
Right, Nanny. Open wide. Look on it. Mmm, delicious. She takes it like a champ. You guys need to understand that. You gotta eat it. Thank you, Mommy.
Everyone here signed up and everyone's fighting for a cash prize of $10,000. So essentially, this is cursed budget Mr. Beast. Regardless, it just all feels so incredibly dystopian. I mean, this feels way more dystopian. Like, I feel like the Mr. Beast videos often do kind of come across as very dystopian, but this just takes it to a whole new level because the cash prize isn't even life-changing money to get humiliated like that and just go through that amount of torture. And don't get me wrong, $10,000, that's a lot of money. It can be life-changing for a few people, but the thing is, like, some of these challenges are infinitely worse and way more humiliating than a Mr. Beast challenge, and at least a Mr. Beast challenge will pretty much set you up for life. So essentially, just because someone's winning money doesn't mean I would be like, yep, that's fair and okay to just be broadcasting this kind of content for an audience that's most likely children and teenagers watching this, because I can't think of any grown adult that would actually want to sit down and watch this stuff. Like, they're streaming women crying in the shower, and I guess the Kick chat is all just kind of like relishing in their misery. Like, it is so dystopian to watch. And I also feel like it's safe to say, just because they signed up for it doesn't mean they actually knew what they were really getting into. Because like I mentioned earlier, I mean, this is straight up a human experiment. And I feel like sunken cost fallacy is definitely at play here, because you have all these people going through worse and worse tasks, and now they're sitting with the option of like, okay, either I leave and lose and put all of the other horrific things I just went through, that's now a waste. Or I keep going through even more gruesome things. And I feel like the evidence for that here is all the people having complete breakdowns, because, I mean, this is crazy. And I guess the most viral breakdown came near the end of the stream, where Nerdballer, I guess, brought in a dominatrix to harass and hurt the remaining contestants. And here, she forces one of the contestants to kneel down while she strikes her with adult gear. I don't know how else I can circumvent that word. And then just continues to degrade her verbally, even going as far as trying to force the prisoner to lick her spit off the floor. And instead, the prisoner just silently gets up and starts attacking the dominatrix with her gear. Side note, yeah, this is quite the video to be recording from a hotel business lounge, because people in theory could hear me, but it's also 3 in the morning and I'm completely by myself down here. Wild video to overhear. But regardless, those two get into a brawl and the guards then have to come in and drag the prisoner out while she thrashes and screams.
On the ground and lift it up. The only floor I see is you. I'm not.
So, I mean, it is just genuinely one of the craziest streams I have ever seen bits and pieces of. Especially since the dominatrix here, she continues to make jokes and bits while the woman is clearly screaming and crying outside. Like, it's just all so gross. It's like yucky. You feel, watching it. But obviously...
Hello. This is my reaction to UFC 333 being made official on the UFC 330 pay-per-view card. They announced some massive fights, including Alexander Volkanovski versus Movsar Evloev for the undisputed featherweight world championship. We've been waiting for this one to be made official for a long time, and that goes for Piotr Yan versus Merab Dvalishvili 3 as well. We all knew it was going to happen. It was only a matter of when. Both of these fights being locked in on the same card is absolutely generational, and they also dropped the rest of the card as well. Okay? Of course, there's going to be some extra early prelims on here too, but I'm seeing a lot of numbers next to a lot of names, and that's more like it, UFC. I was sitting through UFC 330 and it felt like we went from the Apex prelims to Makhachev versus Gary out of nowhere. This is more what I'm looking for when it comes to a pay-per-view card. The UFC also announced Gabriel Bonfirm versus Sean Brady. Massive matchup in the welterweight division. And then they made a fight night main event out of Raul Rosas Jr. versus Jaime Barcelos. I think that's a big indicator, and I'll get to it when we get to this at the end of the video, that maybe we shouldn't have a fight night that weekend if this is what we're coming up with for the main event of that card. Either way, we're starting with the UFC 333 card. When I look at this overall, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I feel like it's missing some massive Carlos Prates versus Michael Morales fight on the main card. You know? I just feel like we're not getting those major title elimination bouts these days where number 1 takes on number 3 in the division. We're missing out on a lot of those matchups, but it's not too bad. It's not too bad, and I think it's heavily carried by the main and co-main events. Let's start with Alexander Volkanovski. He's back. Unk still got it, but is he going to still have it for this matchup against Movsar Evloev? I swear to God, if Movsar Evloev wins this fight by holding Alexander Volkanovski in position to a decision victory, 48-47, and he's the one with marks all over his face, while Volkanovski looks like he hasn't even been in a fight, I'm going to be furious. However, I don't think Evloev's capable of doing that. I knew that Makhachev would be able to take down Ian Gary and hold him there for some moments of the fight. I just thought Gary would be able to take advantage in those later rounds once they got into the fight, and to be fair, he kind of did, but it wasn't enough. And then you look at what Volkanovski did against Makhachev, and it just wasn't enough. Strickland did just barely enough to get by against Khamzat Chimaev. I don't think Evloev has the ability to keep down Volk. If Makhachev really struggled with him, and now he's able to somewhat pull that off in the welterweight division, but less impressively, I think Volkanovski's going to be way too strong for Movzar Evloev. However, Evloev is now going to be coming into his prime. He's in his early 30s. He's been waiting for this moment. It's an undefeated fighter. Volkanovski gets a chance to add some insane legacy to his resume. This would look amazing on his record once his career's all said and done. I don't know what would be next for him if he does get past Evloev. There's Gene Silva versus Yair Rodriguez been made, but then they might do something like a Lerone Murphy versus Aljamain Sterling. When's that going to be booked? I think that would be a great fight to be booked soon as well. But I reckon Volk, if he wins this one, could start eyeing up lightweight again and looking for some matchups there against maybe an Oliveira or an Arman or a Gaethje at some point. I know there's a logjam, and maybe this would ruin Diego Lopez's dreams of moving to the lightweight division to get away from Alexander Volkanovski. But I could see Volk wanting one more journey into the lightweight division before all is said and done. But this matchup's amazing. I just don't see Evloev being able to chin Volk. Full camp Volkanovski, not coming off a quick turnaround by TKO loss like he was going into the Ilya Topuria fight, not stepping up again on short notice like he did with the Makhachev fight, is a very, very difficult man to finish. And Evloev just doesn't finish anyone almost to make a point. You know, sometimes you feel like he's trying not to finish his opponent and make it a competitive 29-28 or 48-47 decision. I thought him versus Lerone Murphy was a draw, and Lerone Murphy actually injured his hip in the middle of that fight. So maybe Evloev could have a chance if Volk is tapering out of his prime right now, and Evloev's coming into it. But I think Volk's way better than Lerone Murphy. Way better on the feet, way better in his movement, way better in his boxing. Probably got as much punch power as each other, but Lerone's maybe a bit more dynamic in what he throws. But Volk's got way better takedown defense. I could see positions where Volk is pushing the aggressive takedown threat on Movzar Evloev in this fight. If he reverses position and pushes Evloev up against the cage, goes for an outside trip. So I'm going to go with Volkanovski. And I hope it's an entertaining fight, because the last two Lopez fights, even though they were good performances from Volk, they just haven't had those wow moments. So I hope we get some really good scrambles. And I'm hoping that, I think Volk could finish Evloev. I'm going to say he wins by decision, but I wouldn't be surprised if Evloev is stuck on the feet with Volk, and Volk is able to hurt him on a few occasions and really class on him and outclass him when it comes to the stand-up. I reckon we could be looking at an Alexander Volkanovski TKO in the later rounds. So we'll see what happens, but that's an amazing main event. However, it has been like-mogged and ratioed by the co-main event. Piotr Yan versus Merab Dvalishvili 3. This has 573,000 likes on Instagram, and Volkanovski versus Evloev has 414,000 likes. So I thought this was the bigger deal, because it's a fresh matchup, it's Volkanovski, but I guess Evloev doesn't really bring a fan base of his own to the table. But everybody loves Yan, and they've seen Yan versus Merab 2 recently. They're waiting for it to be ran back. Merab's picked up a bit of a fan base online. I am going to go with Piotr Yan winning this fight pretty handily as well. If he comes in healthy, which I'm assuming is the reason for the delay, is that so he can come into this fight healthy, I think he beats Merab 8 times out of 10. Very competitive fight, as it was in the rematch as well. But when it comes to damage, Yan's got the damage. I don't think Merab, in the first fight, he headbutted Piotr Yan, and Yan's eye swole up. But while Yan's got 2 hands functioning, and he's healthy, and he can throw what he wants, I don't see a way that Merab's punches are really going to get past Yan's defense and cause any real significant damage to it. Whereas, this nose has seen better days, to say the very least. If Yan goes out there and stings him with a few jabs, it's breaking. Cuts are going to be opened up on the nose. You can already see all of the lines going across Merab's nose where cuts have been opened up before. in the case of close rounds, Marab's going to be the one bleeding. Marab's going to be the one with swelling around his eye. Marab's going to be the one with cuts opening up on his eyebrow, on his eye. And I think that's just going to play into a factor here. I never want to really pick Yan to win by finish. And I don't know if he will, but the amount of times he hurt Marab to the body, I can see Marab maybe wincing to the body a bit more when Yan shows him that kick on that side. And maybe I could see Yan whipping up a head kick on him, to be honest with you. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? Because Marab got hurt so many times to the body in their last fight. And it was a real weakness of his. And Yan is definitely going to be targeting it. But I could so see Yan start throwing a head kick off that side because he has that in his arsenal. Especially against a guy as short as Marab Dvalashvili. And I could see him maybe whipping that one up out of nowhere. But Marab's got such good recovery. I could see him getting hurt and then still working his way back into the round. But I'm going to go with Pyotr Yan. Marab was active as fuck the first time. Now he's going to have had some time off. I think this is more to Yan's beat. This is more to Yan's schedule, to his preference. He's decided when he's coming back. And I think he'll win this one. 49-46. Another great fight over 5 rounds. And this would be an amazing win for Yan to get on his resume. And then afterwards, we've got Umar versus Song Yudong coming up soon. Sean O'Malley's waiting right now, seeing if he gets a title shot, has a win over Pyotr Yan. So if Yan calls out Sean O'Malley on a title fight win on the post-fight interview, that's a huge fight to happen. And then you've got Umar there waiting as maybe a potential fresh contender if he gets past Song Yudong, which is a big if. So that's a very tricky thing to do. Yan's got some generational matchups coming his way if he does defeat Marab in the trilogy. And if Marab wins, you just line up the winner of him versus... You just line up him versus the winner of Song Yudong versus Umar. And then just run Yan versus O'Malley 2 anyway in a rematch. And that makes all sense in the world. Amazing 2 matchups to top the card. Amazing 2 matchups to top the card. However, the rest of it does take a bit of a dip. I was expecting a Josh Hockett matchup against Alexander Volkov or Sergey Pavlovich. And I know that we're probably going to get Alex Pereira versus Sergey Pavlovich next. Maybe we'll get Alex Pereira versus Josh Hockett. Who knows? But I would have saved Volkov for Hockett if they're going to make Pereira versus Pavlovich. Just my honest opinion. I like Arnold Allen versus Aaron Pico. We couldn't have got Arnold Allen versus Lerone Murphy. Or Arnold Allen versus Aljamain Sterling. Higher ranked fighters. Maybe they're going to make Aljamain Sterling versus Lerone Murphy. And that's why they've done this with Arnold Allen. But I love these matchups. Lona Kavanagh, Ramazan Temirov in the feature fight is interesting. I would put Allen versus Pico in the feature fight. But Lona Kavanagh's always entertaining. Temirov looks to knock people out. I actually think Lona Kavanagh's got a really good shot of winning that one because Temirov goes out there cruising for a bruising in round 1. But he's not really like a sustained, drown you in the later rounds type of guy. He's kind of a fast starter. And I don't know if he's going to be able to catch Kavanagh like he was catching Steve Erceg, who is a rangy striker for the division that can't fight anywhere but in elbow distance of his opponent for some bizarre reason. So maybe this is a fight where Lona could draw this out into the later rounds and fight a bit more at his pace. But it's going to be a tough ask and a very, very dangerous matchup regardless. Volkov-Kuniev, good fight. I'd lean towards Volkov. I think it's a sick matchup though. I'm leaning towards Arnold Allen against Aaron Pico. I think Arnold Allen's got that one. Aaron Pico's dangerous, but Arnold Allen looked better than ever in his last fight. And even against Gene Silva, looked better than ever in that fight as well. He really seems to have came into his prime. And this is the first time in UFC history, very important to know, this is the first time in UFC history that we are going to witness an active Arnold Allen. Generational. Maybe it'll be like a mythological fight for bad reasons. And we want to go back, no, we need annual Arnold Allen again. Where he comes back once a year and just puts on a masterclass, win or lose. But I think Arnold Allen's got Aaron Pico here. Aaron Pico's very hittable early, and Allen's been starting very fast recently and swinging with some real heat. And Pico's chin is a little bit suspect, so Arnold Allen took like big shots off of Gene Silver in their fight, and he was cracking Allen with massive shots. Is Pico gonna KO Allen when he couldn't KO Pitbull? I don't think so. I think Allen's gonna get the better of that, and maybe chin Aaron Pico in the earlier round. Very competitive fight though. Dominic Reyes versus Azamat Mirzakhanov. I reckon Mirzakhanov chins him at this point, but we're always kind of rooting for Reyes. Abbas Magomedov, Cam Ralston. Ralston's put some good wins together, looking to get into the rankings. Nikita Krylov back again. Didn't break his jaw against Whitaker, apparently. I'm not saying anything, but he's fighting Abdul Rahman Yakyayev, Hamzat Chimayev's guy, Chechen fighter out of Turkey. Very dangerous first round finisher, so actually plays into Krylov's hands a little bit in terms of his style. And Grant Dawson versus Nurullah Aliyev. We need a sprinkling of maybe another banger prelim fight. Where's Bobby Green? Is he looking to come back anytime soon? Where's Ateba Gutierrez? Is he going to be on one of these cards coming up? Maybe I think he already has a matchup booked against Roman Kopylov on the forbidden UFC 332 card, which we can talk about. Because I don't know if you guys noticed this, but we're going from UFC 330 to UFC 331, which is Joshua Van versus Alejandro Pantoja, all the way to UFC 333. There's a 332 pay-per-view card in Salt Lake City, and we don't know what the main event is. Van's booked up at flyweight. Volkanovski Evloev on this card, Jan versus Dvalishvili on this card. It's not going to be Aspinall versus Gane. I reckon they're going to wait until November or December to book that fight, probably November at Madison Square Garden with the heavyweight world championship on the line. Carlos Ulberg is injured, so he's not going to be fighting on that card. Sean Strickland is injured. Maybe would be a good candidate for Salt Lake City, but he's not going to be on that card. And it's in like 7 weeks. I'm worried we're getting a Shevchenko, Kayla Harrison doubleheader for Salt Lake City. Maybe a Yuri Prohaska, Paulo Costa on the feature fight or something, but I'm starting to worry about that card. I'm seeing like Peyton Tabott versus Davison Figueiredo and a sprinkling of other decent matchups that could be fun, but I'm worried that it's not going to have the names at the top to really bring it home. But I like this card, and we've also got Sean Brady versus Gabriel Bonfirm, got announced in the welterweight division. I could see Bonfirm. This is a tricky one. Brady is going to grapple. I don't know if I can say Bonfirm is going to finish Brady in the early rounds of this fight, though. I might lean towards Sean Brady. Bonfirm's very dangerous, looks really good against Bilal. But then again, Brady did lose to Bilal, so it's a really tricky fight to pick. Everybody's like saying, like, there's a comment here, top comment saying Brady by 25 minutes of ground and pound. And Bonfirm's a really good grappler. He started as a grappler, but I mean, I would maybe lean towards Brady being able to get off his grappling, but this is a main event of an Apex Fight Night card. Small octagon might help Brady if he wants to work takedowns while Bonfirm's backs to the cage. So that's a decent event. We're just back to back every weekend in the UFC. That's something we're gonna have to get used to. I used to like look at maybe, oh, there's a weekend off here, and they are getting rarer and rarer, and I notice it especially as an MMA content creator. Those weekends free are just a thing of the past. I don't think there's gonna be a free weekend until like November or December. I know there's usually that Christmas break, but UFC really is becoming a weekly event. And this might be one of the problems with that. This is a shit main event. I know it's Chihuihuis, and it's like a big deal, and he's a meme, and everybody loves Chihuihuis. We all love Raul Rosas Jr., don't get me wrong. But is Rosas Jr. versus Raoni Barcelos a main event of a fight night card? I don't think so. It better have a strong undercard. Or is it just going to be everyone from the Contender Series this year piling on to these Vegas cards? That might be the new format, and to be honest, I think it's going to make MMA fans commit to watching the Contender Series. I'm watching the Contender Series. I can't get enough of the Contender Series. I do live fight companions for the Contender Series, and will do for this entire season. And maybe that will make those matchups more important to me. But it gets to a point where you're thinking, we should have had Rosas Jr. versus Barcelos on a pay-per-view card. You know? By the way, I think Barcelos wins this shit. Not even a fucking hot take either, by the way. Unk has still got it, and he is dangerous. And I don't see him being held down by Raul Rosas Jr. I don't see him getting chinned by Raul. I don't see him getting held down for 5 rounds. I think he's going to scramble pretty well with him. And if they're stuck on the feet eventually, I think Barcelos is going to put mustard on Raul Rosas Jr. We could be in for a devastating fraud check of Raul Rosas Jr., of Chihuahuas. And we could be looking at Jaime Barcelos. Win over Peyton Saber, win over Raul Rosas Jr., bunch of other wins in between that as well. Looking for his shot in the top 10 at 50 years of age. We'll see what happens, but if we get into this, September the 26th, I mean, we still have other Fight Night cards in September, I believe, or in early October that don't have a main event. Scrap the cards. Because we're going to get lower and lower. We're going to get to the point where we're getting unranked main events of Fight Night cards. It may have happened before that I can't think of off the top of my head right now. But we're going to get to that point, you know.
Hello.
Where we're really starting to see, oh, that's weird. It's a Dustin Jacoby versus, I always go to Dustin Jacoby for some obscure name. That's weird. It's interesting. It's Dustin Jacoby versus Umar Sy as a main event of an Apex Fight Night, guys. I guess we just had to have it on that weekend. And now they've made the Apex with more of a crowd. I feel like they are cramming. You know? And they are going to sign a lot of these Contender Series guys into the UFC, even if they don't have the greatest performance of all time. So we'll see what happens. But I wouldn't have done this. I would have had this on a pay-per-view card. In October, you know, on that Salt Lake City card, just add on Rosas Jr. versus Jaime Barcelos. I think that would make that card stronger. But, you know, maybe even add it to the prelims of this. And boost up that card as well. Fallouts do happen. Injuries do happen. Fights fall off of cards all the time. But I'm looking forward to this. This is big. And I'm hoping the schedule stays strong. I'm looking at a I have a vision in my head, guys. Okay? These are amazing. And they're going to carry that whole event. And I'm going to have butterflies in my stomach for both of these matchups. And that's what I'm looking for. And the rest of this card is going to support that. But surely there's a generational card coming soon. In November. Or December. Surely it's somewhere out there. Tom Aspinall versus Cyril Gane. Pereira versus Pavlovich on the undercard. Paddy Pimblett versus Ilya Topuria in the co-main event. You know what I'm saying? There's a absolutely legendary status card that we're gonna get it. I really think so. November, December, we're getting something generational in the distance. Main event, Aspinall versus Gane. Co-main event, Paddy Pimblett versus Ilya Topuria. Feature fight, Pereira versus Pavlovich or Josh Hockett. Imagine that press conference. Then in the opener of the main card, Yuri Prohaska versus Paulo Costa. Then maybe an Aljamain Sterling versus Lerone Murphy, or Diego Lopez versus Charles Oliveira, or something in the meantime. Then maybe a December of Justin Gaethje versus Charles Oliveira too. I can almost see it in the distance, you know? Justin Gaethje versus Charles Oliveira too, with a co-main event of what do I want in the co-main event of that card? No Volt. No Makachev. See you in August next year, buddy. Yep. We need to put Prates Morales on one of these. That's what I also think we need to do. Maybe Allberg will be healthy by then. Surely Allberg will be healthy by then. Allberg versus Ankalaev on there. Why can't they should headline the Apex. I really think Shevchenko would be at home at the Apex.
Don't snuff my candle.
You know? Headlining an Apex card. Co-mained by Raul Roches Jr. versus Hound Barcelo. I feel really valued by that as an MMA fan. If I'm keeping it honest. I'm hoping Joshua Van stays active if he beats Pantoja as well. We'll see what happens. Like and subscribe. Thank you for watching. Toodle Pip, I'll see you later. Bosh, bosh. Late October. What's going to be on UFC 332 though? Maybe leave your ideas in the comments below. Toodle Tip. See you later. Goodbye. And book Prates versus Morales. I said it just a second ago. I keep seeing them two talking about who's next. We ain't seeing Matt. I know he said before Ramadan. You know, I need to have a break. So he's talking January. And that would be a reasonable turnaround. But if that ain't going to happen, before the end of the year, let's get Prates versus Morales and have the winner fight Islam Makhachev. Alright? Thank you for watching. Toodle Pip. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Who's this? Oh, cool. 5.
I can finally talk about it. My behind-the-scenes work with the Mansell family, bricks and minifigs, the settlement that finally happened. Although the story is not over, I'm going to give you the behind-the-scenes look to show you how self-inflicted this wound for bricks and minifigs really was. It's unbelievable. As bad as you think it is, it's so much worse. I literally, behind the scenes, nobody knew until now, was secretly trying to talk myself out of an 8 million viewed video, guys, that I did 2 months ago. The saga is still going on. Thousands of YouTubers are paying their rent every month with the Lego drama checks, and we tried to stop it early on. I mean, we tried to put an end to this thing. It was obvious what the solution always was, and I want to show you some of that behind the scenes work. It wasn't just me, by the way, and ultimately, I wasn't successful, okay? You know, obviously, lawyers would get involved. It got super expensive. Months went on where the obvious thing didn't happen. But my point is, this got so dragged out. This is a story that should have lasted exactly 6 seconds, that seemingly has been going on for months now, and will probably take, you know, over a year longer. I mean, we have still litigation ongoing. So I want to break all of that down for you today. I've been holding on to this, knowing that eventually I really want to talk about it. I didn't sooner because I didn't want to torch the chance of any deal. Obviously, we now saw one come to light, and so that's why I feel comfortable talking about it now. And I'm only going to show just a few of the messages to prove the point, which is that everyone knew the solution literally months ago, and rather than doing that, the hard way has been chosen every step of the way. Like, the worst possible decision has been chosen repeatedly, to the point you start to wonder if this is some sadistic need to be dunked on by the internet. We have to learn from what might be one of the greatest corporate fiascos of all time. Otherwise, what was it really worth, guys? I mean, yes, finally, the Mansells are being paid, and I am happy about that. Here's the official story. The Mansells confirmed they've been compensated by BAM for the losses associated with their consignment arrangement. We don't get an exact dollar figure, but it's probably somewhere in the realm of what would make the Mansell family feel good. But bear in mind, this is all under the context of they were also sort of being sued in a RICO lawsuit during that time. So it does feel a bit under duress. Again, I want to discuss this in more detail, but before I do, I want to take you back to when all of this started for me personally. Now, this is an email exchange with Reckless Ben, who of course is the guy who started the whole saga and, you know, basically caused the Mansells to get kind of compensated in the first place, because he's the one who applied the pressure to Bricks and Minifigs. He contacted me on May 26th, 2026, to just kind of, you know, pitch the idea of me covering this story.
immediately I kind of looked into it and I decided not to do it. I did not want to get involved early on. It's not that it wasn't important, it's just that I felt like all I would really be doing is rehashing what other people said, and I just wasn't interested in that type of thing. I said, I'm not sure how much I could add to what's already been said, and given that you and the wider community seem to be handling it well, I'm inclined to watch it from the sidelines. That's May 26th. So honestly, I wasn't even going to get involved in the first place. You would have never heard the word CoffeeZilla Lego scandal had it not been for what happened the very next day. So on May 27th, 2026, this gets filed. A massive lawsuit against Reckless Ben that in total was like over $1 million. Bricks and Minifigs puts the gloves on and decides rather than, just pay people back, they're gonna fully go to war with the YouTuber who started it all. And by the way, they're still going to war with him. They still are trying to bankrupt him, in my view, and they're still trying to destroy him for what he did to their brand. They feel like he wronged them and whatever. And that's why I say, despite the Mancells now being, paid back for this whole thing, it actually doesn't fully end the saga because we still have Bricks and Minifigs trying to basically destroy Reckless Ben's life. And it's in that same lawsuit, by the way, with Ben, that we also have Brian Mancell personally being listed as one of the defendants. So he himself was being sued in this giant lawsuit as well, which struck me as so deeply wrong. And so I, against, you just saw, I said, I'm not going to get involved with this. I, against, my initial thought, said, okay, May 28th, this is the next day. I've seen a bit more of this play out, and I'm starting to have some stronger feelings about this, particularly given the legal threats against yourself and others. What's a good number to reach out, etc. So this is when I first get involved. Now, what I'm telling you is, I was never going to investigate this. I had other stuff going on, other investigations happening, and I see this extreme overreaction from Bricks and Minifigs Corporate to basically try to destroy the life of a YouTuber who frankly brought an injustice to light. Now, I start investigating, and it's at this point that I begin to speak to everyone. At first, it's just to do the investigation part, but while I get access to everyone, I start realizing, man, I kind of hope I can broker a deal here. Like, it seems obvious, so obvious to everyone involved that the Mancells need to be paid. And he shouldn't have ever been part of this ridiculous $1 million plus lawsuit that would definitely inflict more pain on him. And he's the victim in this. Why is this happening? So it was obvious to me he was going to have to be made right. And also, like, he'd have to be dropped from lawsuits. So I start to engage in what is basically like a non-lawyer, hey, let me just kind of back channel, hopefully a resolution. It was pretty obvious to me, lawyers are just going to complicate this. It's a very simple answer. You just have to pay this guy and walk away. And then honestly, what is the story after that? Like, guy gets paid what he was owed. Like, initially he was wrong, but then the corporate makes it right. Like, it seems like, although they wouldn't have made it right in time, this is late May, early June. I mean, the story had kind of gotten some traction, but not nearly as big as it was gonna go. It was just starting to go national, and I'm like, just like pay the guy, drop him from this ridiculous lawsuit, and you're done. Because it doesn't even make financial sense at this point, because even at the biggest headline number, we're only talking about $200,000 in Legos, and that's even what the Gormans originally said. It was actually worth less than that. So it's not that much money compared to the millions of dollars of damages that are happening to the Bricks and Minifigs brand. This is a multi-million-dollar corporation. They're torching their goodwill with the public, and I'm just pointing out the obvious. Like, this doesn't make sense at all. I'm a third party. I'm unsolicited advice here, guys, but you should probably stop the nonsense. And so, I tell them, and this is just my own text, okay? I say, I'm trying to back channel a solution that I think is probably inevitable anyway. Brian has to be made whole and dropped from the suit. The sooner that happens, the better. Call when you can. This happens on June 4th, okay? This is almost a week before my video. I'm trying to prevent all this from happening, or at least substantially make the story less interesting. I'm like, let's just get this guy paid and move on with our lives, right? By the way, the text under that is, I know it feels impossible, but consider dropping the lawsuits against everyone in this story, yes, including Ben. I don't think this escalation ladder of lawsuits of 1.3 million over what amounts to about $100,000 in actual missing Legos makes sense, is going to resolve this, or helps your brand. Okay, so I'm really giving, honestly, some what now in hindsight looks like incredible advice, to be honest, which is just like, hey, this is all going to snowball. This is a disaster. Just drop it, be done. This is an easy solution here, which, by the way, half of which we've already seen come true. Literally, we saw it just now, August 19th. They dragged it out in the media for 2 months, letting their brand be tarnished, you know, by their own actions, frankly, because they knew early on that they could have gotten this done earlier. And basically, by the way, just so you know, a lot of the breakdown ended up being that they disagreed on dropping the RICO lawsuit. Like, would they drop the RICO lawsuit before mediation, after mediation? There's a big disagreement about that. And that's kind of where my part fell apart. And I washed my hand of it and I said, I can't help you guys. Basically, there was no bridging that gap because one party's saying, like, you have to drop the RICO lawsuit before we can settle these missing Legos. And the other side's like, well, come to the table and we'll talk. You know, it's like, ultimately, there was just too big of a lack of trust, and the lawyers continued to get more and more involved, and ultimately, you know, got it done after months of work, and I'm sure they all took their piece. That's kind of what's sad about this whole thing is, like, I think the real winners here are, sadly, the lawyers. The biggest losers are Bricks and Minifigs out of all of this, because they have stretched what should have been basically $100,000 to $200,000 problem into a multi-million-dollar loss for themselves. And I know they probably think to themselves, like, in their head, the big villain is Ben, and that's why they refuse to drop the lawsuit against them. Ironically, it's their wanting to punish Ben that I think is preventing them from realizing that they are just hurting their own store franchisees. At this point, they're the reason this is all still in the media. And I think if they could see that and look past their sort of hatred of Ben, trying to destroy Ben, it would help them a lot. And I say that as someone, by the way, who doesn't want to see Bricks and Minifigs and all their franchisees fail. Like, I feel bad for a lot of the people who have been affected by this. I'm also not a person who blamed them for all of the problems, right? If you see my original video, there were a lot of people who actually shared some of the blame in how all of this got locked, right? Like, you had the Formans that had some accounting issues. You had some missing Legos at the store. You had some side deal stuff. So you had a lot of different elements that made up these missing Legos. I not only fully acknowledge that, we are the ones who brought that to light. And yet, I'm telling you, as someone who's seen it from behind the scenes, the reason this story has had legs for so long is all of these escalations and unwillingness to drop all of this legal stuff. The irony, of course, is that they think Ben is the monster who's destroying their company, when in actuality, I think if you look at the facts of the case, it's them. It's their decisions that have caused people like myself and the entire world to get interested in this story. So while I think it's fair for them to criticize some of Ben's methods, and I think that some of them were a little bit extreme, at the end of the day, the larger picture is that he got somebody who was wrong paid back money. Obvious to everyone that Bricks and Minifigs would not have made this settlement without Ben being involved. So you can't, on the one hand, excuse Brian Mansell from this lawsuit, pay him money, literally apologize, saying, quote, BAM has issued an unqualified apology to the Mansell family for the losses and pain suffered, and yet keep up the lawsuit against the guy who brought it to light in the first place. The lack of self-awareness, the lack of the ability to say, hey, unequivocally, we were wrong. We are not hedging with lawyers. We're not, we're not suing people. We are just fully apologizing and making things right. That was always the answer. It still is the answer, and they can still choose that path if they want to. But given our current history, I won't hold my breath. I expect a long, drawn-out legal campaign that makes no one but the lawyers rich. Anyways, that's basically it. Just wanted to talk about my personal experience behind the scenes, and I'm glad the Mansells finally got paid.
Welcome back, Exiles, for some more PoE Sports. It is round 3 of the ExileCon Path of Exile 2 race. qualifiers. We have had 2 races confirmed. Going to ExileCon, Jiluwu in week 1 and Guy That Dies in week 2. But the pressure is mounting for the remaining, like, I don't know, 8 to 20 or so competitive racers who really want to get to ExileCon. And they're going to be pulling out all the stops today. I know already that there's going to be some interesting stuff coming out and some changes in reckless strategies coming our way. So it's an exciting day for Path of Exile Racing. I am Ziggy D, joined by my co-host once again, Rise QT. Welcome, Rise. How are you going, mate? Do you have any predictions for today?
Doing good. And for predictions, I do have my predictions. I don't want to mention them too early, but we did struggle a lot with which 4 players we're going to be displaying at first, because although the 8 to 20 number was kind of interesting, but yeah, there are a lot of people who are just trying to qualify for these last 2 races, and things are really ramping up quick.
Yeah, that's it. I think there's like a pretty good number of people under that 210 range, but indeed we are seeing times with last week's current world record for in-event time being, it was, what did that end up being? It was
2
like
hours, 36 minutes, or 36 seconds, sorry.
Oh, and last week's race was something to behold. We thought Angormus had it in the bag after an incredible streak of RNG, getting everything going right, only to have just that one death right in that final push, which was the similar amount of time that he lost by about 2 minutes in the end, and that death penalty being 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, he ended up at 2 hours, 2 minutes and 17 seconds, but it's also psychological damage, you know? You get tilted, you get mad at yourself, something like that. It lasts for the entirety of the race. That's why we've seen some of our players, really prominent players, kind of have that nasty death in Act 1 and then really falling off. That happened to Guy That Dies in the first race. He ended up qualifying to ExileCon the second one, but in the first one he had an early death and he was just never able to recover from it. You can afford that in the first qualifier, maybe in the second one. 3rd and 4th, you're not going to have a whole lot more opportunities to qualify.
No, that's it. The pressure is absolutely mounting, and if you were one of those people who felt pretty confident about getting one of those qualifiers in week 1 or 2, well, week 3 things start to feel a little bit different. And it'll be interesting to see like how Angormus recovers from that psychological damage of last week's race, because to have a race like that where everything goes right, to lose it in the end is tough, because you're not going to be expecting to have a race like that again. So you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. But
it is interesting too.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just thinking that it's also interesting in the case of Angormus, because he faltered a little bit. He did some practice runs with Huntress, but ended up going back to the mercenary, baby. So it's kind of, you can see the shakiness, but in the end, he is a mountain and he holds strong on the merc.
Yeah, wavered in his faith a little bit there, so to speak. I did see that as well. But I did catch a bit of his practice runs yesterday, and it was looking pretty good, so I think he's going to be on fine form. He had a 2 hours and 1 minute and 40 seconds run yesterday, which was, I think, like, not even particularly good. So that's a good time. That's a winning time potentially. So we'll see what happens today. But it's not just Angormus today that we have to keep an eye on, because there's a lot of other races, and we're going to be transitioning over to see the races take their starts on the finish line. That's not where they start usually, on the starting line. A peal of thunder sounds over the beaches of Ray Class as the races once again wash up. They keep doing this again and again. Are they crazy? Perhaps so. But we have other races to be keeping an eye on. Woodish is someone that I've been keeping a close eye on the mercenary side of things.
Right.
Has been having some spectacular runs, being a relative newcomer to the Path of Exile 2 racing scene. But definitely looking like a strong contender. And the Merc versus Huntress race is definitely heating up, because we had a Huntress win in week 1, and then Guy That Dies won on Huntress after playing Mercenary in week 1 and then swapping. So we haven't had that Mercenary representation, but Angormus, like you said, has stayed true to the Mercenary action. And we've also got Woodish. We did have I Am Exile last week, who was looking very promising for a win. But unfortunately, another game has claimed I Am Exile this week, so will not be available for it.
He's at his J Omega little B. Unlucky.
Who do we have on screen today? Rise, take us away, mate.
Luxian in the bottom left, another super strong player that we have not showcased too much yet, but in the past seasons somebody was always at the top, and I think every week with these improvements, Luxian is definitely somebody who you have to pay attention to on the Huntress, and Lee Donglin, who also has his demis from past seasons, now trying to qualify for China. And those are going to be our Huntresses. We will be switching out players. We'll be checking out different POVs. I think Whole New Society might make a showing on the stream as well. But for now, we're kicking things off.
And the races are off. The race begins for that third VIP ticket, all expenses paid, and chance to show up and race on the main stage at ExileCon in that coveted Day 2 Path of Exile 2 race event. It's a big one. The last two ExileCons, the race has gone down in history. And there were definitely very exciting events to have been a part of. So I know everyone's really excited. This fresh generation of Path of Exile races, ultimately.
Oh, yeah.
As Path of Exile 2 has brought a bunch of new races to the scene. We've had a few, we've had a few familiar faces showing up here and there, but I think it has been a very fresh field of PoE 2 races, with Angormus being like the leader of that pack ultimately, starting well before Season 1 was even announced. Lee Donglin taking a gigantic slam, but calculated amounts of damage as they manage comfortably. Once again, we see the Miller strategy panning out. The differences there as the mercenary pull them away so that they can get the skip through the doorway from it. If the Miller dies off screen from the entrance, you can get through there a little bit faster. While the Huntresses being melee will prefer to fight them near the door and just be close and ready to go. You see any of that reload tech
going on?
Yeah, if we saw any of the reload tech with the unequip, re-equip the crossbow for that default attack reload. The zombie positioning leading to some shotgun blasts being favored instead there.
Looking for some talismans. Players are going to be picking up all of the loot. A talisman for Angormus, checking vendors now. A talisman for Woodish, trying to get the gold for. He's going to get it here. And already today, I was watching Angormus, and he has a nice dialogue skip that's going to be happening for the league mechanic. So something he discovered. Maybe some of the other players aren't going to be doing it. It's not something major, but, every little bit helps, like we've mentioned. Any second can count. Also, I think having that advantage of, I know something that you don't is goes a long way.
Yeah, it was interesting to find out that Angormus had been streaming all day yesterday, not really keeping too much secret apparently at this point, just kind of going to be relying on raw skill, unless there was something in his back pocket that he wasn't planning on pulling out this week and saving it for next week in case something goes wrong, maybe.
Yeah, players are sharing all of this information quickly, although there has been some differences for sure between the more Western community and then the Chinese players. We've definitely been seeing some difference in approaches, people stealing VODs from each other and all that sort of stuff. Super fun, of course, all in the name of Path of Exile Glorias. Bira is going to be our next boss fight, with Woodish already dropping her to about 50%. Angormus very shortly. Actually, Angormus might be finishing up the fight earlier. Yeah, there you go. So
grenade for your head there. pretty in sync for most of that fight there. A little belt pick up and cold resist for Woodish.
Yeah, a belt is always nice. Obviously, our players are looking for rings. They're looking for gloves. It's going to be a nice early source of damage for some of them. Again, I was watching Angormus earlier, and he had a crazy iron ring that he picked up with like 4 to 14, I think, damage. So it was like completely insane. But these are some of the differences that we're going to be seeing early. You might be thinking to yourself that the Huntresses are already falling behind and there's no way they're going to be able to keep up. But they do kind of go a little bit slower from the get-go, and they're going to be ramping as the race continues with, some of the differences we're going to be highlighting later. Angormus in that bear form, preparing the Witch, getting the Rage.
Yeah, the rage stacks mobs in the hut there was a cute little add-on. Just taking advantage of the way that the cookie crumbled there to get a little bit of extra rage stacks for a faster fight. But Ariadne kind of zoning him out a little bit, but he gets the kill there. And just Nerves of Steel stands very close to the explosions, but just in the right spot. And no upset whatsoever. Huntresses, of course, go for a bit of a different strategy here. Since they're using the Twister, they'll try and pull Ariadne inside of the hut, which can be pretty dangerous, but also can be a much faster way to kill her, as you can get those Twister bounces. Usually the one bounce off the wall won't work, but the second bounce when it comes back and hits her again because of that internal cooldown will actually work. But, you know, sometimes they go fly out the door like they're doing for Li Donglin right now. But Li Dong does get the kill in the end, and Luxian just trailing a little bit behind. We get to see their kill as well, which is going fairly well so far. They do have to mind those volatiles, managing them well, popping them in the center of the hut, giving them plenty of space to move around, using that whirlwind to reposition as they get those twisters down, and a pretty good kill in the end for them as well.
Yeah, it looks like struggling a little bit. Some of these bosses are not going to be cooperating. We've seen some pretty big differences, especially in Act 3 for Twisters when everybody ramps up. But for now, the players are heading over to the Red Veil with some of them already there, clicking those weapon racks, trying to get the next tier of weapon, and hoping for some potential transmute drops as they're going to be approaching another boss very soon.
Yeah, moving up to the Rust King in a moment. Like Rise was saying, it's pretty typical for the mercenaries to excel in the early game here, and it did that difference where the mercenaries were consistently winning Act 1 did have me hoping that we might see some slight changes in the Huntress's early game, because ultimately the Huntress strategy hasn't been all that well refined. And like, even to the point where people were saying that Huntress was super squishy, but it was just because the strategy hadn't been very refined yet at that point when week 1 rolled around, basically. But it has been getting refined pretty rapidly. And I had heard tell that there would be maybe some explosive spear. People have been experimenting with some explosive spear parry additions to try and speed up the early game a little bit to get those, you know, burning grounds for the extra bonus damage. But I don't think at this point we've seen anything there. So I don't know if that was ultimately bait and misdirection, or if it's been discarded or hasn't really panned out as being faster overall. But the mercenaries do reign supreme here in Act 1 for the moment, with Woodish taking the lead on the Rust King, getting a nice stun before that sword pop. And Gormaz,
such a nice fight.
Getting close there too. Yeah, these guys are very in sync today. Ooh, an Exalted Orb. A nice early get there. No boots on for either of our mercenaries yet. Very little gear to speak of. And Gormaz has got belts to spare, but basically nothing else. Doesn't pick up a crossbow upgrade there as well. Checking for gloves. Does get attack speed and physical damage gloves.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Those are very
Nothing
nice
for
indeed.
Woodish. Just got a helmet. That's it. Somehow wearing a helmet and running around is more naked than just being fully naked. Helmet and belt. That's
true.
Some outfits are just more naked than naked, aren't they? It's like shoes, boots, and
that's ranked live, bro.
The races practice all sorts of conditions.
You know, at times I feel it's like, it's just like they just put them in your games after a good win streak.
The Huntress strategy was not refined was because our players were dying a lot on the Huntress, stating that it's almost impossible to stay alive on this class. They would die multiple times per run, but you can see that with our fixed speed layout, the players are pulling in the Rust King on that little bridge. And Twisters are pretty much maximizing the damage. Such a good layout for our players. They're going to be having the same shrines, and the reason why not dying is important, well, because you die, you go slower, but also they were going to have to stand around for 2.5 minutes if you haven't watched our previous events. So a pretty large amount of downtime.
It's crazy how serious the race is. Oh, hang on, please, mate, you're scaring me. I was literally just about to cast cursing.
Yeah.
I've been saying
Grim Tangle is no joke. This zone is hell.
We've been having, like, we're so used to seeing so many deaths, and even the winners are sometimes having like 2 or 3 deaths and still winning. But the game has changed because people have been winning deathless, and now 1 death can be all that costs you, as Angormus well knows after last week. So even an early death, ultimately that 2.5 minutes is going to haunt you throughout that rest of that race. And an inopportune one can be even worse. Angormus!
Oh,
he's going to do the reset, mate. Please reset for me. I know. Eyes up, looking at the ceiling. Lamenting his fate there. But ultimately the right call. Like, it's not a reset you want to have, but that was not that bad. A reset in the end. The checkpoint was pretty close to where he was. Oh, he really was tempting fate as well. I'm pausing multiple times there, and I was like, there's no way you're getting out of that, mate.
Yeah, but every time you don't make that swift decision that we've seen from some of the players in the past weeks, it's costing you time, right? Oh my goodness, we don't win. Having to kite all the way back. Stay safe.
Yeah, players having a bit of difficulty in the Grim Tangle this time around. And almost building up those rage stacks and getting the damage on the Rotten Druid there. The grenaders know not to use all of their grenades at the start of the Rotten Druid fight. If you're playing a grenader in your campaign league start, don't throw all your grenades at the Druid until after they teleport, because they will always teleport from that start location. You can throw down one set of grenades, just not all your cooldowns.
A pretty big difference in the approach already, and Gormus, having not found that support gem, has to go for that boss with Woodish being able to skip it, either due to hoping for some RNG later on or dropping something that we haven't caught, but something that he will not be getting is the Iron Ring from the cemetery. It's nice to always find those graves early, but the Lazuli is not what you want to see. He's gonna Alkid.
Yeah, you got like cold resist and mana regeneration. I don't see any damage on there. Unfortunately.
No prefixes.
Throwing that Alk on there, just hoping for that damage to make up for the fact of no Iron Ring there. Yeah, like I said, that Grimtangle boss is optional, but a nice fallback if you don't get those supports, and ultimately players are looking for a certain amount of supports and skill gems, and having them at different times or having them at the wrong time is a big deal.
Yes.
So, and Gormus having to lose a little bit of time there, despite a good kill on the boss in the end.
Very interesting, you can see. When it comes to the layout read on Gormus, goes to the right with Woodish going to the left, so a pretty much complete opposite approach. They're still going to be sticking around the edges trying to find the crypt. But
yeah, it's interesting the different run through there, considering I don't know that it actually makes too much difference for them ultimately.
Yeah. You're still sticking to the ledge. But I do wonder, I mean, maybe if you get the Iron Ring a little bit earlier, it might make a difference. Who knows?
You say
something
Iron
drops
Ring,
from Luxian.
not for Gormus either.
Luxian gets one though.
Oh yeah, nice. Good pick up for the Huntresses then. Let's see how Lee Donglin goes. I couldn't tell.
I think that's one for Lee Donglin as well. Hold on, open your
Huntress
inventory.
is rigged.
Huntress is rigged, yeah. There's been a big point of discussion for sure, how RNG dependent the mercenary can be. But I did hear Gormus say that Huntress is pretty RNG dependent as well. So.
Yeah, I think ultimately it's just that the competition has gotten closer and closer to the point where the players do start to feel that RNG a little bit more now, whereas maybe earlier the Huntress wasn't as RNG, it wasn't as much of a determining factor potentially.
Right.
And Gormus going for the extra gem drop here from the rare monster. We're just having already completed this encounter here. Can be a little dangerous on occasion. Those preset rares can have a bit of splice on them sometimes. No move speed, despite the rare boots.
4 pairs of boots? Yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, I think this is like 4 pair of boots checking there.
Yeah.
No move speed to speak of yet. This these delays on movement speed are not really what the mercenaries want to see to keep ahead of the Huntresses and maintain that advantage.
Gloves for Luxian, he likes what he sees, he equips them. I'm not sure what it was, because it's in Chinese, but I'm sure it's useful as Gormus drops low. Again, this league mechanic is just so scary. Another pair of boots too for Gormus. Maybe he wants to be the MS. Maybe he's already got a pair.
I'm totally going to spy on the races in-game once I find out their in-game names. I'm going to pick in because I can actually read it when I'm in-game. Using our coveted, our secret spy technology. And Gormus taking lots of damage in this race so far, making me nervous. Oh, Woodish though! I look over and all of a sudden I just, I can't even see Woodish's life bar behind the timer there.
Yeah.
The remaining slither of health just hiding right behind that timer as they cross the 13-minute mark here.
So hard.
Very concerning.
Nicely done by Luxian. He's going to be clearing up his lead mechanic as the players are heading over really close to each other to the next boss. They're still struggling with the lead mechanic a little bit. Oh, and interesting. Okay, so Gormus, Luxian, and Lee Donglin run into the same area and now are going to have to backtrack. Oh no, sorry, Lee Donglin is still doing the event. Okay, with Woodish already at the boss.
Alright, I am first spying on Lee Donglin, who does have movement speed on those boots. Ooh. Very nice. Good little improvement for them. Getting lots of currency from that League Mechanic encounter there as well. 2 Regals.
Greetings.
2 Regals already. Okay, that's crazy beneficial in this early state of the game.
We've got the Iron Ring and a decent Iron Head Spear too with some damage and attack speed. So nothing on the gloves though, but still pretty good start for Lee Donglin. We check in on Luxian as well.
Drops an alchemy. He's going to be heading over to the Lackland. Fight soon after he gets through the mausoleum of the Praetor. Okay, I learned for this week, guys.
Nailed him. He's been training.
I'm still gonna be talking about your favorite Pokemon soon, but listen, that's yet to come. This is a very serious broadcast. Can't be making any jokes. Not allowed. Not permitted.
And
for
Luxian. Let's get up this load screen. We got some damage on the globs, but no movement speed boots for lead on Luna though. And yeah, both of them did manage that Iron Ring, so for sure rigged in favor of the Huntresses here so far. I'm a little concerned about how close the Huntresses are in time to Angormus currently. We are usually expecting to see the Mercenaries maintain a little bit more of a lead here, but Luxian was on the same boss as Angormus there, and it's looking slightly in favor of Luxian as they move through the second of the crypts here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Woodish over the up to Draven, having a really nice fight so far. Maybe dodge those circles. Making sure he doesn't get blasted there. As Draven gets stunned, and that should allow to finish up the fight. There we go. Nicely done by him. Already having a socket in his weapon.
The chance of
there is something useful there.
Yeah, we see Angormus starting his Draven fight, eating a full combo there as he builds up his rage stacks. Just a bit of pressure on the health blast though, nothing he can't handle. Building up that first stun, hopefully securing that, not before the sword swipe there. Does get in a slightly awkward position, but still manages to land those grenade volleys. Calculated amount of slam damage taken is gonna in a bit of an awkward position for the flame wave, but manages to time a roll through there pretty comfortably and keeps up damage the whole time through all of that, despite really getting knocked around by Draven and slight little extension during the fight there. But Angormus plays that pretty well. A difficult fight with difficult positioning, but making it happen. Meanwhile, Woodish getting the kill instantly over there, at least as far as I saw, since I only saw the very end of the fight.
It was a really quick fight from Woodish, nicely done by him. Gonna be skipping that quest item, not something you need in a speed run. A lot of vendoring going on, but a pretty clean inventory. Woodish really staying on top of things. Gonna be buying that Iron Ring. Did he buy it? No way.
Woodish does pick up movement speed from the vendor. Keeping on top of those vendor checks is how you insulate yourself against the R&D a little bit. You know, you don't get that movement speed. If you're taking those opportunities to use that regex, that little typed out string of codes that help you search the vendors and shore up against those situations, just give you those little bit of extra chances to make all the difference. We've seen some players, you know, not take advantage of that when they should have been and falling further and further behind when they struggle for gear.
And you can see for the Huntress that nice fighting position where the players pull it behind the arena, and in that smaller corridor, it's much easier to hit with those twisters multiple times. And a nice fight from Luxian. As Lee Donglin, you can see him getting in position to get an idea of how you can implement this into your runs.
Unique shield for Luxian there, but given that the I was gonna say I don't know that they're gonna be using one of those large round shields because I don't know if that's gonna help them all that much in the end.
Oh yeah, our players do need. Yeah, they do need all the gold that they can possibly get. So any little bit will help for sure.
Apparently, we're going to be bringing up Relicario, who's doing quite well.
Ooh, what a throwback! Let's go.
Substitution here. That's right, Relicario on the Druid. I was
He's
just thinking
the
about
Druid guy.
Because Relicario had an amazing week 1, if I recall correctly, but just was like flying. And I was like, yes, a Druid, and they're flying, and they're doing really well. It actually looks like competitive, but then they just didn't get any defensive gear. He struggled and ended up just dying as was ultimately predicted by the fact that he was running through the end of Act 2 naked still. But it looks like it's a bit different learned here maybe because Relicario is wearing defensive gear this race. It's good to see. I'm gonna have a little bit of looking at them as well and see what he's got cooking at the moment.
Yeah, that's something that definitely is worth mentioning, that there are a lot of these caster setups that our players have been running in past events. And for the qualifiers, they can't quite afford to do it, but they have been quite successful early. But later on, you just end up dying a little bit too much. Nobody's really put in.
I'm really happy
it always has to be Yes, for sure. It does have to be kind of a community effort to get a class to that top racing spot for
Yeah.
sure. So if somebody's here trying to, you know, see a more caster sort of approach, I don't know if this is the race for you, but maybe you should check out some of the past ones. As Angoramus fighting his Crowbell will be finishing the fight right here with those 2 extra skill points, a rare staff isn't going to help his equipment, but once again, the extra gold might prove useful in the future.
It's such a it looks like a pretty challenging playstyle as well on the Druid, as it is pretty complicated, and they're actually taking full advantage of a full Druid archetype, using fully using both shapeshift and spellcasting forms. And we saw a bit of this week 1, and potentially even a bit more refined now. But we see like a channeled damage volcano, which ends up being quite powerful. Contagion, which is spellcaster tech we've seen in previous races from a lot of different classes. Ultimately, even mercenary dipping into contagion at one point there to take a little bit of bonus of that, like kind of extra AoE clear that it gives you. But you can drop down that contagion and then ultimately kill the monsters with other spells and have it spread around and just kind of assist you in finishing off those packs. But now we actually see on the Druid here also taking advantage of like the shapeshift form stuff, which is really cool. Like I'm looking now, they've got Wyvern form Rend with Brink, which allows you to cause a lot of extra stun without actually causing the stun itself. So you can build up that stun, but actually without actually triggering it. And then rapid attacks for fast stun building Rend, so that they can then do that wing blast linked to impact shockwave, which causes an extra explosion when you get that stun. So that's a really, really cool combo there on the Wyvern form for the early game there.
It's proven to be super effective. Druid also has a really nice Miller kill, which I missed here, but yeah, that previously mentioned Volcano just goes so hard for Act 1. And it does allow some of our Druid players to really shine on top of the ladder early on. Will Regario in particular be able to keep it up as he approaches the league mechanic now, and will be the first person into Ogun Village as far as our 4 players on the screen go right now. Maybe if we switch over to...
Awesome. That's crazy. You love to see it. Taking full, I see Relicario is making full use of that build planner. All the races are using it, at least for the skill gems part, but Relicario actually having the tree mapped out there as well. But yeah, we can now that we're starting to see races get a little further, we're starting to see those checkpoints get hit, and Relicario hitting Ogun Village at 21 minutes and 14 seconds, with 23 actually maybe getting substituted in on the stream because they've caught up, and I believe just 17 seconds behind Relicario. Kill 19 seconds. Too. And almost 20 seconds. Wow, that's close.
That is close. This is crazy.
That's very close. And even LHD only 24 seconds behind Relicario. And then Crimson as well in the top 6 this time with 37 seconds there as well. I know Crimson has been practicing very hard after wavering a little bit in week 1, I believe. He's been getting on and practicing a lot, so it's good to see him in the top 6 there.
Interesting though, we have no Twitch stream for 23. That is not good news. Our players do need to be streaming to be able to qualify for ExoCon. You don't have to be streaming to participate in the race, but to be able to qualify, maybe we're still trying to find it. Surely. I can't remember. I think in the first week 23 didn't stream, and in the second week it did? I can't.
Yeah, I feel like I remember.
My memory is way too terrible.
We did watch them on the Spectac client, at least. So
we're being skeptical about switching to the Spectac client. We are able to spy on them, but unfortunately it doesn't show any of the UI elements, so we won't be able to see what they're doing with their inventory. We won't be able to see what they're doing with their passive tree. We're trying to stick with the streams as Relicario approaching once again everybody's favorite Pokemon, the Executor.
That's what, I wonder what you were talking about with the Pokemon earlier. I forgot.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we get to see Volcano can do some just immense damage on some of these slightly larger bosses. The hitbox is big enough to absorb. If the Volcano's positioned just so, and you keep them on top of it, can absorb a lot of that damage. And I remember from week 1, the Druid's single target damage is actually like very impressive compared to even mercenary grenades and whatnot. But we get that wing blast timing down there nicely, and Relicario is just staying on top of it, keeping those channeled volcanoes going, and ultimately a very fast and clean kill.
And that's hard to do because you really have to hold that volcano for an uncomfortable amount of time as you're channeling with that slow movement.
That's a good way of describing it. Uncomfortable amount of time.
It's uncomfortable. It takes forever. But it is super effective when it comes to the damage.
Let's focus Angormus here as we move into the mercenary kill on the Executor once again as well. And I'm excited to see if the Huntresses take advantage of some new strategies I've been hearing about here as well. Angormus, of course, using that Wind Blast to secure that stun as well, as the players on the mercenary can also do so. They're using that Talisman anyway for Pounce and Wolf form movements, and also getting nice bonus added lightning damage there as well. So he's been forced to move around a little bit more here, but he was confident that last grenade wave was going to do it because he goes up and clicks the lever. No time lost there, although he has to go back for that Exalted Orb. You can't leave that behind. And also Boots.
But take a look at the ladder. I mean, Angormus and Woodish getting pushed out of the top 6 that we're able to look at right now. We switched on over 223. LHD is in there. Relicario.
Yeah,
so spicy for this Act 1.
That's crazy shuffle there after Ogden Village enter, with 23 climbing the ladder there by 40 seconds or so as they caught up, and then put themselves 20 seconds above Relicario, despite a pretty fast fight from him. Let's go to the 4-man cam here, as things are a little bit too close to focus on any one in particular. And Gormas dealing with a lot of uncomfortably annoying monsters over there as he's trying to get that support gem. He did manage to get it to drop on the ground, which you can do by dodge rolling away right as you click that hanged man, but still getting zoned out by some monsters there, unfortunately.
Yeah, things are absolutely looking crazy for our players. I do wonder if we are going to be seeing the statue boss kills for some of our huntresses. That is something that we've been doing for a little bit extra HP. But for right now, 23. Once again, dealing with another league mechanic. Super rewarding, both in terms of the drops, but also some of the guaranteed drops and XP. Nicely done. That's going to be a clear right there. And Gormas in the Ogam Manor now. Woodish dropping a unique pair of gloves.
Yeah, Candlemaker.
Energy shield.
Increased fire damage, reduced cold damage.
Look,
I mean, if you
like
want
it didn't have damage.
There's no flat damage there, though, I believe.
Yeah.
Don't look at a closer look at those ones. I actually don't recognize those ones.
Yeah, and you might be noticing what we mentioned before, that we can't see those UI elements. So 23 wasn't in fact AFK in town or lagging or anything like that.
Yes. Yeah, when
he
watching...
is messing around with their inventory. And yeah, there we go. The
Psalm of Madness.
Boss for 23.
Yes, like the freeze
right
here,
now,
for example, is then paused. It actually says game pause now. I think they added that to the spectator client. It says game pause down in the bottom left, I think. But yes, they were doing some, probably allocating some passives or something like that.
Exactly. And the Candlemass going down pretty quickly despite not so fortunate arena.
He's too close to that wall to bounce it off the wall just behind him, but 23 still taking full advantage of the side walls there, which gives plenty of time for the Twisters to reset and hit the boss again. And they did actually cooperate, despite it being a little bit a little bit precise. They have to follow that wall exactly, which they don't, like, it'll bounce away a lot of the time there, potentially.
I can't help it. I keep staring at Relicario's screen. Super interesting what he's doing on this druid here. It's great to see such a clean run so far for Act 1. And Gormas once again dropping low. But as long as your HP stays above 0, you're chilling. All you need is 1 HP in PoE 2 racing.
Sapphire Charm pickup there is pretty nice, moving into Count Ogham, who does a bit of extra cold damage there in some phases. We're just not using those Candlemakers ultimately, despite not having any damage on his current gloves, so in theory he could.
But look at this, we're switching over to Crimson in the top right, and he's already up to the boss.
Wow, Crimson having a phenomenal race in Act 1 here. Has been practicing a lot and sharing info with the other mercenary players back and forth, and even helping pave the way on some new strategies for the mercenary, which we're going to be seeing in this race, which we'll be able to talk about as we move into Act 2. But new passive tree, new level breakpoints, all sorts of new strategies coming out for the mercenaries here. And Crimson looks set to potentially try and lead the charge on that today. It's got to feel good as Crimson, though, to be a little bit ahead of Angormus here, you know?
For sure.
He's been working hard for it.
Absolutely,
Good
100%.
first phase there.
Relicario approaching his boss
Ooh.
fight now. Crimson getting chunked by that massive slash.
Big
Yeah,
swipe
as long
there.
as he doesn't die, we're
Ooh.
chilling.
He does manage to just dodge roll through those that ice there, or just managed to slip out before eating another slam after getting that big swipe, but just enough HP to weather that without too much upset there. Relicario moving into his first phase here as well as Crimson. We might have to go 4-man screen here, I think, production.
Yeah, things are ramping up.
We're gonna have some simultaneous fighting going on here. Crimson getting down that first set of explosions, tries the Wing Blast, does not secure the stun before the Comet Slam, but Comet Slam does go down and then gets that stun. Relicario doing a lot of damage on that Volcano, and despite starting the fight later than Crimson, getting some big damage and moving to the second phase, but Crimson does hit the poetry. Unfortunate. With players more and more consistently skipping the poetry phase, that is potentially a time cost that he didn't want to have. But now it has been discovered that if you can keep Count Genor right in the center of the arena, and you can see this really well on 23's screen right now, you have to manage his movement, and that's really, really, really tricky to do. He moves with all of his abilities. You've got the Meteor Slams, which is what I think cost that for Crimson in the end, sending Genor just way off screen. But you gotta keep him right in the center of the screen, and he won't actually go into the poetry phase if you can do that. Relicario eating poetry phase as well, yeah. He was right at the side of that screen. Let's see if 23 can have a better go of it this time. See, this is the thing, he's got him positioned in the center of the screen now, moving into the second phase, but in some cases that's not exactly where you want him, because then he's more likely to move out of the center. If anything, you want him off center so that he then moves out of center. But if you can keep that Meteor Slam in the center, that keeps him there, and then he gets the stun, which is still, I believe, in the center there, and that he might have to get that damage down off of that and skip that poetry phase.
He froze it too.
Huge kill for 23. The stun, freeze, perfect positioning. That is how you do a perfect, flawless Genor kill there with 23. Not quite taking the lead.
Look at the time difference.
Huge amount there, because Crimson just
look at
managed to
how
get
much he caught up.
too. That was really good.
That was really impressive. Nicely done. Relicario with his fight now. Can he finish it on the stun?
What are you doing, Ray?
Should be enough.
What are you playing? Rocket League, rank?
Yeah, there you go. Relicario on the Druid.
Angonis might be okay here. This is a little bit dodgy. He's looking at his gear. Oh, he's moving into the second phase now, that's alright. But he did have him way off center. He's going to look to hopefully position him in the middle there.
Typically, you know, whenever players are looking at their gear, they're thinking to themselves, how can I min-max? But when a Gurm is hovering over his item the way that he is, I don't think he's particularly happy about things, you know? Holding his cursor over the Lazuli. Yeah, you can sense the frustration for sure.
Yeah, he's not having a week he's not having a race like last week, that's for sure. No, I saw in his practice run he had a Blackheart Iron Ring once again as well. After last week, getting that and the dodge roll amulet too. He goes immediately into a poetry phase as well. Just before he does one grenade volley and then straight up into some deep poetry. Not exactly what he wants here. 23 being the only one I saw there with the skip.
Are you playing arenas or something like that?
Just ahead.
We have if we take a look at the
times maybe as well, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we take a look at the ladder, I think Crimson was the first person to actually kill Genor. Nicely done there. Wrathbreaker, that little pounce up is going to happen.
New turtle wall? There's a new turtle
tricky
wall?
boss for...
Yeah,
this is a tricky boss for some of our casual players, but for these speedrunners, they've got it.
Is he from the same guys or?
I mean, yeah, he can just run across the arena, and things are kind of weird, but.
Angonis secures his kills during the beams there, the orbital bombardments.
Is he gaining a lot of traction or not?
Upset. When you have a really early poetry phase like he did there, you could even be worried about having a second one, but enough damage and good enough positioning there to pull that kill off. Meanwhile, Crimson getting first Wrathbreaker there, as far as I can tell.
Speaking of immunity phase, I'm having flashbacks to the Viper and Apuzzi fights that we've been seeing last week. Hopefully none of that happening this time around.
We saw some horrific Vipers. Well, if anything, actually, it's going to be worse this week because of the new changes to the Mercenary strategy. Mercenaries have got a faster strategy, but it's worse on Viper, so we're going to potentially see worse Vipers than ever. Although last week was a spectacle to behold, indeed. We did see the worst Viper of all time, unfortunately.
It was ridiculous, for sure.
Shackle Coach substituting in the bottom left on the Huntress, who was leading ahead of 23. 23 are making games of themselves. And Shackle Coach, not someone we've seen in the qualifiers yet, but someone we do know from the earlier race seasons as being
100%.
No bad at all,
like
man.
a spot in our hearts, I feel, because
Those are good
I don't think
numbers.
I've ever seen it as emotive and expressive racer who's like, you know, just been.
Is Project Ascension still alive, or did it die already?
Yeah, phenomenal racer to get on the stream here for us. And we do get their webcam too, which is good because they're always very expressive.
Wait, so is this new OctoWow Classic Plus or just normal?
It really is the best. Going to optimize some of his inventory there in the mod inquiry.
Classic Plus.
And just getting swarmed by mobs. That is a very tricky part of the Huntress gameplay. You have to ramp up a little bit before you're able to defend yourself against these monsters. Blackness down. Always something that's going to be useful for our players. And Worm is now up to Wrathbreaker. And I bet you he's praying for that varnished crossbow that's going to be coming up. That's a big, very important item for our players, for our mercenary players specifically. It'll be coming up, and in many ways it determines the remainder of the run.
Wrathbreaker giving a quiver, a spear, and a belt for Angomas. Not exactly what he was looking for.
So bad I cannot play those games on stream.
Ruthlessly cut from the stream as he is not keeping
Crimson dead!
now. Oh,
Crimson dead! Relicario did too!
What is going on? Oh, they're dropping
the
like
double
flies right
pepperoni!
now. Relicario with a bit of a desk slam there. Oh no! This is what an upset. This race is this is a roller coaster. All of a sudden we've got Shackle Coach, Relicario, Crimson taking the lead off of these like long-term dominant races, and then all of a sudden just hitting a brick wall in the mines here as Relicario and Crimson both go down. I was just saying how it was wild that Angomas is getting substituted out on the stream, but he might have a chance to come back on here in a minute. We'll see.
Oh
That is
yeah,
wild.
everybody's got a chance now.
Deaths. Yeah, now's a pretty good time to take a look at those deaths. And hopefully none of the others ones have another one in the.
So crazy. You know,
I mean,
people
that's
really
World of Warcraft,
haven't been
no?
dying in Act 1, 2, rarely in Act 3.
No,
Everybody's been
wow.
so good at not dying here, but the double pepperoni with the instant replay system coming out, we're watching Crimson on the Mercenary. Will that grenade delay
He's looking
come
fine
and play?
here, yeah. This is nothing to be concerned about at this point. A little bit of a big pack, but he's got that flashbang down leading in there. It looks like he's playing perfectly safe to me. He's like, if I'm looking at this right now, I'm like, I don't see how he can die here in the mines right now. So what goes wrong for him? Just a couple little bugs, nothing to be concerned about. Really keeping us guessing here, production with the clip.
Thank you, production.
When is it gonna happen? When is it gonna happen?
Oh, the double slam.
Okay, no, I wouldn't. I thought he was going to get through that for sure, which he obviously did too. But that dodge roll makes it a little bit smaller. Yeah. Totally thought he was going to weave through there. And obviously Crimson thought he would too, but gets that double millstone slam though from the big fellas. And that's what it takes, huh? Let's see what happened to Relicario here in a moment as well. As production is loading up our other good clip for our entertainment. Oh,
I think I see a physical damage Lazuli for Relicario. This is something some of our other players would like to benefit from. And now with the instant replay.
Oh man, Crimson's going to be feeling that one for a while. He's going to be, it's a slam. It's a slam.
He's thinking about it.
He's pausing. Oh no, yeah. He tried to go for the reset in the end, but no. Slightly too late. So I saw that 0 on that left bar. Yeah. So
you're going to beat yourself up over that.
That was him pausing and deciding whether he wanted to log out at all. Crimson didn't even have a chance to think about logging out.
Exactly, that's a tilter. That's a tilter because he knew that he's taking a risk here and he made the wrong decision.
Yeah. Battled with that screen, like, paused it, could have logged out there, could have done the checkpoint reset, but unpaused it and ate the death in the end. But they are back in the race. It is not over yet, and I certainly hope not, as I definitely want to see Relicario and Crimson having a strong race from here on out, and maybe it's going to be one of those races where everyone dies. Whew, obviously,
yeah, if we take a look, I think we can take a look at Woodish as he's approaching his Wuja fight. And take a look at the ladder. Is Shaco Coach truly in the lead? I'm praying. Nope. Lee Donglin, who we currently do not have on the screen, was 25 seconds ahead. Huge. So we're going to be switching over to Lee Donglin very soon.
During the bloodbath, Lee Donglin just zooming ahead there. We're going to have to get them on screen as well now. With it being so close, it's been like, production's got to really be on their toes. Like, you got to hand it to them. They're doing a great job in the background. This ain't easy. They got to keep an eye on like
there's
10
just so many people
constantly changing back and forth. We'll try and get Lee Dong in there and have a look at what they're doing so right now as they head into Trader's Passage. Meanwhile, we have Rudish going into the Ruja fight. A boss that kills a lot of players, and certainly we have had some deaths here in the races, but I think a lot of the races have got this fight down now. And look at that, that was a very comfortable kill there for Rudish. His damage is looking pretty good actually.
But in the meanwhile,
Trespassing is a crime.
23 and Luxian both finished their fight in the meanwhile before Woodish. So despite Woodish looking like he was in the lead, he's actually we've never had a close race like this. We've had races that literally rank 1 and 2 finished within a second of each other. But the early game looking like this, it's insane.
Yeah, I remember we had the actual literal like tie that one time, which has never happened in PoE racing history. But we had an exact second tie in one race in one of the previous seasons. It was so good.
Yep.
Ridiculous. It was 2 ranges, if I recall correctly. It was, yeah, that was wild.
As we've hit the 40-minute mark, Lee Donglin looking to be in the lead on a Huntress. More and more people transitioning to the Huntress, believing that they can be the ones to stay alive and get that record time.
At this point, I feel like it doesn't even matter which class you are. They're all struggling to stay alive at some point here.
Yeah, I mean, that's speedrunning for you, right? People are gonna keep pushing the crazy times, and you're cutting more and more corners, getting less and less XP. Anybody, again, that hasn't seen the previous races, players are gonna be finishing this race 20 levels under the level of the zone, in some cases even more. It gets really, really crazy, and because of that, yeah, the game gets a whole lot rippier. But can't afford to die, as those 2.5-minute penalties might just end up costing you the qualifier to ExoCon.
Crimson had a very, very fast kill there. It had some huge damage. That final grenade volley, I don't know if it was a crit or something, but it was like half of the health bar down to 0 in one grenade volley there. I just have to have a look at the damage. Oh wow, okay, yeah, he's got himself a crafted varnished crossbow here with like some very nice lightning, physical damage, attack speed, and increased physical on top of iron ring. 1 to 3 lightning on the sapphire ring, yeah, and some extra damage on the gloves. +1 to melee skills on the gloves, not projectile skills, obviously, but some big damage there for Crimson. So Crimson's got the gear, but ultimately dropping down the ladder a bit here. While I was
players in the
gear,
Halani gates.
We've had another ladder shuffle here. Lee Dong maintaining the lead into the Halani gates with 23 to 14 seconds behind. Shackle Coach, despite that death, only 37 seconds behind. It's crazy. LHD 1 minute behind, then goes down from there. And Angomis, Crimson having dropped out of the top 6. This is a wild ride. Guys, I am not keeping up with the current places on the ladder.
It's ridiculous. Before setting...
Sorry, my mistake. Shackle didn't die. That was Relicario. My mistake. Relicario and Crimson with deaths dropping off his top 6 there.
You know, wouldn't be an official cast vein without saying a bunch of BS, so hey,
Absolutely.
I'm sure the audience is used to it.
Hey, we are professional yappers.
Professional BSs. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to take a look at last week's race to see where the players were at this stage of the game, because I feel like this is so ridiculous. Once again, we were thinking really hard before the race started. Which 4 players are we going to be displaying? There's many things you have to be taking into account, you know. This player is an early game player. This one's kind of later game, you know. We want to see somebody who's going to win, but maybe they're not necessarily going to be in the lead early on. Yeah, all the rules go out the window when everybody has gotten this good. With Lee Donglin now getting to his Jamandra fight. And what kind of output is he going to be expecting from these twisters here?
Yep.
Boss is
Fast.
cooperating. It's
That's
clean.
a fast kill. Obviously, it's an ideal arena for the Huntress with the Twisters, just having no choice but to hit the boss multiple times. But even on top of that, Ligon looking like having some decent damage there. And no messing around in that fight. It is done and dusted. Chuckle Coach, meanwhile, on Huntress. But Chuckle played Mercenary in the past, pretty consistently if I recall correctly. So this was, I think, their first season on a different class, I believe.
Okay, so this is pretty interesting. We had some crazy RNG and some crazy layouts with some crazy shrines last week. So many of our speedrunners were mentioning that it was really the personal best sort of race that they could ever have. But Jamandra died at 40 minutes and 14 seconds. And the first person to kill it was Angormus last week. So a massive difference here. The competition is really tight, but nobody is stepping up the way that it happened last week.
Yeah, I think at this point, Angormus had his dodge roll amulet, he had his Blackheart Iron Ring, he had his move speed boots, he had a good crossbow. He was all sorts of in a good way. Yeah, he was pacing hard last week at this point. So unsurprising.
Bumping.
But we'll see if we get to see Angormus again a little bit later in the race, because he is a consistent racer. Yeah, we'll see if he can keep it together the rest of this race. But in the meantime, let's see how things shuffle out as we move through the Desert Sandstorm into the next sections of the Act 2, which get a little bit wild here as a lot of different zones that happen very quickly.
Yeah, we're just dropping his frost bomb on the ground. It's a super important part of Act 1, but eventually you just can't get enough intelligence on any class to sustain it, and so you have to drop it. As Lidong Glyn now showcased on the screen, 24 seconds ahead to the Desert Sandstorm of Shackle Coach. Man, I love seeing Shackle Coach here. I'm sorry, I'm biased as hell. Ziggy was asking me who's my favorite earlier on, and my immediate thought was Shackle Coach. But I was trying to be
you're a fan. I know. He's great. I love an emotive player, and that's part of why Angormus has worked his way into my heart too, because he was the same. He was always on cam there and sharing his feelings, wearing them on his sleeve. I appreciate that.
So humble and consistent and hardworking. Yeah. You love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Shackle Coach is like always practicing too. He's like always streaming his practice. You definitely love to see it. So I'm very excited to see them today and to see them performing so well. So this is interesting. This is where things are starting to change quite a bit for the mercenaries. So previously, the mercenaries would have to kind of be pretty careful about taking some level breakpoints as they move through Act 2, as their plan was to hit level 28 and then aim for a level 31 before Waterways in Act 3. So they would farm to 28 in the Dreadnought, also trying to maybe take some XP in like the Lightning Spies of Bashar and that. And then going for that level 31 breakpoint there, but things have changed with the Huntresses going through and completing the race at level 27, which what is Tabakai around again, Rise? Something like the 50s or that? Something like that.
Pretty high up there.
About half the level of Tabakai. Huntress is going through at 27. They did not have to stop and farm. They would just run straight through and do that final push from level 27 all the way through. So the mercenaries now are making a change, and we're seeing a lot of the mercenaries now looking to push through at 27 themselves. And while there are some other discussions about like, oh, maybe under this situation you do this or that, for the most part it seems like you can save a lot of time by pushing 27. There are some drawbacks, of course, as you would expect. But you can save something like 5 to 6 minutes not having to try and push to 31 ultimately. And you maybe lose a minute here and there on bosses, but ultimately you might come out like somewhere in that 5 minutes ahead mark, which given how the race times have been, that can make all the difference potentially. So although we've seen them be competitive with the Huntresses, that's a big change.
We're watching Lidong Glyn with his fight, and an interesting fact, he dropped a chain sting, which is a unique hunting spear. But I think it was useful earlier, not so much anymore. It does have increased attack speed, but the base is kind of bad.
Oh, on the boss, right at the start of the boss fight. It wasn't in range phase or anything, because both health bars are still there.
Oh no! It hurts me to watch him like this. No,
look at
I
him.
can't watch Ziggy.
No. Oh,
Ziggy, you cast.
yeah,
I'm looking away.
It hurts. It hurts. Shackle Coach lamenting his fate. We will get that clip up to see just what happened to Shackle Coach on the Huntress there in just a moment as production is able to cue that one up. But devastating setback for Shackle Coach after such a strong early game here. Getting themselves, working their way up into the top 6. Now we get to see their name grayed out and then drop down that ladder as the other racers move ahead.
Oh.
No.
Fix him. Let him move. Come on, guys. Break the rule.
He has to wait another minute 30 rounds. I'm sorry. It's the same for them all. Meanwhile, Wudish getting just crazy amounts of damage out right now. And getting that boss build down so fast. Is that another unique crop there for Wudish? Let's have a look at that fight from Shackle Coach. So here is the start of the fight here. And
Great.
Oh no.
Yeah. This is what happens when you push the boundaries, right? You're trying to face tank as much as possible. Every bit of movement is something that results in you not doing damage or setting up that big twister. And it costs Shackle Coach everything.
Yeah, look, and he's still cut up about it, absolutely. He's 2 minutes 30 is enough time to definitely consider everything that went wrong in immense detail.
Yes. And you guys remember when we mentioned that a death like this early on determines your mentality for the rest of the race? You can see what we were talking about. He is beating himself up.
I hope he can get that in that last 30 seconds of his time there. I hope he can give himself a little pep talk and get that positive mental attitude going there and get back in that race.
He is super experienced, so he can do it for sure. He's found himself in these situations previously. He can recover.
Meanwhile, we get Angormus back on the stream as he moves his way back up, seemingly not having died in the background as some of the other racers do indeed perish and drop off of that ladder. Angormus, like a rock, moving up, picking up speed as he rolls downhill. I don't know. The rock metaphor works, I think. Yep.
I see it. And a nice layout too for our players. All of them pretty much, if they have the correct read, are going to be running past that additional event where you can get a guaranteed amulet. So something that we're going to be seeing on the screen soon as Wudish is still fighting his Kabbalah with some of our players slightly ahead. Gormus is there too. Wudish gets his skill points. Gormus aiming to get his as well.
I'm going to have a little peek in on Wudish and see his gear and whatnot is going. Might have to have a look at Angormus too and see how he's managed to make things up. And Angormus is one that I know for a fact has been practicing that level 27 strategy, and that's what he did on his 2 hours and 1 minute run yesterday. On his practice runs on stream yesterday. So
23, he's pausing, he's in danger, gonna go for the reset. Okay.
That was a very low health bar.
Yeah, that was a quick reset too. He didn't think about that twice. The Jade Amulet drops for Angormus. How useful will it be? We always mentioned the rings, the gloves, but an amulet can have a lot of useful mods, but
yeah, attributes as well. A little bit trickier. So Huntress had the more difficult time with attributes. They need a lot of int, strength, and dexterity to get all of their stuff going. Mercenary had an easy time of it, and those extra levels can, help in that regard there. In particular, I think there's like an extra node you get that's got like 10 strength and stuff on it. So getting some extra drops now with extra attributes actually might be a bit more of a factor for the mercenaries now that they're cutting things through on a lower level. But yeah, there's
mercenaries have been just so consistently cutting levels out of their times. It used to be 33, then 31. Now we're getting to some crazy times as they're trying to keep up with the Huntress gameplay.
Oh, I'm looking at Wudish's gear. He's got a Crown of the Pale King, which is a unique helmet that he picked up. It's a Thorns helmet. So Thorns retaliates against all hits, even ranged attacks, with 1125 physical damage. I guess that's not nothing, but it's got 40 life on it, which is ultimately the main reason that Wudish is using it, I believe.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, it's a pretty good amount of life to have on the hat right there. And some nice big cold damage on the ring. Nice varnished crossbow.
Wait, you said 40?
Yeah, it's got 40 flat life on it. It's not bad.
It rolls 40 to 80. It's the bottom roll. He's in hell.
I didn't realize.
It's the worst possible he can get.
Oh no.
But 80 would have been nice.
So you gotta count that as a win in the end. Okay, that's pretty funny though.
It's got rarity, you know, you could get something crazy out of that.
I mean, it's not like a minimum roll Arian's Cobble or anything. That'd be something to see.
Oh, true. Production's mentioning the Divine it. Let's go. Nah, they're probably saving the Divine.
We have had Divines drop in the race before, and you know, they often don't play a big role, but if you Divined a helmet from 40 to 80 health, that would be a substantial increase as you move through. You can use that helmet for the rest of the race.
If you find just the right shitty weapon, you know, you can get like a crazy Divine on it, and
it can make
it's
a difference.
gonna make a big difference, yeah.
For sure. It's just like the time to kind of notice that, check your gear during some specific time and realize that, hey, I can actually improve this with a Divine. And then, you know, of course, not roll lower. Meanwhile, lead on win. And 23 taking on our big crybaby boss over here. Which you always say that, or something like that, and I've literally...
He's the crybaby.
It's erased his real name from my mind now. So there goes the crybaby.
The executor crybaby.
You're mangling my recollection of names and terminology for this.
Mangling?
You're corrupting me. Yeah, you're mangling it.
But not a super clean fight. You can see from Woodish, he's already pre-prepping those gas grenades. We've seen the boss pretty much die before it's even showing its HP bar. Not something that is going to be happening for Woodish here. It's still a pretty good amount of damage. Just have to wait for the boss to go into the middle to maximize the damage from the twisters. This is a good fight for the mercenary.
I like that finishing him off right at the end there with that one volley of the...
Oh, rare alloy! Oh, it's terrible. I don't want to look at it. I mean, he could.
No,
I think it had an open prefix. It had an open prefix and it had like bottom flat damage. Who knows?
Yeah, that's also so bad that they like block its potential from even like exalting it through. You like max roll exalt on that, it's still gonna be kind of bad.
Yeah, I mean, he's got time to find something better.
I ain't big going damage from Angormus there. That was a much faster kill. Yeah, I haven't looked at Angormus's gear yet. Let me have a look. Ooh.
Yeah, show us the varnished. What kind
let me see.
Does he have? I see the double pocket, so he's put some.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Oh man, what's Angormus?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a vanished.
Damn, thinking your accent really coming out there.
Oh, crikey, that's a crossbow right there.
I love that.
7 to 14 cold damage, 1 to 34 lightning, 5 to 13 physical, plus 2 to all projectile skills, even some light radius, and of course he's double socked with that with some lightning damage runes. He's got a nice 8 to 10 fire on the gloves, some extra damage on the ruby ring, some extra damage on the lightning ring, and Gormus has managed to get it together. He's even managed to get 15% move speed boots at this point now, after a pretty rough start in Act 1. He's got some gear now.
Yeah, you can see it from the standings. He's already up to 4. It's still 71 seconds behind 23, but 3 seconds apart for lead on Glenn and 23. That's a close
He's
one.
going for a unique on the league mechanic here. Which one did he pick in the I didn't see. Did he go for the unique amulets? Yeah, because you'd want to try and go for the dodge roll amulet.
I have no idea. This guy's clicking way too fast.
Oh, here comes. No, don't die here, mate. I know you're trying to dig for a cool unique right now, but let's not have you perishing right now, please. Keep it together. All right, let's see what he gets. It is not. It's not a dodge roll amulet. What's that? Crimson amulet. That is an Igniferous. That's the. It's got like regen and stuff on it. What's that got?
Yeah.
Life recovery regen. Yeah, it gives you that life regen every like 4 seconds thing, which is like it's kind of a neat little amulet. It's got a bit of fire resist on it, but probably not really going to be super helpful for him.
I think he's got a jade, so he might need it for the attributes.
He's got a Lapis amulet, which is also
a Lapis,
essentially, but the lightning resistance on it is probably the main factor there, as you'll be moving into some lightning damage coming up. So that extra 10% lightning res can make a bit of a difference, more so than the Igniferous's regen and fire resistance at this point.
All right, but we've held back long enough. Let's take a look at 23 and what kind of optimization he's implementing in his play, as he's been pretty steadily at the top of the ladder. Now it's the Titan Grotto, and you can already see that some of those combinations of abilities and support gems are becoming super effective with multiple screens getting cleared by those twisters. So nicely done so far. Very clean gameplay. This is a layout that many of our players struggled last week.
Yeah.
I wonder, does 23 have the correct read here?
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a... He did have to go back for an Antithesis, but then realized he was going the wrong direction, but quickly corrected there, so didn't really lose too much time on that one. Nice shattering volleys there, as we see the nice freeze explosion action on the Huntresses. Huntresses taking full advantage of weapon swaps to use things like Herald of Ice on a certain weapon set to be able to get those extra clear Herald of Ice explosions and take full advantage of that, and also get things like the chilled ground down there for that big cold damage buff on their twisters, just to keep carrying that through. And it's a really good race play style.
Yeah, and really no wasted movement either, just so clean. Getting kind of slammed there, but staying alive, clearing out another rare mob who is permanently frozen. Come on,
Yeah,
let that guy play too.
Sticking around for that rare kill there. I don't know if he's like fishing for just a little bit of XP at this point, just to try and hit that level 27 mark, or prep for that push to 27.
Ziggy, we might have drama coming up. We still cannot find 23, 13, 11, 24, 79 Twitch channel.
Please, that was their father's name. Just call them 23 for sure.
23 Junior.
23 Junior. Yeah, I am a little concerned about that, as the official rule is that you do need to have your Twitch account linked and streaming. It can be your non-main Twitch account, and some races have done that to keep things secret. But 23 is, and you can see with some of the weirdness on stream sometimes, we are watching through the spectate client. They're just racing in game.
He could be hiding it, right? There could be a way where he's unlisted, he doesn't have a category. You can do that, and that would make it extra difficult for us to find. So if you are seeing some of the lag on the screen or whatever, that is because of the spectate client. Again, it is the limitations of the technology that we have available to us. We cannot find the screen, but it would be crazy if he actually qualifies, but then doesn't because there's no stream. That would...
Yeah, I'm definitely nervous about that. That would be rough. For sure.
Somebody...
And they have done it in the past, so maybe it's just secret, and or hopefully they shouldn't forget.
Yeah, but somebody that is streaming and everybody is familiar with, that's going to be Enormous now on the main screen, taking down his Colossus with a nice clean fight, great positioning there.
Yeah, Legion getting a freeze right off the bat there, and some nice bouncing twisters coming in for that extra damage. He does get to start moving around, so not as fast as we've seen sometimes there, and Angormus indeed had a very fast kill. One extra slam down. He's going to have to get another volley of twisters off there. They're just not cooperating. They keep missing. They're all going off to the sides and not coming back and getting the box.
Wow, he's still using the spear that I mentioned before. Interesting. Because I was looking at that pin build-up, so he's still using the chain sting.
Oh, the pin. I'll have a little bit of a look at it. Yeah, hold up for so long. I mean,
it is nice in the way that it's got projectile speed, which is great up until you get to the level 21 weapon, because that's got implicit projectile speed on it. So I guess that's a part of the strategy.
Yeah,
the projectile speed allowing speed allows your twisters to bounce more frequently and potentially hit them off more often with a single attack. So it is very beneficial.
Yeah, it's got attack speed, it's got pretty high physical, which is important for that added cold damage from the Ice Tipped Arrows conversion, I believe it was. But ultimately, it looks like it might be good enough just for a little longer.
I think he was one-shotting all of the mobs anyway, so as long as the damage is holding up on the single target, then and he does have another... I'm sure he's got another winged spear, which does have a 1.7 base attack speed for his Whirling Slash that will allow him to get those twisters out as quickly as possible. But now a lesser jeweler happening for Woodish.
Woodish taking the lead here as the first into Deshar at 1 hour and 53 seconds with 23, just 19 seconds behind. And then a slightly bigger gap as we see Angormus in third now, trailing behind with 57 seconds after Woodish entering the Deshar there. And Lee Donglin falling
thinking about
behind
that chest piece.
Quite a bit more.
Woodish was thinking about that chest piece. It's got very little HP. It's got some
Woodish
strength.
Stuck.
Yeah, he fell over and he can't get back up.
I've played a lot of Mercenary. I've been there before. Sometimes you're just like, oh, my grenade's on cooldown. I'm stuck here. I can't move through it. I gotta throw it and then I have to wait for the delay. Yeah, that's
yeah, this zone is
stuck again
as well.
Okay, all right. He's gonna have a little bit of sweaty hands moment maybe, getting stuck on that doorway, hands slipping off the door handle as he tries to open it, just fumbling, drops his keys and has to fish him out of a grate. Swedish,
yeah,
currently in the lead, but you know, getting a little nervous with it maybe. Ultimately,
Maybe so.
Yeah,
we mentioned this before, but
really high up there, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Some of the players really thrive on rank 1 and it really builds them up, but
not going for the not going for the unique strongbox there. I wonder, because like, so shrines are seeded in the same, but I don't know if strongboxes are the same. Oh yeah, I saw 23 has it there, so strongboxes are all the same, so everyone will have that.
Oh, that's interesting, because I think the rolls are random on the boxes, but like
yeah, but I think the type of box, which would be the unique or another type, would be set by the seed then. Yeah, the rolls could be different ultimately. But yeah, no, if that strongbox, if you're an unfamiliar, drops jewels, which is ultimately not too useful for the races here. As some of the passive trees might not really even get a jewel slot.
Yeah, you can't really rely on something like that with the passive trees being just so tight and optimized for exactly what the players are needing at the exact moment.
Yeah, one of the
is going to be picked up for Wooded. Yeah, for sure.
Nobody's going to be dumping currency to crafting their jewels when they could be crafting literally everything else they have since they're level 27 and have no gear.
Yep.
It's wild.
For sure.
You thought this game was hard at times when you're like going through the boss, 2 levels above the boss, and you're like trying to improve your gear and get all your sockets filled up, and then these guys are half the level of the boss and wearing white gear. That's definitely a different game right there. Wild.
I'm not 100% sure. I only caught the tail end of it, but maybe Lee Nong-Lin kind of looked like he was struggling with finding the letter for the additional passive points, so it puts him pretty noticeably behind. 148 seconds.
I actually learned that the letter, very weirdly, is not seeded, as in it will be at a different place for each different racer. So while the layout will be the exact same, the letter can appear in a number of different places, and that little quest mark item there, it can be off to the side for someone, but it's straight in the middle of someone's path. So there's a little bit of strange variance there. And
that's interesting. I think, I mean, it's not necessary for this playthrough, but I think if you're having just a casual playthrough, the PoE to campaign, I think it works similar to the way that the passive points from the heart works in Act 4, or the
those other kind of like
clan talismans. Like, it spawns on a specific mob and you have to find that mob, or specific 2 mobs. And so sometimes the players, for instance, if they're looking for something, they don't want to use the reset at checkpoint because that respawns all the mobs, and then potentially it puts the item on some of the mobs. So yeah, it can be
a bit like the power cores from Act 3, where they can be in a bunch of different spots and they'll move around on reset. So it might even be the same for the ladder maybe, but it's not something you're going to reset at checkpoint and fish for, quite like you do with those. Let's see.
Woodish.
Spines of the Shah. Gap closing a little bit for 23, only 15 seconds behind Woodish here. And Woodish checkpointing is going to lose those 15 seconds potentially. Well, that was a checkpoint.
He's getting XP.
Ah, he's hitting that XP. Good call, Rise.
I think
Good catch on that one. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, look at the levels.
He absolutely
knew
knew
that
that was.
for Woodish. 24 to 23. I mean, you do still, I think, want to hit 27 on the Huntress exiting Act 2. So that's sure if somebody's ahead or somebody's behind.
I think that's going to be across the board for everyone now. Although I don't know if you'll see a Druid again what their strategy is, but for the Mercenaries and the Huntresses now, it appears that 27 is the strategy. So yeah, probably hitting that 26 breakpoint here and then hitting 27 in Dreadnought, I imagine, is the play now for the Mercenaries. We'll see.
More go fight for Woodish.
Extra exalt for Woodish.
Well done. Great fun. A great kill, but Angormus, he's closing in. Look. He's very close. He's killing his boss fast, too.
Ooh, that's a big catch-up for Angormus. He was over a minute behind, and now that is, as we'll see the ladder update in a second now.
And a pair of gloves.
That is only 15 seconds behind now. That's a full 60-second catch-up right there. Really nice. And LHD 14 seconds behind Woodish as well now. So that gap really closing. And 23 on the 15 seconds. Okay, that gap closed a lot there. a great equalizer. The Spire of Deshaz just right now. As everyone comes, the pack condenses back down and tightens back up. We love to see it.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that, right? Because some players have different strategies depending on the class and the approach that they're having. They're going to be getting different amounts of XP. We're talking about the race being fixed seed, but the mobs can still give you more or less XP depending on the sort of packs that you're going to be finding.
needs to get on
So there
stream.
are going to be differences there. Woo! That's a 5 chaos. That's a nice move.
Let's get LHD on stream if we're getting production, as LHD is the first into Dreadnought, followed just by Angormus, only 5 seconds behind now, and Woodish 8 seconds behind. Yeah.
Wait, how did that happen? Angormus was first?
Angormus is
I guess
second now.
on the Dreadnought, so I
yeah,
guess
getting to Dreadnought. A bit faster in town or something there maybe. But yeah, a little bit slight shuffle. With it being like only 7 seconds, like 2 seconds difference in size between them, a little bit of a shuffle in town is to be expected. But here is LHD on Huntress in the Dreadnought. LHD 25, although if the ladder maybe is a little bit behind, it could be 26 now. Likely going to be trying to get that 27. The Twister being fairly good in the Dreadnought at just clearing up all these mobs and just cleaning out all those nooks and or crannies in the Dreadnought to soak up every little bit of XP and push for that 27 for the final run there for Huntress. And I believe this is spectator client, so if you're seeing a bit of weirdness with the skipping around, that's just likely on our end. Look at that Twister unleashed there, just obliterating everything and even going into the next area 2 screens away and cleaning off something else.
This is a good skill if you really hate Dreadnought, which I believe 100% of PoE2 players do. So Twister's going to be pretty effective at clearing things out over here.
It's definitely a spicy, challenging zone, that's for sure. Getting through all those little choke points and with some nasty packs of monsters to jump on you and cause all sorts of upsets. LHD hits that first checkpoint and some XP coming down very rapidly for them. This must be just pushing 26 then.
Oh, we're about to find out as he is leveling up very soon. And I already also see the little aura. So that's a Malice Scepter that he's already got prepped up. It's going to be very beneficial for the rest of the run. As we are talking about the levels, and the reason why it's very important is because this is about the point where players are going to stop XPing and just charge. You know, they still have to kill bosses to get to Tavakai, but not a whole lot of killing anymore. And so itemization will become very difficult. So Act 2 was a big element of that, with many players checking 5, 6, sometimes even 7.
I think we have to 4-cam at production because Angormus and LHD are both on Jamin Ra at the same time there, with Angormus coming in just slightly faster, and a nice fast first phase for Angormus there with that nice damage on the gear we were talking about earlier, looking very good. But LHD,
you got summoned by the 6-7
twisters. Oh mate,
that's ridiculous. No activation for anybody.
Yeah, Angormus got there first and got through that phase pretty quick, but LHD catching up a little bit in that first phase there and actually going into the second phase ahead of Angormus, despite Angormus having started that sooner there. That is wild. Although, keep in mind that there might be a slight difference in stream delay here, if you're watching differently. But LHD just doing so much damage and getting the freeze on Jamin Ra. One big axe swipe, but that might be it for Jamin Ra. That's literally all he gets to show you of his ability moveset. The developers handcrafted like a dozen moves for these bosses. You get to see one of them. Same thing on Angormus' screen. Tries to summon a portal, probably to try and run away, I imagine, but he's unable to. And Angormus secures the kill there. Very nice, with LHD potentially being in the lead a little bit, but we'll see what the actual ladder times say in a moment after the other races finish up here. But 23 moving through a bubble phase in the first one, so taking a little bit longer there. But let's have a look. LHD taking the kill at 1 hour 11 minutes and 58 seconds, and Angormus just 7 seconds behind on that Jamin Ra kill. We'll have to wait and see who our third place killer is.
I gotta say though, looking at last week's VOD, and our players have really stepped up their game. You remember when I talked about how they're about 4 minutes behind what we were having last week?
Yeah.
Well, now they're like 15 seconds ahead. So this Act 2 was ridiculous.
That's insane.
Everybody
because,
pumped through this one.
Such a good layouts and such crazy gear and everything. We did have
they want a Dark Souls like game, but
so there might be a bit of a minute
people just be one-shotting the bosses.
Crazy. 23 having a really good second phase though after slightly slow first one.
No, okay, no, never mind. Last week was 1 minute faster, so they still caught up 3.
Okay.
If you're looking at Angormus, but guy that dies actually already did his fight. That guy was pretty fast. So. Still, they caught up quite a lot.
Indeed, having a for example, I think you can state that.
He's pretty good.
Absolutely. I noticed we're just swapping over to that Nefarious, decked out in all sorts of uniques. An unusual set of uniques, but making advantage of them when they make sense. We'll evaluate these things on the fly a little bit here when they're a less obvious unique. Like, is this actually helpful to me, or is it just shiny?
Sure.
We're just dodging that slash.
We're going to be seeing some cool tech, the Tame Beast. Little bit of RNG on the Tame Beast that's going to be coming up for our players.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Huntresses will be looking for a Tame Beast coming up, and there'll be a checkpoint that they can reset if they don't happen to run into one earlier. And they're looking for a ground effect, preferably fire or lightning ground effects, so anything that causes explosions or leaves a trail of shot ground or ignited ground is just a way to consistently get that damage buff for your twisters, and that is a big
Or
deal
energy
for them.
shield.
Yeah, and
We saw energy shield last week. It was super effective.
Yeah, 200 extra energy shield was really nice. LHD with a crazy fuck Monkey there. Oh, just frozen the whole time. Monkey is... Poor Monkey. I remember when Monkey was killing races all over the place in earlier seasons. Well, this guy's
Over nerf.
LHD's
Bring back old Monkey.
Yeah, Monkey was nerfed a little bit, but at this point, races are just doing so much damage.
And yeah, you can see the character level to zone difference has become so severe that LHD is leaving a pair of gloves on the ground just because he's never going to be able to get the levels to utilize it. And now he's just trying to get through the zones as quickly as possible with a little bit of a pit stop. It's going to be happening for that previously mentioned Pain Beast.
It's an easy point that's easy to, like, it's interesting but it's easy to miss, is that, yeah, if they don't have their gear sorted by this point, it becomes increasingly harder to do so as the gear becomes harder and harder for them to equip, both in levels and attribute requirements. So you kind of, they're looking to pick up specific bases and craft them as they go at this point. And Gormless
No
on Mighty
Beast.
Silver Fist.
No
Swapping
Pain
forms.
Beast for LHD. He progresses. Interesting, okay.
LHD didn't pick up a beast in the... Interesting.
I don't think so. I mean, I might have. Listen, it would be on brand for me to miss it, but I don't think so.
It could be, he has a spider beast. Oh, he might have picked up one on the way or something then. I didn't see a bunch of resetting going on, so maybe...
Yeah, I mean, maybe...
You don't see it until
well,
the
we're
weapon
about to
stuff,
see
though.
it.
Yeah, that's full screen LHD for Ken.
He does
or,
have one.
Focus.
He does have one.
Yeah, he's got one. You can see it comes out on the weapon swap there. Looks like he's got a spider with some shock ground from the looks of it. That's some big Zyclusion killing right there. You'll see the Huntresses taking advantage of the staircase, pulling Zyclusion up into there if it cooperates. It doesn't always. But in that case it did, and it's actually chill ground, but the spider must have like some extra lightning thing on it or something. I don't know what that is.
Oh, I think I saw it a long time ago then. He must have picked it up a long time. I could have sworn that I saw the icon like way in Act 2, because apparently he had to do
he got that really early. Yeah, he got that really
but
early.
I wasn't certain. I thought I was seeing things. Turns
Yeah,
out,
that's a really good pickup
had
then.
one for a really long time.
Yeah. I do wonder if the spider is like squishier on average than some of the other beasts that they tend to pick up later though, because like if it dies really quickly in the boss fights, that can be a bit of a problem. We did actually see the beast tanking quite well in the Tabakai fight last week for a guy that dies, I believe.
Kill.
Wait, no.
Well done.
Yes, guy that does.
Yeah. Those guys that does.
Yeah.
I know, it's
Yeah,
confusing because he was playing Mercenary and then he swapped over to Huntress and boom, he wins the qualifier. Surprise.
Hold up. Mercenaries don't get me, so that right, yeah, that's right. Yes. Guy that dies did secure that Huntress Demi, but not the Demi. Well, yes, the Demi, but also that Exalcon win there. And Gormless.
Wait, actually, hold on. Where's Jilluo? Where's Guy That Dies?
Yeah, we fully expect to see them practicing in these races, as like the live race practice is, worth 10, off-stream private practices, because it's just a lot more real, ultimately.
Yeah.
But so races will generally take full advantage of it, but it could be that they're practicing in secret. I know that Guy That Dies is a fan of doing that. He has multiple streams and accounts. And
We might not see their stream, but we see the ladder, and where are they? That's pretty surprising, because it is very valuable. That experience goes a long way. But I mean, there have been many events, so.
Apparently Guy That Does is doing some commentary as well, so maybe taking some time to study and maybe rest up a little bit.
Cool show of dominance.
Nice.
Doesn't even
Gomez-
need practice to win.
Yeah, Gomez having Chimera get onto another platform with just a tiny sliver of health there. Unfortunately, gets it a Divine Orb. We were talking about that earlier. I wonder if he'll be. I think he was even just looking at his crossbow there. And be
Yeah,
like,
he's checking the rolls.
He's looking. Yeah, he's checking the rolls, and he does it. I'm gonna have to look. Wait, is he doing it?
Did he do it, or did he have two?
Here he
He's
goes.
clicking it.
Oh, I think it went up. I think it went up. I have to go look.
Happened too quickly.
I need to go look. I saw the bottom end of one of the damages go up. I need to have a closer look for that one, I think.
It's like Lucian for 23, the banner on the ground. He's going to be picking up the platform as LHD already beginning his Zicoato fight. A bit of RNG on those twisters, jumping around, trying to hit as many times as possible within that 066 rearming animation. Zicoato's gonna go down. It's pretty good. The banner stays down all the way through.
That's definitely
nice
a
fight.
That was definitely a good divine for Angomas. I'm looking at it now. It's probably like 80% rolls, whereas it was like much lower than that, I believe, before. So
oh, let's go.
Like a pretty solid divine in the end. Because you would divine it if it was like below 50% of its range. I think you'd shoot for that increase, or that gamble in the increase. And now that it's at that 80%, it's pretty good. Pretty good divine right there.
It's good. It's good for the cast too, because we mentioned it earlier.
It is good.
So, okay, let's go.
Thanks, Angomas. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Angomas. Yeah, proving a point. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's prove some more points and have no deaths, Angomas. Just 0 deaths.
Okay, Ziggy, I thought you liked this guy. You're gonna curse him like that? That's ridiculous.
Oh no, I forgot. Why do we always do this?
Good at this. I'm not partaking in this day.
I'm just being all over the place.
Oh, Nervous goes for the checkpoint reset. He's going to be looking for the core. Where is this? Where is the core? He needs it to activate the boss. He's struggling though. Where's the core at?
He's going
for the clear. He's going to reset a checkpoint to reposition the core. The reason why he's also exploring.
There it is.
Right.
Yeah, we've not seen that strategy before. You can go to the checkpoint, just kind of reveal a little bit of an area around the checkpoint, and then you can reset a checkpoint a few times, and it shuffles each time you reset the quest item, and they'll quite often appear within view of your minimap, so that you can just go over and grab it, not have to actually search all over the place for them. So that's something you can fully take advantage of in your regular campaign runs to have an easier time through this zone that can take a while to do otherwise. But Ngomas getting that down, but got a nice stun on Zicoato here. Can he get that damage down to secure him before anything else goes on? Pretty, yeah, getting it.
Man,
it's getting it. There's a little bit lingering. Zicoato there, not super fast.
Greetings.
Yeah, that wasn't super fast, right? I was kind of hoping for more.
Weirdish is on Chimera there in the background. No Ice Breath, which makes for the easiest kill, as you can just kind of kill them while they're doing that Ice Breath. And Zyclusion does indeed fly away, so no one phase for Weirdish. Weirdish will have to get that stone pillar down, and hopefully should be able to kill them with the amount of health that's left there.
And holy mother of all race gaps.
Yeah, LHD, right?
120 seconds behind.
That is crazy right now. AHD is on an absolute tear. 23
so
getting a very fast Zicoato kill. Those empowered twisters bouncing back and forth, using those long walls there, as that wall that Zicoato's standing against is too close for the twisters to get the double tap damage. If you're leveling twisters yourself, make sure you use the further away wall rather than the really close one to get that bonus damage, because otherwise it would just not work at all. But LHD, yeah, that is 2-minute lead at this point. Crazy run for LHD right now. I think I'm gonna have to have a little bit of a peek on how LHD is doing.
We've had gaps like this before, but with the race being so close in Act 1 and 2, I wasn't really expecting that was going to be happening. We have had some rips, so that's a factor as well, but with LHD being the first person in the Drowned City, you can see that movement coming into play, skipping all of the mobs. This zone, not super difficult to get through. Utsal is going to be a whole nother story, but we're still a little bit away from that, as our players are just trying to get through here as quickly as possible. The layout reads coming into play so heavily. Ziggy, how's that gear looking?
All right, I've loaded up LHD. Now we're taking a look at their 2 gear sets. They've got themselves a nice attack speed winged spear there, which is for that whirlwind setup, the optimal setup that they'll get going later. Right now, as you can see, using the talisman for wolf form, just because running around and dodge rolling in wolf form is just about as fast as sprinting, and it's way safer. So taking full advantage of that now. But that winged spear is banked in the inventory, ready to go for whirling slash. And then the war spear, which is the damage one, in the background there for the twisters itself. Ideally, you want high physical damage and pretty good physical damage here. 75% increase IPD.
Wow.
Increased physical.
It doesn't
and
have flat.
No flat.
No flat, but the hybrid roll and the IPD, kind of a low roll, but still pretty decent.
Ultimately, be pretty good. It's got 1 to 18 lightning and a bit of extra bonus attack speed there. An interesting thing here, though, is the Rune of Accumulation, which is one of the League mechanic runes, which on a spear gives, if you'll stop shuffling it around, I he keeps changing his weapon set. It gives added cold damage.
He's fighting a boss, Ziggy.
Stop changing your weapons. I'm trying to read your gear. I'm gonna have to like bring it up on the wiki or something. It's actually really funny. I'm like trying to chase it.
He's done. He's done. Take a look now. This is a boss that.
It gives you added cold damage equal to the enemy's power for 20 seconds up to a total of 32 added fight cold damage. And that's min and max cold damage. 32 to 32 cold damage there. That's quite a lot of cold damage. It's, that's like substantially more damage than you're typically getting from a single rune like that. So, and cold is really nice for those shadows and everything as well. So really good if you need to like clear out some packs or get that freeze a little bit faster with those chills, etc. But yeah, just deal damage. But things looking pretty good for LHD there. Checking over the rest of the gear as well, just to see what sort of state they're in. We have some 15% move speed boots, a nice double damage roll on the gloves, double damage on the ring, and some extra physical damage on the other emerald ring. Oh, he's got a short-footed sigil. How did I bury the lead like this?
Oh no!
Oh
look,
man, I thought those wolf leaps were looking even better, even spicier there. He's got a short-footed sigil. Oh, I really buried the lead on that one. I do not know when LHD managed to pick that up. Possibly a little bit later in the race. Yeah, there we go. Production, good job bringing up the short-footed sigil. This is the anthill that Angomas had last race. It might look a little unassuming. That 1 meter to dodge roll distance is what it's all about. That makes you just so much faster. Safer too, ultimately. Unless you like are not kind of used to that extra range and you dodge roll into a pack and die. Can happen, but that extra dodge roll distance is just so fast. Yeah.
But interesting, I think interesting observation also for the Temple of Kopek. This time around, the exit out of the first floor was not in the furthest point. So typically our players will go there because it's got a slightly higher chance than the 2 other corners. So every single player will run there, inevitably run into a dead end unless they're watching somebody who's further ahead of them. And you're gonna be they're watching the stream and cheating. Okay, don't do that. And then they're going to have a 50-50, right? Because they can either go left or they can go right to try and fight it. So that's going to be an issue that all of our players are going to be running into. Not something that's going to happen in the second zone, as all you have to do is find that gap and jump over it. And it will always be on that side if you're trying to get on over to the bosses. And Gormis finds the Queen of Filth, and hopefully this time around, many of our players will hang around on the mushrooms.
Yeah, with some mushroom surfing, but Angomas positioning pretty well. It does pop a few mushrooms there, but is just fine. Not too bad. Eats a bit of damage from the damage over time, manages it. And 23 in the background as well, also securing their Queen of Filth kill. Looks like no Queen of Filth deaths to speak of here for us on stream this time around. We had a rolling slam death, I think in week 1 maybe, and some mushrooms in week 2.
I can't remember who was it that died on the Filth last week.
I do recall who the mushroom surfer was, but it was a classic moment though.
It was dramatic.
It was a huntress because they had the fire twisters everywhere on screen. It was 23, was it? Oh, there you go. Well, 23 gets their vengeance this week with getting a nice fast kill there with no mushroom deaths. Yes, the visibility mushroom death last week. It looks like Woodish might be getting substituted out for Whole New Society. Who's doing quite well. I know you were wanting to keep a close eye on Rise, and you were saying we often see them later in the stream.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that Whole New Society might come out ahead. I think he's been having just really, really incredible runs. In the first qualifier, he was actually second with only a 2-minute difference between him and Jilliwo. So Whole New Society, definitely a player to watch out for. But we were also watching...
What happened? I just saw his face go grey on the right hand side of the screen.
He did.
No, enormous. Oh, once again. The
LHD though,
curse.
LHD. Wait, Viper. We gotta watch Viper.
Yeah, let's focus LHD's Viper kill here.
Angormus in a second. Viper first.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a look at that Angormus kill in a second. Pause our grief for just a moment as we move into the crucial Viper fight for the Huntress. Will we be seeing 3 immunity phases or no immunity phases?
He's got too much damage. With that Malice Scepter too, this is gonna be a quick one, I think. Grenades, you might struggle. This boss moves around a lot, but Twister...
Is that Spider like shocking the boss or something too? Because it's got all the lightning, the boss was instantly shocked. And it's got chill ground. This might be insane. Look at that damage. That's insane. And the bounce is there. And it's just deleted while frozen. Didn't even have a chance to finish her monologue. Yep. What on earth? LHD, that was filthy, mate. What a complete difference to last week's Viper.
There's so much that we could be talking about, you know, as the boss gets less HP and the phases keep going, the arena gets smaller.
You have to do that to that boss or she kills you, bro.
It's just immediate death as we watch the replay of what happened to
She's dangerous.
Oh, you see that dead end might actually come into play. And the worst part, it's not even there.
Yeah.
It's not there. That's not where the exit is.
Could have gone through that area in the end?
No, he could have gone through, but that's not where the exit was. The exit was on the left. That's why I was saying that all of the players are going to go there. And in the case of Angormus, he's actually going to end up dying because of it.
Yeah, Wolfform lets you pass through a lot of packs there, and Angormus getting stuck on just like perfectly spaced body blocking from the mobs there. Not able to just kind of narrowly slip through. And because they're in full run mode as well, it's difficult to switch back and like deal damage to kill monsters here.
LHD actually managed to find the heart, so super interesting. I was looking that he was killing all the mobs in Unsol. A part of that is staying alive, you know, because it is such a dangerous zone, and you can see it on 23's screen as he keeps dying, and he's gonna find the heart as well. So nice clear king those big guys, and it is quite a bit of RNG, but if you find the correct path, you can drop that heart in Unsol, and that will allow you to get 2 extra passive points. Super useful for 23 and both LHD.
I think looking at LHD with that short-footed sigil and that Viper kill just now, I think, do we get to say the line, Ramos?
No.
We don't get to say the line?
I mean, it depends. Do we want him to win, or?
I mean, yeah, it didn't work so well for Angormus last week, did it? But I'm going to say it. Yeah. I think at this point, Rise, it's LHD's race to lose.
Let's go. Bad.
Oh man, this is a wild lead that LHD has carved out for themselves here off the back of some very good play on top of some very nice
caster cursed, maybe
23 moving into their Viper kill. Let's see how it goes. Maybe a more normal Viper Napawatsu kill here. Let's see. Does get a shock down and the freeze, but going down really fast. Oh, there's just a little bit of time there for a potential immunity phase to come out. Doesn't manage to secure it. Gets it done. There's just like that little bit of extra breath of time there compared to LHD's kill. Meanwhile, as during the transition, basically, first phase of Doriani died, and we move into the second phase. Certainly no laser phase for LHD. The full Doriani speedrun skip there on pace. Eats a slam at the start there. A little careful. 679 was pretty good though.
I'll be right back.
There's that big freeze. Shock is down instantly. Big damage. Every single ailment under the sun on Doriani right now. Blinded, ignited, chilled, frozen, shocked, and dead. The worst of all ailments.